table. I took a seat on the corner closest to the group. Brandon came to sit next to me. "We were just talking about the wedding," he said almost regretfully. "They think it would be a good idea to do something different with it to draw attention away from the video." I frowned over a bite of noodles. "Like what?" Brandon sighed. "It's nothing. These guys were just floating the idea of capitalizing on it for the campaign, which we're not going to do." I glanced at Hope and Corey, who were watching our interaction curiously. What were the suggestions?" I asked. "It doesn't matter," Brandon said as he crossed one ankle over his knee and rubbed a hand through his hair. The familiar tell immediately made me more curious. I looked to Hope. "You going to tell me?" Beside me, Brandon groaned, but Hope just smiled. "Everyone loves a wedding," she said, "and that goes double for a city full of romantic Irish and Italians." "We think a church wedding would be a good idea," Corey cut in sharply. "You know, flowers, big puffy dress, altar boys, the whole fucking 9 yards. Only Corey could make a nice Catholic wedding sound vulgar. My stomach dropped as I looked back at Brandon. "What about the cape?" I asked in a small voice. Brandon opened his mouth to speak, but Hope started talking instead. "It's up to you," she said. "But marriage is a sacrament to a lot of people in Boston. We could get you in at Holy Cross. It would be amazing. Beautiful, really." Problem," I said. "I'm not Catholic." "Well, that's where the reformed sinner thing comes in, doll," said Corey, earning a sharp look from Brandon. He held his hands up in mock surrender. Sorry, Skylar." He corrected himself with mimed quotation marks. I resisted the urge to throw my fork at him. "You would have to convert," Hope said plainly. "Brandon's already baptized Catholic, so that's not an issue, but you would have to go through confirmation classes." She sighed dreamily as if imagining me in a white confirmation gown. "I can just see it, converting for the love of your life. Brandon would be the man who saves you from sin." Then her eyes drew sharp as they zeroed in on me, and I saw a ruthless streak that would make Brandon hire her over the many others I'm sure were in line for this position. Alarmed, I looked back at Brandon. Suddenly, my lunch seemed really unappetizing, and I reached for my water, wishing it was something stronger. "Is this what you want?" Brandon snorted. "Of course not. You know exactly how pious I am." "That doesn't matter," Hope broke in again. "You're courting votes in a city full of people who keep rosaries on their rearview mirrors and only attend Mass at Christmas and Easter. They won't be checking up on all your Sunday habits, but a wedding that's not in a church will stick out." "It'll also get rid of the abortion narrative," Corey piped up. A chilled silence fell across the room. Now my food definitely tasted like sawdust. I pushed the plate away and walked back into the kitchen. "Corey," Brandon said sharply, while I pulled a bottle of white wine out of the fridge. Hell, it was 5 o'clock somewhere. "Want one?" I asked Brandon as I held up a beer. "Absolutely," he said before turning to glare at his campaign manager. Corey shrugged, like the menace in his boss's voice was an everyday occurrence. "It's a problem and you know it. We've been trying for weeks to figure out how to spin it when things come out, and now they are out for sure because Miranda is a backstabbing bitch." "Corey! Seriously? I heard you use that exact expression 3 days ago." Brandon blew a long, frustrated breath out of pursed lips and took the beer I brought him gratefully. "Just tone it down, will you?" "What do you mean it will get rid of the abortion narrative?" I asked quietly as I sat back down with my wine, causing everyone to look at me again. I blushed immediately. The whole disclosure was still so new. I didn't think I'd ever feel comfortable talking about it, but it was particularly bad now. Still, my own discomfort needed to come second here. "It's out," Hope said. "The Globe picked it up today. 2nd page." She handed me a copy of the newspaper and I flipped to the article with the clear headline, "Mayoral Candidate's Girlfriend Has Abortion." My hands started to shake, and immediately Brandon took one in his lap. "Well, in a way, it's a good thing you're not Catholic," Hope said. "Makes your reform clearer that way. If you converted, you would be taking on the Catholic Church's stance on abortion, as in, it's wrong and you regret it." She shrugged, as if the truth of the narrative meant little. We could show your first communion and everything. Reformed sinner makes good. You get absolved by the church. Boston forgives you. It's perfect." "But I'm pro-choice," I said in a shaky voice. "That's not going to have to change, no matter how badly I feel about what I did." I looked worriedly at Brandon. "Is it?" He shook his head vehemently. "Nothing about you needs to change, Red." Behind him, Corey rolled his eyes, but Hope smiled. "That doesn't really matter anyway," she said. "Massachusetts is one of the most liberal states in the country, and you don't actually have to say anything. That's what I'm for. Just look pretty eating the bread and sipping the wine, and it'll all go over great." "Up, ticks," Corey said slowly, like he was talking to a person hard of hearing. I glared at him. "I still think it's a ridiculous idea," Brandon said to them as he squeezed my hand a little harder. "I'm not running a sham campaign here. Skylar's not going to fake convert just to make me look good." Hope shrugged. She was obviously as cutthroat as Corey, although she managed to couch her razor-sharp pragmatism in nicer words. I supposed that's why she was the communications director. "The reality is," she said, looking at us both directly, "this is the kind of scandal that's really hard to recover from. You turn around and marry the girl who just terminated her pregnancy with you, right after we've just finished putting out fires about your divorce in today's video? It doesn't get much worse than that." "It's on Slate," Omar called from his place on the hearth. "And Vice. It also looks like hashtag Brandon's baby is trending on Twitter." "Fuck me," Corey groaned. Brandon pressed his lips into a tight line and my stomach dropped another story. Even though the truth was out there, I knew it still hurt him, and would for a long time. "We could try to distract the press," Hope continued, "flip the news cycle. But unless there's a terrorist attack or something, it would be hard to beat this story unless we have a competing narrative. Conversion and a big church wedding fits the bill." She smiled at us. "I mean, look at you two. You look like you just walked off The Bachelor. Who wouldn't want to be you?" "This is ridiculous," Brandon started to protest. "I'll do it," I cut in quietly. Immediately, everyone looked up, including Omar, who had been mostly engrossed with his computer. Brandon sat up straight and gawked. "What?" I took another long, measured drink of wine, although my hand was still shaky. "Skylar," Brandon said as he sat forward, still holding my other hand. "No, you don't need to do this." I looked at him directly. His blue eyes gleamed, unwavering. God, I loved him so much. "Do you want to be mayor?" I asked gently. He paused, glanced at Corey and Hope, then back at me. "Yes. And these guys know what they're talking about, don't they?" "Well, of course," Brandon admitted. "I wouldn't hire anyone but the best. But Skylar." "Then I should do it," I said simply, much more calmly than I felt. "I did something that hurt you, and keeping it to myself almost ruined us. I want to help rebuild. Maybe this is just the price I pay for doing that." I shrugged. "I can be nominally Catholic. It's no different than converting for marriage or something like that. It's not going to hurt anyone." Even as I spoke the words, I felt a little sick to my stomach. This went against everything I believed in. But if it would help Brandon keep him from losing his dream, I'd do it. Brandon rolled his lips together, stunned into silence. "Skylar." He tried again. "It's fine," I said. I pulled my hand away and turned back to my lunch. The noodles still tasted like sawdust, but I ate them anyway, determined to put on an unaffected front. After several more minutes of silent chewing in front of my awkward audience of 4, I finally got up and carried my plate to the kitchen sink. Then I grabbed my bag off the entry table and wove my way back through the room. "I'm going now," I said with a kiss to Brandon's still stunned cheek. "Leave you guys to your strategizing. Just let me know where I need to go and when." I turned to Hope and Omar. "Nice to meet you. Corey, nice to see you again." The chatter rose again as I made my way out of the room, but I could feel Brandon's eyes boring into me the entire time. I didn't turn around. I knew the doubt in my heart would be all over my face. Chapter 21. A week later, I found myself standing outside a wedding shop with Gloria Epstein, the wedding planner that Hope and Margie had booked for me, and Jane, who had insisted that she would rather cut off a finger than miss watching me try on a bunch of poofy dresses. I'd met Gloria the day before, and the woman was both one of the preeminent wedding planners in Boston and a complete whirlwind. The massive binder she had smacked on the coffee table in the apartment had been full of concept ideas for our wedding, and after she had managed to tease a few words out of me for a style brief, she had assured me she'd take care of the rest. In a way, it was fine. This wedding was already starting to feel like it didn't belong to me, and I knew Brandon felt the same way. Only once did I think of the small ceremony we had imagined in Cape Cod, but the idea made me so sad I buried it under the guilt I still carried. Things between Brandon and me were mostly fine now, but my actions had repercussions. I needed to own them. "Do you think your grandmother will be here soon?" Gloria asked me as she tapped her stilettoed foot on the pavement. "Jenna is really very strict about her appointments." I glanced down the street, hoping to see one of the other security cars in the line of traffic on Newberry. She should be here any second. I think she had a brunch or something this morning. I glanced back at Lucas, who was standing as unobtrusively as a 6'6" giant could against the building. "Are they on their way?" "Just parked, Ms. Crosby," he said with a nod. As if on cue, I could hear Bubby's voice coming around the corner before I actually saw her. Come on. They're waiting for us." I looked down the block to see my tiny grandmother trotting down the sidewalk, another linebacker-sized security detail jogging behind her. She waved her hand as she approached. "I told you to take Marlboro, not Beacon, Mario," she finished chiding her bodyguard. "Next time, listen. I know what I'm talking about here." I had to smile. Less than 2 months living here, and Bubby already thought she knew the streets better than the locals. "You should be nicer to Mario," I said as I accepted her kiss on the cheek. "He's making sure no one snatches you off the street." Bubby waved my comments away, even as Mario gave me a grateful look. From the look of him, guarding my grandmother was a tough job. "Shall we?" Gloria broke in as she rang the buzzer on the door. "Yes," I said. "Let's go." The shop was called Le Rêve, and I could see why. It was like walking into a giant white wedding-shaped dream. The small shop catered to clients on an appointment basis only, providing couture dresses for the most exclusive buyers in Boston. It wasn't a place I would have ever ended up on my own. For one, there was the ridiculous fact that one dress here could potentially cost the equivalent of more than a year's rent at my old apartment with Eric. It was a preposterous amount of money to spend on something I would wear only for a few hours, particularly when I could just get a knockoff for a tiny fraction of the price. David's bridal was fine with me. But Gloria had insisted I rethink that instinct, considering the potential for wedding photos to make the papers. "Dress for the job you want, they always say," she had told me in her office. "If the job you want is First Lady of Boston, then we've got some work to do." I wondered briefly if she had been chosen as a channel for Corey. His words from my last public appearance with Brandon, Michelle Obama, not Marie Antoinette, echoed in the back of my mind, so I had sighed, but conceded the need for a fancy dress. Jenna, the shop owner, led us to the large tufted bench in the middle of the room, which was otherwise outfitted with racks and racks of white and off-white dresses, organized by designer. Despite the fact that I had absolutely no idea what kind of dress I wanted to have, Gloria had insisted that choosing a dress was the first thing I should do, and we weren't leaving here today until that had happened. "Aside from the time it will take for fittings and everything within the next few months, it's the centerpiece of the whole shebang," Gloria said as she handed me, Jane, and Bubby each a bridal magazine. "Choose the dress, and we know exactly what kind of wedding you're having, and I really need to know that, like yesterday." "What's the rush?" Bubby asked. "You know, if you don't mind waiting, I'm sure they would have space at the temple next year." "Well, we want to get married before the primaries," I said, unable to meet Bubby's eye. "Not to mention you can't have a Catholic wedding in a synagogue," Gloria put in kindly. As soon as Skylar's finished with the confirmation classes, they'll be able to take the premarital counseling at Holy Cross. We've got the date booked for March." "Confirmation what?" Bubby's voice rang out clearly through the shop, and all four of us were suddenly very quiet. "Uh-oh," Jane muttered next to me. I toed the light blue carpet uneasily. "Skylar, for goodness sake, stop fidgeting with your foot," Bubby snapped. "That's why your shoes are always scuffed like a bum's. Now look at me in the eye and tell me this again. What confirmation?" I sighed again and faced my tiny, yet incredibly intimidating grandmother. Even Jane had nothing to say as her fascinated gaze bounced between us, and Gloria was suddenly engrossed with her phone. "It's just for show," I said lamely. But, you're Jewish," Bubby sputtered. "How can you cross over? Just like that?" She snapped her papery fingers with a pop that cracked through the air. "Bubby, I am not Jewish," I protested weakly. "You're my granddaughter. That makes you as Jewish as anyone." "Bubby, you're conservative," I pointed out. "You have literally never called me Jewish until exactly this moment." "I took you to temple all the time." "You took me to temple maybe 5 times in my life. The only thing that makes me Jewish is growing up with your cooking." We were both exaggerating, I knew. She had never had that much investment in my religious preferences beyond occasionally wanting to set me up with nice Jewish boys, and I probably identified with it more than anything else simply from growing up around her. Before Bubby could answer, Jenna popped out with a bright smile on her face. "All right, ladies, let's get started. Who's got some gorgeous gowns picked out?" she asked, in a sing-song voice that withered once Bubby and I both turned our glares on her. Jane cleared her throat. "Just call us the Macbeth witches instead. Double, double, toil and trouble and all that." All right then," Jenna said, confused as she took a seat on the tufted ottoman in front of me. While I avoided the daggers of guilt from my grandmother, Jenna paged through the Vogue Weddings magazine with me. "Let's talk about what you like," she said. "How excited are you for your wedding? Gloria mentioned that you were planning a traditional ceremony at Holy Cross. What a beautiful venue." I tried to look excited while beside me Bubby scowled. "It is a lovely venue," Jane piped up. "So many pillars." I shot her a dirty look and she stuck out her tongue. She was enjoying this way too much. "The venue itself is worth celebrating, don't you think?" she asked Jenna sweetly. "Maybe with champagne or, anything alcoholic." "We'll take moonshine if that's all you have." Jenna perked up. "Oh, would you like some champagne? I hadn't thought since it's so early." "We would," Jane cut her off. Then, as an afterthought, "Please." Jenna scurried off to dig up the drinks while I paged through the magazine and Bubby glowered. Finally, I sighed up at the ceiling and set the magazine aside. "Bubby," I said, "please, can you just let it go?" Bubby opened her mouth, clearly ready to release the onslaught of commentary that had been building up for the last 10 minutes. But something on my face stopped her, and she closed her mouth with a look that was significantly more sympathetic. "Will the reception be kosher?" she asked at last. I cracked a smile, and I could hear Jane mutter, "Thank God," to herself behind me. "Of course," I said as I kissed my grandmother on the cheek. "I wouldn't have it any other way. You got that, Gloria? I want the reception to be kosher. Bubby's in charge of planning food." "Finally, a detail I can work with," Gloria said with a smile. "You and I are going to get to know each other very well, Sarah." "I guess this is what I get for encouraging a relationship with a goy," Bubby muttered as she picked up a magazine. "Oh, Skylar, look at that one. I tell you, Bubbler, you have to get one with a beaded bodice. I always wanted a dress like that." 30 minutes later, all of us, except Gloria, were half drunk on champagne, and Bubby had elbowed her way into the storeroom with Jenna to look at the secret gowns. She insisted were kept back there. Despite Jenna's insistence, they were not. That left Jane and me to look at the inventory up front, while Gloria chattered with other clients on her Bluetooth. "Why don't you just tell him that's not what you want?" Jane asked, after I made yet another sarcastic comment about the giant church wedding. I pulled out a princess-shaped hoop skirt with about 20 layers of tulle and shook my head. I can't. I'm trying to make his life easier right now, Jane, not harder. After all the shit I'm bringing into his life, I kind of owe him that, you know? Jane gave me a look that clearly said she did not know. You've done a ridiculous amount to make up for your mistakes, Sky. You can't keep sacrificing everything about yourself just because you feel guilty. You sound like my therapist, I muttered. Now that I was in fact seeing a therapist, I had been hearing that particular sentiment a lot. Smart minds, Jane replied. We're talking about your religion, not compromising on dinner reservations. Have you considered the fact that the majority of the problems you and Brandon have come when the two of you are not 100% honest with each other? I flipped through another row of tulle-lined dresses and avoided my best friend's sharp gaze. I'm being honest. I'm being honest about the fact that right now I'd rather keep my reservations to myself in order to make him happy. That's my choice. Jane rolled her eyes. Jesus Christ. You are the queen of denial, lady. They should call you Cleo fucking Patra. Hey! I resent that. Jane just snorted. Whatever you say, Cleo, but I'm not buying it. She pulled a dress off the rack and snorted. I swear to God I'm going to make you try on the ugliest dresses in this shop just to blackmail you later. When I wasn't full of pithy comebacks, she looked at me with concern. You all right? I didn't want to say anything in front of Bubby, but you don't look so good. Are the hours at Kiefer horrendous? I sighed and tipped back the rest of my champagne. They're long, but nothing terrible. It's Brandon's still having those nightmares. Yeah, I'm not getting the best sleep. Jane grimaced. Jesus, every night? I nodded, sometimes twice. I don't know, Jane. I don't think it's the abortion stuff. We've pretty much moved past that. It's just this drama in the press that keeps it going, maybe. And I don't know, something else I haven't figured out yet. Has he seen a therapist? Jane paused, clicking her ring-laden fingers on the side of the champagne glass. Now that she had been forced to curb her edgy fashion sense at work, outside of it, she had started dressing even more like a punk video extra than before, as if to balance it out. The only thing she couldn't change was her hair, which no longer had its characteristic streaks of color through her black bob. From what you said, it sounds like something is triggering him, she said. I mean, PTSD is a real thing, and it can come back with the right triggers. My dad works with guys who deal with that for decades after the fact sometimes. Jane's father was a psychologist who often worked with veterans. I sighed. Brandon wasn't a vet, but he had grown up in a war zone of sorts. He had mentioned that he had gotten nightmares sometimes like this when he was a kid. Was that what this was? Not so far, I said, shaking my head. He's pretty averse to therapy. I don't need to be fixed, he said, over and over again. This was a man who had been running from his imperfections since he was a kid, who carried an immense amount of self-blame for the people who had neglected him, which included his mother's death by overdose. It was why he was so apt to make massive, even inappropriate gestures meant to earn the love of people around him, which I sometimes suspected was at the heart of his bid for mayor. But other people in his youth had seen those anxieties and treated them the wrong way. He'd had terrible experiences with therapy and medication in the past. I genuinely doubted that I could get him to try that path again. Jane interrupted my thoughts when she yanked out one of the dresses and held it up to me. You have to try this one on. I looked down and made a face. The dress, if you could call it that, was absolutely covered with sequins and had a skirt that was about 10 feet wide. Absolutely not. I'd look like a marshmallow. I wouldn't even be able to fit through a doorway. Precisely the point, strawberry shortcake. I didn't fly here on my precious weekend off to watch you be all tasteful and chic. I came here to drink champagne and heckle you in layers and layers of sequins. So let's get to it, shall we? With a roll of my eyes, I indicated to the assistant salesgirl that I wanted to try on the marshmallow dress, then smirked back at Jane. And here I thought it was also to make up with a certain former roommate of mine. After all, it's not like you're staying in the penthouse right now. Jane pursed her lips, and for the first time her normally mocking facade disappeared. Immediately I rushed to her side. "Hey, Janie," I said, "I'm sorry. What happened?" She sighed and collapsed on the pink couch. Shit. Well, we sort of made up." I nodded. Eric had mentioned it during happy hour one night after Brandon's birthday party. All I knew was that he and Jane were talking again. They were like magnets, drawn back to each other no matter what happened. We decided it would go back to the way it was, like that ridiculous weekend. The one when Eric said he loved you? Jane shot me a dirty look. Yes, the one that we don't talk about anymore, that one. I just raised my eyebrow and fingered a silk dress. This one I kind of liked. So, what happened? I came in last night. Things were back to usual. Hot dinner, hot sex, the works. I whistled. Sounds like what you wanted. Yeah, Jane heaved a big sigh. Except when I changed the sheets this morning, I found a pair of underwear in his bed, and not the kind he buys in six-packs, if you know what I mean. I winced. It wasn't like they had anything serious going on, but that had to hurt Jane's pride. And you didn't like it. Of course I didn't like it, Jane exploded, sloshing her champagne around in her glass. Ugh, I'm pathetic. I stormed out this morning without saying a word. She paused and rubbed her temples. Can I stay with you guys tonight? I just don't think I can go back there and face him. I sighed and sat on the back of the sofa next to my friend. You're always welcome to stay. But you guys haven't seen each other for a month. Didn't you break it off with him? Yes, 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 Jane scowled and took another long chug of champagne. Obviously, trying to be monogamous was never going to work, and clearly I was right. I mean, Eric. Also, you're you, I added, earning a dirty look from my friend. Hey, I could be a one-man woman if I wanted to, she retorted. I just haven't wanted to. Before now? There was a very long silence. What makes you think that Eric couldn't do the same for you? Give me a break, Jane spit out. The guy is a walking erection. We broke up for all of 2 seconds before he was out banging other girls. Haven't you been getting around too? I asked gently. I seem to recall him walking in on you with another guy in Chicago. Totally different, Jane bit out. For one, we didn't even do anything. I couldn't. I could not have been less attracted to another man, all because of a fucking petri dish. And why do you think that is? I wasn't joking anymore as I reached out to touch my friend's shoulder. Oh, cut the cross-examination, counselor, she snapped, although her comeback was weaker than normal. She lay back on the couch and groaned up at the lavender-painted ceiling. All right, fine. I like him, okay? I actually like Eric and his cocky, infuriating, promiscuous, sexy, bedroom-talented ass. But I already told him I didn't want monogamy, and I'm not going to jerk him around anymore. Fuck! She tossed back the rest of the champagne, then looked around the shop. Yoo-hoo! Fancy ladies, fill her up, please. I seriously need more booze here if I have to have these kinds of epiphanies. I looked on sympathetically. I knew how hard it was for my friend to admit this out loud, and I suspected that if she could get up the guts to be honest about it, she'd probably find that Eric still felt the same way. All right, she said as the salesgirl brought over another 2 glasses of champagne. Enough of this gossip girl bullshit. Now grow up and try on some froofy dresses. So I got to work. It quickly became apparent that Bubby, Gloria, and I all had extremely different ideas as to what kind of dress suited me and the situation. I tended to gravitate more toward simple silhouettes, slip dresses or column gowns with delicate straps, the kind of thing I would wear in reality, just in different colors. Gloria vetoed all of them, saying those sorts of dresses were more suitable to a beach or outdoor wedding, and that the affair I was planning required something formal. Bubby just liked anything with a lot of beading on it. Jane was supposed to be there for moral support, although the more she drank, the uglier the dresses she picked out for me to try on, much to Gloria's increasing annoyance. See? Now isn't that beautiful? Bubby crowed when I emerged from the dressing room in what must have been the 30th dress so far. I looked down. It was a mermaid gown absolutely covered in sequins with puffy sleeves that strongly resembled meringue cookies. Gloria had told me that if I wanted to dress the part for a conservative Catholic wedding, I would need to have my shoulders covered. Bubby apparently thought that meant with giant clusters of ruffles. Jane took one look at me and snorted champagne through her nose. "That's your shape, Bubala," Bubby said, clearly a little worse for wear from the champagne. All three of us were a bit unnecessarily red in the cheeks. I glanced over my shoulder at the mirror. I looked like a Coke bottle that had been attacked with a glitter gun. I looked back at Bubby and started to shimmy toward her and Jane. "I can't even walk in this, Bubby," I said, nearly falling off the platform as I moved to the dressing rooms. Thankfully, Jenna was there to grab my hand to steady me. "Thanks," I said, gratefully as she steered me back. "Hold on here, hun," she said as a phone call rang in the back room. "I'll be back in a sec to help you out of this thing." I stood in the small mirror-lined room awkwardly while I waited, wondering how many more of these things I was going to have to try on today. Gloria was clearly getting impatient, and I was running out of patience myself. Maybe today just wasn't going to be the day I found my dress. God, did you hear her grandmother's accent? She sounds like an impression from SNL or something. They should just go with that tacky beaded one. It would fit the family. The voices fluttered over the tops of the curtains. There were two other shop girls working here. I saw them briefly when they'd helped Jenna bring out some of the gowns. "What's that saying? Lipstick on a pig?" the other one whispered loudly. The first girl snorted, and the two of them tittered for a bit. It was obvious whom they were referring to. I clenched the $5,000 beading, suddenly wanting to tear every bit of the finery off. "Isn't the wedding in like 4 months or something ridiculous like that? I bet she's pregnant again. That's the only way someone like that would land someone like him. Have you seen his picture? OMG, he is gorgeous." That was it. Something in me clicked at their voices, and I swept back the curtain dramatically and stepped out, tacky beading and all. For the first time, I was actually glad I was wearing the ugly dress my grandmother had picked out. I needed to channel her attitude. The girls froze like deer. Petty, stupid, self-absorbed deer. "To start," I said more calmly than I felt, although the Brooklyn accent that I usually managed to keep repressed was shaking through. "The only lipstick-wearing pigs in this shop are you sorry bitches." One of the girls opened her mouth. "Oh, we weren't talking about—" "Yes, you were," I interrupted with a finger held up. "Just like you were talking about my grandmother, who has more character in her finger than you do in that anorexic body of yours." The girl opened and shut her mouth while the other stepped forward, hands held up in surrender. "Ms. Crosby," she said weakly, "I don't know what you thought you heard, but I said, waggling my finger in a way that mimicked Bubby perfectly. Her particular brand of no bullshit was coursing through me, and I felt stronger for it. "Don't fucking lie to me. I heard every word." "Is everything okay here?" The three of us turned around to see Jenna, who had appeared from the front room with a concerned look. "It could be." I looked down at the ugly dress I was wearing. "I'm done here. These ladies thought it was appropriate to make a bunch of derogatory comments about me and my family when they thought I couldn't hear them. Unfortunately for them, I could. Loud and clear." Jenna's face immediately clouded as she shot murderous looks at her employees. "Oh, goodness. Skylar, I am so sorry. I assure you, this will be dealt with." "It will," I said with more authority than I felt. But it felt good to take charge of something. "I'll take the first Vera Wang, the one with the train, but only if these two are done working here. Starting now." It was a $20,000 gown, which would fund the shop for months. I could barely remember what it looked like, but I knew that Gloria approved because it came with a shawl, and that I'd liked it because it was so simple. It certainly wasn't worth the paltry salaries of these two employees. "Done," Jenna said without hesitation. She turned to her stunned, now former employees. "Get your things and go. I'll send your pay in the mail." I looked to the girls with a smugly raised brow. Don't fuck with me, I thought, surprised just by how good it felt to take back control of something in my life. Chapter 22. The priest smiled. He was a kindly older man with snow-white hair and a slight belly, patrician and grandfatherly in the way I'd expected from a man heading up the largest church in Massachusetts. "You know," he said as he leaned back in his creaky office chair. He had spent the last 30 minutes listening to me talk about why I wanted to convert. It wasn't as hard as I thought. It seemed like the church was hungry for new converts, especially high-profile ones. "It's possible the cardinal might want to be involved." He cocked his head knowingly. "The church has had its own share of PR problems in the last 10 years, as I'm sure you know. Someone like you openly joining might be helpful. If you're willing to scratch his back, he might be willing to scratch yours, so to speak. Expedite the process, if that's what you're looking for." I frowned. "The conversion process takes most converts 8 to 12 months, he continued calmly, as he picked a paperweight in the shape of a bowling ball off his desk and started to rub it meditatively. "But potentially we could speed things up. You could do an independent study of sorts with me instead of attending the standard catechism classes." My frown deepened. "Are you talking about money? Was this guy for real? Was a priest actually shaking me down for Brandon's money?" No, he chortled. "I just mean a few photo ops. Maybe your picture in the paper. Human interest stuff." Oh. As much as I found the conversation distasteful, after all, shouldn't the man be more interested in saving my immortal soul than building the public profile? It was sort of the whole point of this exercise. Maybe it was better that we were all on the same page about it anyway. "I think that will work," I said. "You have Hope McGoy's information, right? She can set up whatever photos, etc. we need to do." Father Garrett nodded. "Yes, that's all in order. I have a few hours free now. We'll do the rite of acceptance during Sunday Mass if you like, but there's no reason we can't begin instruction tonight. Would you like to get started?" I sighed. So much for getting home at a decent hour. "Sure," I said. "I'm a quick study." "Good," said Father Garrett approvingly with a smile that for some reason made me want to cringe. "Good girl." I came home to an empty apartment after 2 hours of listening to Father Garrett lecture me on the various elements of Christian prayer. He had seemed content to talk on his own with his hands folded over his belly, occasionally asking me questions, and generally responded with "good girl" to whatever I said. I had never felt more like a diminutive schoolgirl, not even when I was a schoolgirl. Brandon had gone to L.A. again, and didn't expect to be back until late. The apartment, suspended as it was above the city, was deathly quiet. After a late dinner of leftover chicken and salad, with a hefty glass of wine, I collapsed grumpily into the big bed alone and stared at the ceiling while I waited for sleep to come. I couldn't shake the notion that I was lying all over again. While I knew that many people converted for their spouses, it seemed like such an intensive process to go through if you didn't actually have any religious convictions to start with. It would be one thing if I had grown up in some other kind of Christian denomination, but I was singularly without faith, and until now, hadn't really been looking for it either. Father Garrett had spent a good part of our time talking about bearing witness, the expectation that as a new convert, I would go forth and proselytize my faith to others and spread the word of the church. Was that what I was going to be expected to do from now on? Be a good pious wife who attended Mass every Sunday? Baptize my future kids into a religion I didn't truly believe in? Was this really only going to be for the optics of the election, or would it never stop? I twisted onto my side and found myself eye to eye with the framed picture of Brandon and me, taken recently in France. It was a selfie snapped on one of our long day trips to one of many small towns around Provence. We were standing in front of a beautiful Gothic cathedral, me visibly laughing, while Brandon kissed my cheek. I gazed at the picture for a long time. We had been so happy there, and we were starting to be happy with each other again, the stresses of this campaign notwithstanding. There was no reason we couldn't continue down that path. People converted every day for their loves. I'd just have to do it for mine. I padded back out to the foyer and retrieved the 600-page catechism book I had brought home with me from my independent study. Heaving it into bed, I flipped on the light and started to read. "No!" Brandon shouted, jarring me out of sleep again. Maybe it was the fact that I was living in an ice palace I hated and had to be followed wherever I went by a character from Men in Black. Maybe it was the ongoing lack of sleep and the fact that various types of immortal sins were still dancing around my brain from the reading I'd done before bed. Or maybe it was because it was only 2 a.m. and this was the second nightmare since Brandon had crept into bed sometime past midnight. I didn't know what it was exactly, but something in me broke. "Get up!" I shouted, yanking the covers off both of us as I jumped out of the bed and flipped on the overhead lights. "Who? What?" Brandon yelped as he was suddenly exposed to the air-conditioned room. His eyes blinked open, and as he fully came to consciousness and registered the fact that I was awake and had turned on the lights, he turned to me with an angry blue glare. "Skylar, what the fuck? I was sleeping." "Well, I wasn't," I retorted, crossing my arms and returning the glare. Brandon scowled more deeply, but the fierce expression lessened as he realized what I was talking about. "Oh," he said. "Shit, Red. I'm sorry." He looked back at me hopefully. "But now you can come back to bed since it won't happen again tonight." I bit my lower lip. "Wrong," I huffed out a sigh. "That was the second one tonight," I said. "And it's only 2. Chances are there's going to be a third now." Brandon frowned. "What?" At his obvious confusion, I immediately crossed back to the bed and sat next to him. Like a magnet, his hand found my knee. Normally I never wanted to stop touching him, but I wondered if tonight I needed some space. He wasn't going to like what I had to say. "Brandon," I said, "this isn't getting any better. It's getting worse." The hand left my knee and instead Brandon rubbed it over his face so he wouldn't have to look at me. "It's fine," he said into his palm. "They'll go away. They always do." "You've been saying that for over a month. They're not going away. They're getting worse." He pressed his lips together into a thin line and glared at me. "They'll go away." I huffed and stood up, grabbing my pillow. "Where are you going?" "To sleep in the guest room." I looked at the pillow, realized it was stupid to take, and chucked it at the bed, only narrowly missing Brandon's head. He ducked, and his frown deepened. "Skylar," he started to protest. "I need to get some actual sleep," I said. "And since you're not interested in doing what you obviously need to do to stop waking both of us up every single night with screaming fits, then I'm going to start sleeping in the guest room until you do." I turned and walked out, leaving Brandon sitting there with an open jaw. I was just starting to climb into the bed in my former room when I heard his heavy footsteps shuffling across the hall. The bedroom door banged open, and his wide shoulders filled the frame, naked except for his briefs. With his blonde waves ruffled from disturbed sleep, he looked like some kind of deranged Viking, a very, very sexy Viking. Unfortunately, I wasn't interested in anything else but sleep. "What?" I spat from the bed. "Do you want me to stay awake?" "What the hell, Skylar?" Brandon demanded. "You wake me up just to walk out on me? You said you weren't going to run anymore." "I'm not running. I'm in the next fucking room." "You belong in our room." "I woke you up to make you confront your problem." "I don't have a problem. And since you won't do that, I need some fucking sleep." Brandon slammed both of his palms into the doorframe and growled. "God damn it!" he shouted. "Why do you always have to be so damn difficult?" I looked at him like he was absolutely crazy, which in that moment he was. "I'm the one who's difficult?" I retorted, flinging back the covers so I could stalk toward him. We bristled, nose to nose, despite the fact that he stood almost a foot taller than me. Christ, I thought to myself, inwardly smirking at the fact that my new priest probably wouldn't like me thinking that way. We really were like magnets. "I'm not the one who is living in a fucking ocean of my own denial," I said through my teeth. "Are you kidding me?" he said. "Who convinced herself that a guy trying to do every fucking thing he could think of to love and protect her was some kind of scumbag?" "Still," I seethed, I'm here now. I'm present. I got down on my knees in a room full of people and asked you to marry me, for Christ's sake. I'm the one converting to a religion I don't believe in for you. I'm seeing a therapist and owning the shit that's happened to me. Is that what you call denial? To his credit, he said nothing as I rushed on. I am not the one who is waking up nightly in cold sweats with bad dreams I refuse to talk about. I am not the one who thinks he has to be everything for everyone all the fucking time and is driving himself crazy doing it. I'm not crazy, Red. Well, you're getting close, I yelled. If I'm going through all of this to fix myself for you, then the least you could do is see a therapist to fix whatever shit is going on in your head. You clearly have some kind of PTSD from your childhood, and something is triggering it, and I don't need to be fixed, Brandon roared, so loudly that I jumped back. Silence fell over us, the sounds of our breaths heaving filling the small room. Brandon's naked pecs tensed and bulged in the moonlight that striped through the blinds, making him look almost tiger-like. His eyes, which seemed to glow extraterrestrially, skimmed over my body, which was scantily clad in just a light camisole and underwear. Oh, no you don't, I said, scrambling backward and around the other side of the bed. Come on, Red, he taunted in a low voice that had me half turned on, half terrified. You want a little crazy, baby? He crawled over the bed, moving his shoulders up and down like the big cat he resembled, and a split second later, he had me cornered against the cold glass of the picture window. I shook my head vigorously, although I couldn't fully look away. There was nowhere for me to go. Come on, he purred, as he leaned down and drew his nose up the side of my neck. His hot breath caused goose pimples to rise there, and he grazed the edges of his teeth over my artery, like he was a predator getting ready to kill his prey. Please, I whimpered, although now I wasn't sure what for. Please what, Red? Brandon rumbled against the delicate skin. He bit down lightly. God, you taste good. You always taste so damn good. As my chest heaved, my breasts tested the confines of the camisole. Brandon looked me over, a smile playing across his lips as he zeroed in on my nipples, visibly hardened through the thin cotton. With a light touch, he pulled one strap of the camisole over one shoulder, then followed on the other side. Then he hooked a finger in the center of my shirt and tugged until both breasts bobbed over the material, naked in the light. His finger drifted downward, also hooking on the edge of my underwear, and pulled enough so that it eventually slid down my legs of its own accord. Brandon slipped his finger in between my legs, toying with the delicate skin there. I shifted, and his finger entered me. You're always so wet for me, he murmured, as he gently pushed it in and out. I murmured, arching my back lightly against the glass. I could barely speak when he touched me like this. With his other hand, Brandon palmed my right breast, then gently dragged all 5 fingers over my flesh until they closed over my nipple. He pulled on the sensitive nub while his thumb found a slightly more insistent rhythm. I couldn't do anything but watch. You get so turned on by me, don't you, baby? Brandon asked in a low, husky voice. I said, my eyes falling closed as his hand switched to play with my other breast. I do. Do you want me to make you come, Skylar? He asked. Yes, I said as I arched backward again, my hips rocking into his hand as if of their own volition. As the pressure mounted and I started to approach my edge, he stopped, holding his fingers still within me. Sss, I hissed. Don't stop. Brandon chuckled, but obediently moved his hand back to what it was doing before. Just as I was about to explode, he stopped again, much to my bitter disappointment. What kind of game was this? As he continued to tease me, pulling away just as the sensations really started to mount, he held me firmly in his grasp. I couldn't think of anything else. God damn it, I spat between gritted teeth. Don't do that! Makes you mad, doesn't it, baby? Go ahead. He taunted me, pulling his hand away yet again and sliding it back, over and over again. Then he pulled his hand out, and in a few sudden movements, lifted me up and pulled me on top of him on the bed. He started to rock his hips, creating delicious friction between us. "Still mad?" he asked as he moved. I rocked into him and moaned, unable to speak coherently. Then, just like before, he stopped. "Hey!" I cried out as my eyes flashed open. I said, "Stop that!" "Slap me for it. You'll feel better and so will I." I looked down at him, unsure. What? He wanted me to do what? He started to move against me again from below, never entering but continuing that delicious friction. His thumb found my clit, bringing me once again to the point where I was starting to vibrate with the need to come. Then, just like before, he stopped moving, and his thumb disappeared. "Please," I gritted out, my hips jerking against him. "Stop!" "No." His movements began again, harder this time as he rocked into me, as he pinched that sensitive bundle of nerves. I started to moan, feeling my body tensing up, prepared to fall over that familiar cliff. Then his hand pulled away one last time, and hips froze. "Stop!" I yelped, reaching a hand back and smacking him across the face, before I knew what I was doing. The sound echoed through the room. I sat there, stone still, staring at him in shock over what I had just done. "Oh shit, I'm sorry," I blurted out. I reached out tentatively to touch the angry red handprint left across his cheek. "Don't be." Brandon grinned up at me devilishly. "I wanted you to." Both hands lifted my hips, then pulled me back down onto his erection, which, if it was any indication, showed just how much he wanted that slap. He slid into me easily, and my eyes closed in ecstasy as my body finally got what it wanted. Home. The word echoed through my brain, my heart at the feel of him. Home. Jesus, God, you feel good, Skylar. Brandon's eyes closed in bliss as he rocked into me. They opened, even brighter than before. "Do it again," he ordered. I eyed him curiously, and after a moment, I reached my hands back again and brought my palm to his cheek weakly. "Not like that," he barked. "Come on, Red. I thought you could give as good as you got." I frowned, even as he pushed his hips upward in a way that forced me to close my eyes. "Do it," he ordered again. His voice was steel. And once again, I wanted to fight with him just as much as he wanted to fight with me. I swung my hand back again, and this time I didn't hold back as I brought it hard enough against his cheek that I left another bright red mark on his ruddy skin. "God!" he cried in obvious pleasure. He moaned and slipped his hand again to my clit, where he continued the torture he had started at the beginning. Soon I was moaning right along with him, mirroring that sweet rhythm he maintained with his hips. His fingers quickened between us, and he thrust into me hard, forcing me to feel his entire length, as far as it could go. He continued to drive me higher, his other hand holding my hips tight, as I started to lose my ability to focus and sit straight up. Those skillful fingers drove me up to that high all over again, but slowed once more. My head was in a tizzy of all-consuming frustration and desire. I couldn't take much more of this. The pressure of his thumb increased, and he jerked his hips to pound into me. I felt that heat inside me continue to rise until suddenly he reached up and swiftly brought his hand across my cheek, its mild sting sending me off and shattering on top of him, as if I myself had split into a million pieces. "Fuck!" he cried out, his own release, along with mine, grabbing my hips roughly to prevent me from collapsing and ramming even deeper into me from below. "That's right. Take it, baby. God, Skylar. Fuck!" He pulled me down to collapse on his chest, slick with exertion and heaving with deep breaths that matched my own. The world felt hazy, as if it were spinning around me in that way that only comes from an intense orgasm. "Holy shit," I said through shallow breaths. "That was—" "Yeah," he agreed, struggling to regain his own breath. He turned his head into my hair and inhaled. "Wicked good," he said as his lips drifted over my forehead, my cheeks, feathering over my lips. "Good girl." The effect of the two words were instantaneous. My eyes popped open, and my entire body tensed. "No, I said clearly as I pushed off him and scooted a solid 2 feet away from him. He just watched me, completely dumbfounded. "Brandon," I said, this time careful not to meet his eyes. Frantically, I pulled my shirt back up and the sheets around my lower body. "Please, if you love me, you won't do this again. You won't use me like a Band-Aid for whatever it is you're struggling with. You won't manipulate me like that." He froze. I exhaled, grateful that something I had said had finally broken through, even though the guilt clearly written over his handsome features hurt me too. He sighed, long and low. "Is that what you think I was doing?" "Isn't it?" The seconds fell like rocks between us, but in the end, he nodded. "Shit," he said as he covered his face with a pillow. "Shit." Then he pulled the pillow away as something occurred to him. "Is that why you're doing this conversion thing?" he asked in a low voice. "Trying to fix yourself for me?" I waited a beat, then answered, "What else?" "Skylar, I told you. We're past it. You don't need to change anything for me, baby. Fuck, I don't want you to change for me." "It's fine," I said. "I offered to do it, didn't I? In a manner of speaking, it's one way to atone for the mistakes I've made." Brandon snorted. "That's a very Catholic thing to say. You sure you actually need to convert?" I rolled my eyes, even though he couldn't see me well in the dark. Brandon sighed, his breath causing the skin behind my ear to warm. I scooted back toward him, wanting to let him know that he wasn't alone. I wasn't angry. I had made my choice, as much as I didn't really like it, but I needed him to choose us, too. Brandon hugged me close. "I love you," he murmured into my hair. I relaxed a bit more into him, although not completely. "Good," I whispered. He kissed my shoulder, tightened his arms again, and didn't let go. Chapter 23. Brandon left early the next week for meetings in Washington and L.A. He was getting tired of traveling so much, but as he continued to negotiate selling his shares of ventures, I knew it was important to him that the company remain stable rather than simply going to the highest bidders. It was a long process and a time-consuming one. The day before, we had gone together to a small early morning mass at our local parish. It felt very strange to refer to a parish as part mine. Hope had arranged for a few photographers to be present, as I received the rite of acceptance as a catechumen, with Brandon acting as my smirking sponsor. It was a brief ceremony, with a few clearly wrote phrases welcoming me to the community spoken by Father Garrett, in which I was invited to stand in front of the parishioners and confirm my desire to join the church. That was the most mortifying part. Normally, Father Garrett told me, they would cluster the inquirers, as we were called, into groups at certain times of the year. But we were a special case, and so Brandon and I stood near the altar by ourselves, with a photographer from the Globe, clicking away as Brandon introduced me to the parish with his trademark charm. Afterward, Father Garrett began the brief script we had gone over in his office. "What do you ask of God's church?" he asked. I took the microphone from Brandon and recited the answer I had been taught. "I ask the church for baptism and to receive the word of God." I was then presented with a copy of the gospel, toward which I bowed my head. A few more pictures were taken, and after I sat through the mass, Brandon gave a brief interview with the Globe reporter. Then we went home. It hadn't taken long, maybe 15 minutes in all, but I walked out of the church feeling different, and not in an entirely good way. So by Monday, I was glad to be on my own to process things for a bit. Brandon had left me early in the golden morning light, giving me a flash of muscle while he covered me with his body, letting me know just how much he would miss me while he was gone. He had also given me another mission: call Margie and find us a new place to live. Considering all of the other things about my life that seemed out of my control, it was a task I was now willing to take on. We were both heartily sick of the cold-edged penthouse, and more eager than ever to find a place that felt like us. So, while I didn't have a lot of time to spend house hunting, I found myself spending my lunch hours paging through real estate sites, although without the slightest idea what I was looking for. Did we want a house or an apartment? In the center of the city or outside of it? Did Brandon want another massive house on the Commons or in Back Bay? Or would he be okay with something more modest? After a few days of looking, the process was starting to cause more stress than anything else. "What about this one?" Jane asked through my monitor on Wednesday. She was working from home on her computer, and it was nice to see my friend's face as I scrolled through listings with her. I clicked on the link and scowled at the modern construction out in Natick. Ugh, no. That place looks like a refrigerator. Well, it's environmentally friendly. Isn't that what you wanted? I sighed. Ideally, yes, but we can always make those changes after we buy. I don't want some place that looks like the inside of a laboratory. That's what we're trying to get away from. Well, what do you want? Jane asked for the millionth time. It was a question I hadn't been able to answer very well. I leaned my head onto my fist. Like the cape, I guess. It was the only answer I could come up with. I wasn't particularly interested in interior design, having never really had a place to decorate in the first place. I had lived in exactly 3 places my entire adult life. My grandmother's sagging brown house in Brooklyn, the university-issued apartment I'd shared with Jane through law school, and Eric's tiny place in the North End. Only the last had required me to actually furnish it, and even that was minimal and mostly second-hand. A far side from the essentially unlimited budget I was working with now. I didn't count the Ice Palace. The penthouse felt like a hotel, a lavish pit stop, and always would. I clicked aimlessly through other listings around the Boston area. There were so many unanswered questions that Brandon had laughed off as he left. When I'd asked about our price range, he had given me a look like I was crazy. When I'd asked about size, amenities, neighborhood, he had shrugged every time and said it was up to me. He just wanted a place where the 2 of us could be happy, he said. A place that felt like home. Whatever the hell that meant. "How about this?" Jane said. I clicked on the link she sent me, which took me to a picture of a sprawling ranch-style home on several acres of property in Newton. I scowled. "Ugh," I said. "Do I look like a soccer mom? That place is so cookie-cutter." "I give up," Jane said. "I have better things to do than get shot down for everything I send you." "Would you want to live in a house like this?" I retorted. "Of course not. But I'm not the one who's engaged to someone who basically wants to create his own version of Leave It to Beaver." I snorted. "Come on. Just because he wants a family doesn't mean Brandon is a 50s sitcom character." "Meh. You say potato," Jane replied. As I passed the mouse over a new listing on the map, a thumbnail photo of a house popped up. I froze, knuckle in my mouth. "Earth to Skylar. Did you get lockjaw? Seriously, Chickie, you look like you're about to start drooling on your keyboard." "Holy shit," I whispered as I clicked on the listing and started to page through the photos. "Sky?" Jane asked. "Do you hear me?" "Janie? I gotta go," I said. "I gotta call a realtor." 5 hours later, I was standing with Lucas in front of a gated property in Brookline. It was on the south side of the reservoir, and through the tall iron gates, I could see nothing but green grass and trees that blocked the house I knew was inside. "Looks like a nice place," Lucas said, although he was inspecting the mostly empty street like a mugger was about to pop out of one of the nicely trimmed hedges bordering the sidewalks. "Looks safe." I looked at him and smiled. Yes, it does. A silver Lexus glided around the corner and pulled into the driveway next to us. The window rolled down and a woman in a smart red suit popped her head out. "Are you Miss Chambers?" she asked with a curious glance at Lucas. I nodded. I'd given my mother's maiden name, thinking it would be better to give an alias to someone I didn't really know. "I am." She smiled, although I didn't miss the look up and down that clearly wondered about my age. "Yes, I'm young. Get over it." "I'm Shelley from Premier Properties. Well, get in, hun. I'll drive us inside." I turned to Lucas. "You'll wait here?" He gave a curt nod. "I'll stay in the car." After Shelley entered the code for the gates, we drove down a short driveway sheltered in a tunnel of massive oaks. The property wasn't actually as big as it seemed from outside the gates, but it was completely surrounded by a stone wall. Not something that I would have looked for otherwise, but which right now felt nicely secure. "You're Husband didn't want to come inside too? She asked as she drove. Oh no, that's just my bodyguard, I said as I took in the lawn dotted with several more trees. This place was basically a park. Shelley gave me a look that was even more curious. She started to gesture to the property around us as she steered us down the drive. So, this house sits on 3 solid acres. It includes the main house, a tennis court in the back, and a couple of outbuildings that have been converted into 2-bedroom cottages. Dad, I thought. Bobby. Brandon would be way too excited about the tennis court. There's a small orchard in the northeast corner with some apple and pear trees, if you like that sort of thing. She looked me up and down again, clearly guessing that I did not. 4-car garage and a circular driveway for any, social gatherings you might have here. There was that look again, the one that was clearly doubtful about my ability to enjoy that aspect of a home like this. I rolled my eyes and ignored her. I was going to have Margie find me a different realtor. Shelley parked in the driveway and we got out to look at the house. It was a gorgeous white colonial with black trim. It had 2 main stories, a basement, and a white wraparound porch. The second she opened the front door, I knew. This wasn't just any house. This was our house. Shelley guided me around a downstairs that was big but not too big, covered with dark wood flooring and matching trim that lined the baseboards, windows, and ceilings. The rooms ran into each other fluidly. Family room, sitting room, party-size kitchen, office. A solarium sat off the kitchen, looking out onto the aforementioned orchard, which was now heavy with late summer fruit. We wandered through the upstairs, which had 4 bedrooms, including a master suite with a large walk-in closet and an ensuite bathroom. The house wasn't as big as any of Brandon's properties, although it was still at least 3 times the size of my family's house in Brooklyn. The rooms were spacious and open, and there was plenty of space for guests or for my family to live or visit. I lingered in the solarium after I'd gone through the rest of the house, looking out at the trees off the back patio. I could so easily imagine Brandon and me in this space, sipping on morning tea and coffee, reading the news to each other, making love in the early morning light, where Bubby could make her famous dinners, or just put her feet up herself while Anna cooked. And maybe, I realized with a twinge, a few smaller feet might run around these floors as well one day. I turned around to Shelley, who was examining her nails at the kitchen counter, clearly ready to go. "It's beautiful," I said to her, and she nodded as if it were obvious. "I think we might take it." At that, Shelley perked up visibly. "We? You and your fiancé," I said, surprised by how the word thrilled me just then. Shelley's gaze flickered to the ring on my finger and she straightened. "I see. And you and your fiancé, you'll be able to put down enough for the property?" I turned back to the trees and smiled to myself. "Yes," I said. "I believe we would. Excuse me, I need to make a quick phone call before we leave." I stepped outside on the back porch and sat down on the steps to dial Brandon's cell. It was hot in Boston for late September, enough that I had shucked my suit jacket long ago and was sitting in just my pencil skirt and silk shell, but the lush greenery of the orchard made it feel relatively cool in the shade. "Hey, beautiful," he answered on the second ring. I closed my eyes against a breeze and relished the feeling his deep voice sent through me. Although I had wanted a few days to myself, I was more than ready for him to come home. "Hey," I said. "Sorry to bother you." "Not possible, Red," Brandon said, and I smiled again. "What's up?" I ran a finger over my knee. "I think I found our home." I was careful about my word choice. He would know what I meant by that. There was a pause. "Yeah?" His voice was low but slightly eager, like a kid who wasn't quite sure whether to believe that Santa Claus had actually shown up. "Yeah," I said just as quietly. I glanced around at the beautiful house and property. I wasn't quite sure it was real either. It's a house in Brookline, colonial craftsman style, gated on 3 acres, 4 bedrooms plus an office for you. There are also separate guest houses where Bubby and Dad could live or stay. Private, a few blocks away from the reservoir, it could be a great place. A great place to raise kids. My voice choked up a little at the end. It was a subject we had barely discussed, although I knew eventually it was something we both wanted. It would be painful for a while yet, but sitting here, I could see that future so clearly. It seemed more immediate than I'd ever thought. Brandon was quiet for a moment. It sounds amazing. It's more than that, I said. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like home, Brandon. It really does. More than any place I've ever been. More than even my family's house in Brooklyn. The house, I thought with a sinking feeling, I'd never go back to. Buy it. I gawked at the trees. What? It's not like your other places, Brandon. It's not super big or anything, and it needs some work on the inside. Don't you want to come back and see it for your... Just buy it, he interrupted. Call Margie today and have her put down an offer. She's done it for me before, she can do it again. Was he crazy? Brandon, I tried again. You haven't even seen the place. That's a major gamble to take sight unseen. You love it? I glanced back at the house, unable to keep myself from smiling. I do. Then just do it. I want to get out of that apartment as soon as possible. Besides, he paused. I trust you, Red. You're home to me. If it feels right to you, I'm going to love it. I already know. This time I couldn't stifle my grin at all. I turned my face up to the sun, letting it shine down onto me through the trees. Red, you there? In response, I giggled. For a moment, the world felt light. I want you to see it, I said. Brandon just laughed in response. The feeling was infectious. As soon as I get back, Red, he agreed. I can't wait to see our new home. Chapter 24. The next evening at work, I was watching the clock while I worked a motion for a new case. It wasn't because I was ready to go. Actually, it was the opposite. I was engrossed in work and time seemed to fly by. I had another lesson tonight with Father Garrett, which I was not looking forward to. I hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, but work had become a place of solace. As the news coverage of me and Brandon picked up, the main entrances to the apartment building and even Kiefer Knightley were hounded by reporters day after day. Lucas had been joined with a second security guard just to make sure I could enter the building safely, and my assistant had to vet several phone calls a day from reporters, as well as other people calling to tell me just what they thought about my life decisions. After being screamed at by a man in Bristol, Connecticut that I was a no-good whore who was going to burn in hell, I requested that Peter stop putting through calls that weren't scheduled beforehand. In that way, I newly appreciated being surrounded by lawyers who practiced confidentiality for a living and who quickly saw me as a co-worker, not a spectacle. The stark halls of the firm became a retreat from the trappings of my real life. A knock on my open office door pulled me out of the paperwork I was immersed in. Mail's in. I looked up and saw Kieran holding an envelope. She sat in one of the chairs facing my desk and handed it to me with a knowing look. What happened to Manny? Isn't this a bit of a demotion for you? I joked as I took the letter, but all humor died as I saw the return address. Board of Bar Examiners, Boston, Massachusetts. My heart gave a giant thump. Well, go on. Open it, and then I can congratulate you properly for dealing with all the shit you've been through recently and still managing to pass one of the hardest bar exams in the country. I reached eagerly for the letter opener on the desk. But no pressure, right? I took a deep breath. Well, let's see if I still have a job tomorrow. I ripped open the envelope and pulled out the seemingly benign slip of paper. Well, Kieran said, do I have to fire you? I scanned the paper, then looked up with a cheek-splitting grin. No, I passed. Good. I knew you would. I set the paper down and folded my hands over my mouth to hide the smile I couldn't quite stifle. This felt good. It felt damn good. It was the cherry on top of the Brookline house-shaped sundae that was this week. I didn't even care that I still had 2 hours with Father Garrett ahead of me. Nothing could take away this feeling. How are things at home? Kieran asked frankly. How's Brandon doing? Except that. And just like that, the good feeling melted away, and the room turned a few shades darker. I sighed. Yeah. You look tired, Kieran said bluntly. The nightmares are still happening, aren't they? I leaned back in my chair and folded my hands over my chest. We talked about it. But what? I tilted my head. You know Brandon. He's insanely busy and thinks therapists just make everything worse. I pursed my lips and sighed. I don't know what to do. He acts like it's no big deal, but it is. Kieran, I don't think he's gotten a decent night of sleep in almost 2 months. Not since the kidnapping. Kieran worried her red lip between her teeth a moment, and her otherwise perfectly smooth brow wrinkled slightly. I sighed. Okay, it's not just that. It's hard to explain. Rougher, somehow. Rougher? Kieran's alarm and surprise was clear. No, I said. Not like that. With me, he's great. We might be better in some ways than we ever were. I crinkled the empty envelope between my hands as I considered how to explain the slight changes I had noticed. So, last month, you know he got into a few bar fights and Corey threatened to quit. There's been nothing since, but he's losing weight. He goes on these 10-mile runs in the mornings instead of just 5. And yesterday, in a sparring session, he gave Harvey a black eye. I didn't mention the particularly physical sex from last weekend. I shook my head. They were all small changes, relatively speaking. But everything in my gut told me something inside Brandon was getting worse, not better, and I had no idea how to fix it. He used to get the nightmares when he was a kid, Kieran said once she had digested my words. I nodded. Yeah, Susan and Ray told me something like that. Kieran nodded. A social worker diagnosed him with an anxiety disorder, and several of the homes he stayed in drugged him pretty intensely at night to force him to sleep. That allowed some of the kids to torment him there, too. One kid even tried to suffocate him. Did you know that? My mouth fell open. No, I had no idea. Kieran pressed her lips together. It's why he's so against any kind of medication or therapy. And if you tell him I told you, I'll demote you to the mailroom. I held up my hands in mock surrender, although the news reeled through my head. Brandon's adamancy against being fixed now took on new meaning. My lips are sealed. How did you know? She gave me a look like I should have figured it out. Whose house do you think he was at when his mom was out on the streets looking for her next fix? I lived right across the hall. Sometimes we could hear him dreaming through the hallway, and we could definitely hear it when his dad was home. That fucker, Kieran trailed off, shaking her head, visibly angry. Well, anyway, no use thinking about that guy anymore. I gulped. What causes them? Do you know? Is it PTSD? It was the only thing I could think of that matched his symptoms, which I had Googled extensively. Kieran twisted her mouth, like she knew she wasn't supposed to be telling me any of this, but also knew she had to. Look, I'm no psychologist. I think PTSD is probably the closest thing to it, combined with the anxiety disorder. The fact that the nightmares started during the years of trauma probably complicates things a bit, but who knows? She paused, tapping a finger over the red slash of her mouth. I know his social worker told my mother it was likely triggered by neglect, which was, of course, the catalyst for all the shit he went through, plus a healthy dollop of survivor's guilt. Survivor's guilt? I asked. For what? For his mom, Kieran said, as if I should have already pieced that together myself. After she died, maybe even before, he found her smashed out of her mind more than once, probably thought she was dead when she wasn't. I shook my head, considering. He didn't speak a lot about his birth parents. He'd really only mentioned his mother a few times, episodes of his past he carried with him everywhere. After taking me to meet Ray, he had shared the conditions of his permanent housing with the Petersons when, at age 15, the courts had given him the choice between them and his mother, who had tried to regain custody. He had chosen the Petersons, and his mother had died the following week of a drug overdose. I killed my mother, he had told me, and my heart broke for him even as I said over and over again that it wasn't true. I knew that Brandon had gone through extensive counseling after that. It was a condition of being allowed to stay with the Petersons and attend MIT as a 16-year-old math whiz. Those years had been difficult and eventually led to his unhappy marriage, But he'd also been able to reinvent himself as one of Boston's great success stories. He didn't need to be fixed, as he told me. He'd already fixed himself. Except that clearly he hadn't. Some things had resurfaced, and I wasn't entirely sure why. "I have a theory," Kieran said casually as she stood up. "I think it's the hospitals that started it again." I looked up, torn out of my thoughts. Hospitals? Kieran twisted her lips, as if she was meditating on the idea for a moment. "I think about the worst things that have happened to Brandon," she says, "and he always ended up in a hospital, riding with his mom in an ambulance one too many times, a social worker finding him after his dad broke his leg." I cringed. I hadn't known about that either. "His mother dying there," Kieran continued. She looked pointedly at me. "Your dad? Yeah, he told me about that. And then you, of course." I stared at her with my mouth open as I followed her epiphany. "Those days you were out in the hospital, he was not good," Kieran said. Then she shrugged. "It's just a theory, but one thing's for sure. The nightmares didn't stop until he was out of a stressful environment and seeing a good therapist. Once he was around people he knew weren't going anywhere anytime soon." She looked straight at me, her dark, prickly gaze piercing through me the way only Kieran's could. "Do you remember what I said about him all those months ago?" I nodded. Kieran had been one of the first people to support me in Brandon, but she was also the first to warn me, too. "He's complicated," she'd said, back when we'd first gotten involved. "He doesn't need more of that in his life." Except I'd brought plenty more of that. Between my father's criminal problems and the fact that up until just recently, I'd technically been an extramarital affair, I had been nothing but one big complication for Brandon. The thought made me wilt. "Skylar!" Kieran's voice was sharp. I looked up. "I can see you wallowing," she said. "But what's going on with Brandon right now? Not your fault. But everyone has complicated lives," she said as she crossed her arms. "I wasn't trying to imply that yours were inordinately bad. The reality is, Brandon has a tendency to make things even more complicated than they have to be. No one forced him to run for mayor, for Christ's sake. Just like no one forced him to own 2 companies instead of 1, stay married to Miranda for 15 years, or make payments to a weird gangster. He does this to himself. You don't have to blame yourself." I tapped my pencil on the desktop, but didn't answer. She had a point, although I still thought it was a bit unfair to Brandon. "Okay," I said, wondering what I was supposed to do with this information. "Sure, I guess so." "Good," Kieran said. "Maybe the best thing for you two to be thinking about is how to simplify, how to put down roots a bit more." And with that, Kieran clapped her hands on the arms of the chair and stood up. "Get out of here early, will you? Go home and celebrate, but don't get too drunk. Starting tomorrow, you're a real lawyer." I was left there, still grinning and holding the paper in my hand. I had passed. I knew I would, but I was surprised by just how good the knowledge felt. My life had somehow become a stranger to me in the last several months, full of so many changes, good and bad. This was a reminder of what had been important to me before Brandon, before my life had gotten so swept up in his. The paper rustled under my fingers, material and real. I smirked. Kieran had said to celebrate, and that was exactly what I was going to do. After spending 2 hours with Father Garrett talking about the concept of absolution, I had desperately needed a drink and was thrilled to find that Eric, Sherry, and Steve wanted to celebrate their own exam results. It had been way too long since I'd taken a moment to enjoy the fact that I was still only 26, almost 27, that my life, despite all the recent pressures, was still relatively wide open. 20 minutes later, I was sipping on a whiskey soda, flipping through a deposition while I waited for my friends. "Hey, Cross," Eric said, interrupting my train of thought as he dumped his briefcase into the booth and hung his suit jacket on the hooks mounted next to us. I watched behind him as Steve and Sherry jostled into the pub, clearly bickering about something while Steve kept reaching behind Sherry to tap her shoulder. Eric followed my gaze. "Oh, those two." he said with a disdainful roll of his eyes. "Don't even get me started. They just reported their relationship to HR last week, and it's fucking nauseating." "Really?" I said with interest as they approached. A year ago, Steve had been trying his damnedest to get me on a date with him. I was frankly surprised he could keep something going for more than a few weeks. "Hey, Crosby," Steve said as he threw a thin arm around Sherry. "How you been? You're looking good these days, even better than when we worked together." I didn't answer since Sherry quickly threw an elbow into Steve's gut. "Drinks," she said shortly as he stood back up, fixing his horn-rimmed glasses. "Now." "My lady," Steve said, mimicking a bow before he grabbed her around the waist for a sloppy kiss. Then they both hoofed it to the bar. "See what I mean?" Eric said. "Nauseating." I chuckled. "Well, not everyone has what you and Jane have," I joked, then cringed at my misspeak. "Yeah, I probably shouldn't have brought that up." "Jane," Eric repeated glumly. I rubbed his shoulders sympathetically. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything." He shrugged and folded his hands over the table. "I'm guessing she probably told you about the lingerie she found in my room." "In your bed, I think it was," I corrected him, earning a slightly dirty look. "Fine," Eric bit out. "It looked bad, I'll admit that." "Okay, it was bad, but in my defense, we were broken up until about 15 minutes after she showed up, and we never said we were going to be exclusive to begin with. I tried to do that, and she dumped me." "You couldn't have at least changed the sheets before she got in them?" "I had to work late the night before, and I forgot, all right?" Eric looked up at the ceiling and sighed. "You know what our hours are like, Cross, and so does Jane. It was an honest mistake. Plus, you know Jane. She can be really insistent." I blanched and Eric had the decency to blush. "You never brought girls back to the apartment before, Jane," I pointed out. "What gives there?" Eric just took a long swig of his beer. "I miss her," he mumbled over the rim. "What?" He sighed and set the bottle back on the table. "I miss her, okay? I was lonely that night and I miss... Jesus, I can't believe I'm talking about this to you. I miss holding someone when I go to sleep. Jane. I miss falling asleep with Jane. So I invited a girl back so I wouldn't be alone, except she left a pair of microscopic underpants in my sheets, and in my stupidity, I forgot they were there at all, and now I've fucked up the best thing that's ever happened to me. Fuck." He fell forward, clasped his head in his hands, and groaned. I reached out and patted him on the back. "Hey," I said, "it was a dumb mistake, but I bet she'll forgive you. If it's any consolation, I'm pretty sure she misses you too." Eric peered at me between his fingers. "You think so?" I shrugged. "I am her best friend. I have a pretty good hunch about these things." He screwed his face up into a knot. "She just makes me so fucking crazy. You know that? When she's here, things are great. They're more than great, they're..." "Perfect?" I suggested. He nodded hopelessly. "But when she's gone, it's like I don't exist. This was the first time I ever saw that she actually cared about whatever it is we're doing, and now she won't take my calls. Nothing. It's like I don't exist. She's totally ghosting me." I frowned and took a sip of my drink. "Well, I know for a fact she cares. She wouldn't have been so pissed if she didn't." I perked up. "Hey, she'll be at the engagement party. You can talk to her then." Eric raised a skeptical brow. "Really? You think that's the best idea? I know we're friends and all, but Jane's your maid of honor. I won't be offended if I'm not invited." I frowned. "Stop it. Of course you're coming. Plus, the wedding planner rented out a private room at the Martin. Networking central, my friend. Plus, Jane will have nowhere to run." Eric said. "We'll see." Then he changed the subject. "So, things between you and Sterling, they're good now?" I rolled my eyes at him. "You've seen the guy half naked, Eric. You can call him Brandon." No. He's my boss. He's not Brandon until I make full partner or he's done with the firm." "Well, we're good," I said, considering. Eric grimaced. "Yeah, you guys have had a time, but he's okay with, you know." He didn't want to say it, but I knew what he meant. Eric had been present when Brandon had learned about the abortion, and had also watched when he'd pushed me away. "Yeah," I said. "Mostly. It'll just take time. Luckily, he's got the campaign and divestitures to keep him plenty occupied." "It's funny," Eric said. I heard about all that, so I was surprised that he's not selling his shares at Sterling Grove yet. I frowned. This was news to me. As far as I knew, Brandon had been very busy negotiating his exits from both of his companies so that he could run for office free of any ethical problems. Oh, wait, what? Do you think he's having a hard time finding buyers for his stake? Eric shook his head adamantly. It's not that. The senior partners were all pissed about it at the staff meeting. I guess a few of them had their eyes on his stake. Huh. It was the first sign I'd seen that Brandon was becoming less and less passionate about his campaign. A part of me was starting to wonder if the stresses associated with public life were getting to him as much as everything else. I'm going to tell her I love her, and that's it, Eric said, pulling me out of my thoughts as he slammed his empty pint glass on the table. Stubborn woman's got to listen at some point. We're in love. She loves me. I know she does. There's got to be a way to figure this shit out. I gave him a wry smile. Eric in love was sort of adorable. Half confused, half determined. It was a far cry from his usually stoic persona. Mazel tov, friend, I said, and he gave me a weird look. Jesus Christ, Cross, he said with an amused shake of the head. You're going to make the worst damn Catholic. Filled as I was with 2 whiskey sodas and no longer thinking about the massive catechism book tucked away in my bag, I just raised my glass and shrugged. Hey, we're New Yorkers, I said. If there's anyone who can make Jewish Catholic work, it's us. Chapter 25. I arrived back at the apartment to the sound of the Red Sox game on the flat screen. Brandon's luggage was still sitting in the foyer, and the remains of a burger and fries were on the table. I grinned. Brandon was home early. The man himself strode out of the bedrooms, shoes off, tie undone, and his light blue dress shirt untucked and unbuttoned to reveal the stepladder of muscle he and his trainer maintained so exquisitely. He was clearly coming in to check on the score, but the game basically disappeared when he caught sight of me. Hey! Brandon veered around the couch and made a beeline for me. His immediate grin was contagious, as was his laugh as he hoisted me up in a full-bodied kiss, dangling my feet off the ground. You're home early, I mumbled into his lips as he finally stopped for breath. I had the plane on standby. He continued to pepper kisses all over my face. I laughed, and finally, he set me down. We finished early, he said, watching curiously as I played with the ends of his tie. One blonde brow quirked at the movement. It's done. What's done? I murmured, transfixed by the play of his tie and the way his stomach muscles tensed at the movement. It had been 5 days since I'd seen him. It felt more like 5 months. Ventures. I'm out. I let the silk drop against his torso and looked up. You mean the Jackson-Anderson deal? Brandon sighed and nodded. Yep. Anderson finally signed the papers. There's going to be a transitional period. The guy micromanages like you wouldn't believe. Seriously, what a control freak. Do you have any idea how annoying it is to be talked to like an idiot by someone 10 years younger than me? I smirked. Must have been like looking in the mirror. I've seen photos. You guys could be brothers. In return, I just got a withering look. I chuckled. Anyway, Brandon continued, he's a decent guy underneath it all. You could tell by the way he looks at his fiancée. Sheesh, babe. You think I'm bad? Lexi has that guy totally whipped. He grinned. You'd probably like her, come to think of it. Then he sighed again. Anyway, he won't tear the company up, so there won't be a slaughter when Ventures is absorbed. People will still keep their jobs. He wrapped both of his hands around his neck, looking over my shoulder at the view of the city below us. It's the end. There was something in his voice I couldn't quite place. A nostalgia, maybe, but also a relief. Ventures had been Brandon's baby, but in a way, I knew he wasn't as attached to it as Sterling Grove. The investment group had been born out of the firm he'd inherited from his deceased father-in-law, Stan Keith. He'd come to it by way of his marriage to Miranda. He'd dissolved the hedge fund after Stan had passed and willed him the shares, and then used the capital to start his own investment firm, which had become one of the most successful in the Northeast. No small feat when he wasn't in New York. His accomplishments with ventures had been consuming and worth his pride, but it was the last connection he had to Miranda and her family, even if only from that history. "Are you okay?" I asked as I reached up to turn his face back to mine. The melancholy look transformed again to something sweeter. His blue eyes shined with love, and my insides warmed. "Yeah," he said as he kissed me again. "I'm good. Now I guess I have no excuses but to give everything I have to the campaign. Corey's going to be thrilled." At the mention of Corey, the warmth in my chest faded, and I turned back to the kitchen to get some water. But apparently I didn't turn away fast enough. "What's that look for?" I turned around from the other side of the counter, plastering what I hoped to be a pleasant smile on my face. "What look?" Brandon feigned terror. "Red? You look like a serial killer with that smile. Seriously, baby. Why do you even try to fake it with me?" Immediately, the smile turned genuine, and I followed Brandon to the couch. He flipped off the volume of the Sox game and faced me, taking my hand in his. "What's going on?" he asked. "Just tell me." I took a deep breath as I thought over the conversation I'd had with Kieran, and then with Eric. "Be honest," Eric had said. And he and Jane were both right. Brandon's and my problems really came from not being totally honest with each other. "Sometimes," I said stiltedly, "sometimes I miss just being me, just being Skylar, who studies, who works, who goes to the bar with my friends, who doesn't have to have security or press following her around." Brandon opened his mouth, but I rushed in, eager to dispel the sudden doubt written so clearly across his face. "Don't think I want out of this, okay?" I said. "I don't. I might miss parts of my old life, Brandon, but I can't live without you. And I don't want to stop you from following your dreams. I stopped, trying to find the best way to state what I was thinking. I need a better balance. I need to find a way to live this life that makes it still mine. Do you understand that?" He stared at me for a minute and ran a hand back through his hair as he processed my words. But then, to my surprise, he smiled. A slow, sweet smile that told me the one thing my heart was yearning to hear. He understood. "I get it," he said softly. "Better than you know. Shit, There went that hand again, further rumpling his curls. "I remember what it was like, being swept up into this world. It's just been so long that I had forgotten. I'm sorry for that, Red. I should have known better." I shrugged, toying with the calloused pads of his fingertips. "It's not your fault. I need to speak up better. Maybe in a way that's not yelling at you in the middle of the night." "Or threatening to sleep in separate rooms?" Brandon clutched my fingers and I winced at the memory. "Don't run away, just tell me. I want you to be happy, Red." My heart sang with the simple statement. It was in these moments, not the big gestures, that I felt truly loved, when I was truly happy. "I want to slow down a little," I said. "I feel like we're hurtling through everything, on a timeline because of the trial, the press, the campaign, even us. I miss those days when we just enjoyed an afternoon together working on the couch or messing around Cambridge. And the idea of being a first lady?" I made a face. The phrase sounded so ridiculous. "I'm not going to lie. It scares me. Brandon, I know you say I won't have to give up anything for it, but babe, I already do. Lucas follows me around everywhere. People take pictures of me in the street." He didn't say anything for a moment. He knew, I thought, that there wasn't much he could do to make that better. Even after the trial, after there were no more threats coming out of New York, there would still be no more bouncing around neighborhoods or taking weekend drives on a whim, not as long as Brandon was in politics. The craze in Woodstock had shown us both that. Brandon sighed. "I'll make it better," he said, but his eyes were sad. "I don't know how, but I'll make it better." The sadness in his voice immediately had me scooting across the couch and into his arms. I buried my face against his chest, luxuriating in the feel of skin to skin. Brandon said nothing as he continued to stroke my hair. We stayed like that for several more minutes until eventually I reached over and turned the volume of the TV back on. The truth was out there. and there was no easy fix to the problem. But in the end, we'd find a solution. I had faith. Or so I kept telling myself. Much later, closer to morning than night, I woke up in the dark of the room where Brandon was still sleeping beside me. It was the first time in weeks that I had woken on my own, the fury of my thoughts jerking me out of sleep instead of Brandon's thrashing body. The curtains were still open, and the full moon outside was a spotlight on my face. After several minutes of tossing and turning, I decided to get up, leaving Brandon's sleeping form. I shut the thick doors of the bedrooms and the hallway entrance, and then wandered over to the baby grand piano that sat in front of the window, the moon shining down over it like a spotlight. I had played it several times in the last month, usually on Brandon's request. It had become one of our favorite pastimes in the evenings when we came home. He would grab a beer and look over campaign materials while I practiced. I took a seat on the black lacquered seat and pulled up the fallboard, drifting my fingers lazily over the keys. My body was still half asleep, and my hands felt slow, but soon the notes came fluidly. Chopin had always been one of my favorite composers. He tended to prefer minor keys, and the trills that required a feather-light touch on the keys reminded me of waterfalls, dipping in and out of crescendos and decrescendos. I moved through a few preludes, then a nocturne or two. But there was a piece I was dancing around, a favorite I knew I'd get to eventually. Brandon asked me once to play a song that reminded me of us. I'd chosen the Waltz in C minor, a famous piece that moved in between fast and slow cadences, between furious arpeggios and lilting walks. At the time, it reminded me of the way Brandon and I always seemed to stop and start, the way we fought and made up, the way our relationship either seemed to sprint or trip over itself. And despite the fact that he didn't have any musical training whatsoever, he's understood what I meant. That had been the night he'd first told me he loved me, had asked me to move in with him, the last night before everything in our lives went to hell. I was halfway through the piece before I knew I'd even started playing it. My hands flew up and down the keys, finding a moment, finally, to let out the angst, the pain, the hurt, the love that I kept so cooped up most of the time. I played as the music spoke for all of those unnameable emotions I'd kept locked inside. But soon my breathing turned hoarse as the angst of the music filled me. Soon I had to stop as I collapsed over the top of the keys to catch my breath against the lacquered wood. The long, painful breaths shook the cracked rib that still wasn't healed entirely, but I let them come, hoping that afterward I'd feel just a little bit lighter. "Why'd you stop?" The deep voice shook me out of my reverie, and I sat up with a start and another deep, concerted breath. What? I asked. Brandon stood a few feet from the piano, clearly having shuffled in after tossing in bed like he normally did. He was in nothing but his black boxer briefs, the moonlight casting shadows over his lean, muscled form. His hair was standing up on one side, but I didn't even notice. All I saw was the sharp worry in his eyes, even in the dark. He came to sit next to me on the piano bench and slid his fingers over the keys without making a sound. "That song," he said. "I remember that song." I sucked in another breath. You do?" He looked at me sadly and rubbed his hand over his cheek. "Of course I do, Skylar. You played that song for us. That's our song, baby." His memory made me cry. The stress that continued to build, the worry I always felt, came in a flood, and I broke down against his shoulder. "Shh," Brandon's voice crooned as he wrapped an arm around me. I hadn't realized just how intensely frustrated I was until I'd started to play, allowing the emotion in the music to fill the void I'd created in order to manage the chaos of my life. I don't know how. I couldn't get a full sentence out as sob after sob racked through my chest. Before I could try again, Brandon slipped one arm under my knees and another behind my back, lifting me easily off the piano bench and carrying me over to the couch. He sat down with me cradled in his lap, pressing me close enough so he could bury his face in my neck while his hand threaded into my hair. "Hush," he said through a cracked voice. I got you, baby. The sound of the familiar nickname only made me cry harder, enough that it took me a few moments to realize that Brandon's shoulders were shaking. He was crying too. What if... I hiccuped over my words. What if we don't know how to do anything but hurt each other? Hurt ourselves? There it was, my greatest fear, spoken aloud. I didn't want to believe it, but as complications continued to mount, a part of me wondered if we'd ever be able to get back to the simplicity that marked our best times together. We both came from dysfunctional families, both children of addicts, of people who didn't know how to love properly. It was like Kieran said, we did this to ourselves. What if we couldn't break that cycle? Brandon kept stroking my back, refusing to let me move while he kept his face buried in my neck. He was starting to shake slightly in my arms. Clearly my fears were not unfounded. As if of their own accord, my hands wove themselves into his hair and started to stroke him back, hoping to calm him. That's not us, he murmured finally into my hair. He hugged me even closer, refusing to let me go. The movement made my sore ribs hurt, but I didn't care. Nothing had ever felt as good as this, having him close again, and I clutched him just as tightly. We were buoys to each other in a storm of our own making. I had a dream, he whispered in my hair, another nightmare. But I heard the music, and it calmed me down. Slowly, we rocked each other through the darkness that threatened to consume us. That's not us, Brandon said again. That's not us. Eventually, we fell asleep again, entangled like that on the couch, and didn't wake up until the morning rays of sun blasted through the wide picture windows. I regained some faith that everything would work itself out if we just tried hard enough. But it wasn't until the next day, when I was back in my office at my own job, that I realized I'd forgotten to tell him that I'd passed the bar exam. Not for the first time. Another part of my life was being eclipsed by his. Chapter 26. 2 weeks later, David was driving us to the Martin, one of the fanciest restaurants in Boston. I'd been there once before with Brandon. For years, it had been his restaurant of choice to wine and dine clients, and he'd cultivated loyalty from its staff that all but ensured discretion. We were there to celebrate our engagement, which had just been announced to the press a few days before. Although I'd just wanted a small family party, if anything at all, Corey and Hope had both insisted it would be the perfect way to continue rolling out my rebranded personality to the public. So, a big fancy affair it was, complete with 100 of Brandon's closest friends who also happened to be campaign donors. I wiped my hands, which were damp and clammy, with a handkerchief and used it to blot my carefully made-up face. How do I look? I asked for what must have been the 10th time. Brandon, who was looking indecently good in a black suit and a robin's egg blue shirt that matched his eyes, looked over the sleek black cocktail dress that fit me like a glove. He growled like a cat, making me giggle. Good enough that I should probably avoid looking directly at you when we're talking to donors, he said with a cocky half-smile. You don't need to be nervous, Red. It's a party for us. And I'm the one asking for their money anyway, not you. I reached back to touch the simple ponytail that Mary, the stylist who had done me up for Brandon's announcement speech and who had since become a standard part of his entourage, had put together. My look was understated, but it was the first time I'd been styled for an event like this and felt like myself. From where he'd sat in the living room with the rest of Brandon's core team, Corey had taken one look at me when I'd come out of the bedroom and balked. She can't wear black, he'd protested. It's too boudoir. Mary, we're trying to get away from the dirty mistress thing, not shove it in their faces. Corey, Brandon had shouted from the bedroom where he was still getting dressed. Jane, who had flown in for the party and was enjoying an early glass of wine with Hope and Omar, had shaken her head with disgust and muttered something to herself about this guy. Mary, who had come out to retrieve a few more things to tend to Brandon, had just stared Corey down until he looked away, although his pinched expression remained. "Get over it," she'd said. "She's Carolyn Bessette, not Jackie Onassis." "Exactly," crowed Jane from her spot at the bar. Brandon had surprised me by flying her in for the weekend, sensing I might need some moral support at this thing. "Oh," Hope said approvingly from her spot next to Jane. "Yeah, I definitely see that. Good eye, Mary." Corey had opened and shut his mouth in a firm line but followed directions. Strangely enough, Mary seemed to be the only person in Brandon's entourage he didn't argue with. As much, anyway. As the Mercedes was stopped in traffic a few blocks away from the restaurant, I was shocked when I looked over and saw Brandon pulling a pack of cigarettes out of his jacket pocket. He had rolled down his window a bit and was in the process of bringing the lighter to the end of the cigarette when I finally found my voice. "What the hell are those?" He pulled the lighter away, looking at the cigarette and the lighter as if they had appeared in his hands by mistake. "What? You don't ever like a cigarette when you're nervous?" I frowned. "No, and you don't either." Brandon just quirked a brow. "Maybe I do and you just don't know it, Red. I have to keep some mystery in our relationship." I scowled, then glanced up as he was starting to light it again. "Hey," I said, once again interrupting his progress. "You're still going to smoke it?" Brandon turned in surprise, the unlit cigarette still hanging from his lips. I had to admit, it did make him look sexy in a cartoonish sort of way. "Don't," I tried. "Please. Look, I'm not judging if you need something to cope with all the stress you're under, but don't do that. Don't shove carcinogenic shit into your body. And besides, well..." Brandon quirked an eyebrow with a bit of amusement. "Besides what?" I blushed. "I like kissing you. Like, a lot, as you know. But I won't anymore if you start tasting like an ashtray." All traces of amusement were immediately wiped from Brandon's face. He looked down at the pack and lighter in his hands, then back at me. "Seriously?" I nodded. "Seriously. I've been with smokers. My dad's a smoker. It's gross." Brandon blinked for a second. Then, like lightning, he threw the cigarettes and lighter out the window. "Done," he said before taking my hand to tug me closer. "Now you better kiss me. I gotta have some way to relieve all this stress, Red." 10 minutes and a lot of stress relief later, I followed Brandon out of the car and into a barrage of flashbulbs. Hope had actually called the press to the event, and we'd been carefully prepped for the 30-second walk between the curb and the restaurant entrance. "Breathe," Brandon whispered as he took my hand. I was grateful for the anchor. With all the flashes in my eyes, I couldn't see a thing. I followed him down the red carpet the restaurant kept rolled out to the curb. It was that kind of place. "Mr. Sterling," called the reporters. "Miss Crosby, can you answer some questions for us?" "I could do a few," Brandon agreed amiably, as he steered us over to a cluster of reporters. He couldn't let go of my hand if he'd wanted to. I had it in a death grip. "You don't have to say anything," Hope had told me as Mary had put on the last touches of my makeup. "That's right, sweetheart. Just smile and look pretty," Corey had added in his characteristically acerbic way. I'd frowned at the time, resentful of the idea of being nothing more than a prop, but right now I was happy to stay silent. I was also happy that Mary had been hired to help me for the duration of the campaign. It was strange, but the mask of makeup and finery did help me feel more equipped to take on the press. "Andrew Davis, People magazine. Congratulations on the announcement, Mr. Sterling. How'd you pop the question?" Brandon glanced down at me and I shrugged. We'd talked about it before, and everyone had agreed that the actual story was too much. The song, the fact that I'd made a speech and asked him first. Corey had argued that it made me look desperate. Brandon had looked like he wanted to punch his manager in the face. But in the end, we agreed on a few facts from the night we could share. "It happened at my birthday party last month," he said with that cool politician smile I was starting to see more and more. "Spur of the moment. What can I say? When you know, you know." There was a chorus of hushed awes. "Gemma Drake, Boston Globe. Will Ms. Crosby be a regular fixture in the campaign now? Can we expect her to have some speaking engagements as well?" I glanced at Brandon again, but this time he didn't look down to check with me before speaking. Probably not too much. Skylar's a first-year associate, and we all know how hard they get worked. I barely see her as it is, so I don't want to share her too much with you guys." The reporters laughed along with him, and I marveled, not for the first time, at just how good Brandon was with the press after being coached extensively by Hope. Since the mishap in Woodstock, his photo op schedule had picked up considerably, and he was now a serious media darling. Even stranger was the way that I had become central to that dialogue. More than anything, they seemed to be obsessed with the way he loved me. I had also noticed, however, that the bruising on his knuckles continued as his workouts each morning grew more and more intense. I also knew that Mary was complaining about having to take in his pants because he had lost more weight. "Are you liking catechism classes, Skylar?" shouted another reporter. I looked into the flashes and did my best to smile, although I couldn't tell who had actually asked the question. Beside me, Brandon tensed. They're progressing well," I answered, saying no more. That was about all I could say without either lying or offending someone. Hope, it appeared, was a Machiavellian genius. She'd sent out a brief press release last week announcing the engagement and my conversion to Catholicism, and although the abortion had resurfaced somewhat, all of it had been reframed just as she'd said. I was now a sinner atoning for her mistakes, and people were eating it up. Too bad every time I went to another meeting with Father Garrett, I ended up feeling like I should go to confession just for the big lie I was undertaking. Did everyone who converted for love feel this way? "Last question, guys," Brandon said as he squeezed an arm around my shoulder. He bantered with the press for a few more minutes before guiding me inside the restaurant to where Hope, Corey, and Mary were both waiting for us in the lobby. "That went great," Hope said emphatically as Mary reached around Brandon with a lint roller. "They absolutely ate it up. Don't you think, Corey?" Mary moved to me with a smile, rearranging my hair slightly and helping me reapply my lipstick and powder my face. The only press inside the party was a photographer and a reporter from Vanity Fair, who were running a feature on Brandon's campaign. They had been following him around all week, and tonight our relationship was the focus. I needed to be camera-ready at all times. Yeah, it was fine," Corey said. "Try not to talk about her job so much. You make it sound like she's the one earning all the money. You basically cut off your own balls that way." I frowned, and Brandon rolled his eyes. Corey had mostly dropped the annoying nicknames after I'd officially become Brandon's fiancé, but he still had a problem referring to me by my name. "Also, we need to work on this one's smile, Hope," he continued. "She looks like she's getting a root canal every time she looks into the camera." My scowl deepened. "It's really hard to see." Corey didn't even look at me, busy as he was checking the photos that were already being uploaded to local gossip sites. "Overall, it's looking good," he said. "They're fucking eating it up." "I'll say, Mary's a genius," Hope said, as she looked over his shoulder. "Check that out. Camelot returns." She slapped her hands together and did a little victory dance. When everyone stared at her like she was crazy, she stopped. "No one else gets that? You two were just compared to the Kennedys. Did I call it or did I call it? In Massachusetts, you can't do better than that." Brandon grinned at the news, and I tried to return his smile. It wasn't too hard. His joy, no matter what, was always contagious. But still, it wasn't something I would normally be that excited about. After all, the Kennedys ended in tragedy, didn't they? "Well, let's get in there," Corey said. "You've got donors to woo, buddy, and everyone's going to get nice and drunk to help you celebrate the love of the century." His voice sounded about as sarcastic as it could, but Brandon just took my hand and pressed his lips to my knuckles. "Come on," he said with a look that finally made me smile for real. "Let's go celebrate." 2 hours and 2 glasses of champagne later, Corey was holding us to a strict 1 drink per hour limit. My cheeks hurt. Brandon and I had completely circled the room and done our best to charm as many of the moneyed residents of New England as possible. It wasn't difficult, for Brandon anyway, since he had already been a part of these circles for a long time. But if I had to hear one more time how charming it was that my father was a garbage collector, I was going to scream. I was able to get a moment alone with the people I actually knew. Bubby, Dad, Ray, and Susan, all entertained by Jane for the first part of the evening, had stayed long enough to give Brandon and me their kisses and congratulations. But once the photographer had started snapping pictures, they made their excuses to get out of Dodge. Bubby, only once I'd promised to let her make dinner for all of us sometime soon. "We should come together as a family," she said with a kiss to my cheek. "Have a real celebration." I couldn't agree more. Now I stood in a room full of strangers, most of whom had finally had enough to drink, to stop staring at me like I was a circus animal. "How you doing, Cross? You look like you're about to make a break for it." I turned to find Eric standing next to me with 2 drinks in his hand. He held out one of the glasses to me. "Thought you could use this. Looks like they have you on a pretty tight leash." "Oh, you saint," I said as I accepted a whiskey soda and took a hefty drink as I scanned the crowd for Corey. "All I've been allowed are 2 glasses of champagne. Hope doesn't want my face to turn red from the alcohol." Eric chuckled and took a sip of his own drink. "You renegade, you. So, I hear conversion classes seem to be going well. It's all over the papers. Your profile in People looked particularly angelic." I gave him a dirty look, and Eric laughed again. "How's Jane?" I asked sweetly. Eric's smirk morphed into a frown of his own as we both found my friend across the room, flirting obviously with one of the waitstaff. "Really? You had to go there?" I shrugged. "Eye for an eye, my friend." I nudged him in the shoulder. "Does it matter? I saw you getting cozy with Anna a little bit ago. Now, I thought you didn't do sloppy seconds, even if they were your own." "Yeah, well..." Eric trailed off on the pretense of taking another long sip of his drink, his eyes immediately searching out my best friend again. "Things change," he finally said. "It's time to grow up." "That's all then? You and Jane are done?" But he didn't answer. We lapsed into silence, watching the crowd. Brandon was cornered by 3 donors, all vying for his attention while Corey hovered like a gnat. On the other side of the room, I could see the only remaining guests who weren't lawyers or invited by the campaign team, hovering together in a semicircle. The members of Brandon's household staff, David, Anna, and Harvey, his trainer. Anna caught Eric and me watching them, and gave Eric a coquettish little wave. She looked a far sight from the housekeeper I normally saw in jeans and a t-shirt, dressed in an almost indecently tight red dress. Her wild curly hair piled on top of her head, she was the personification of sex, and if the way Eric was shifting uncomfortably beside me was any indication, he thought so too. Eric smiled that particular grin that transformed his face from average and a little grumpy into something that got him more tail than any guy in Boston. Anna suddenly looked like she'd just witnessed a peep show, and I felt like a very uncomfortable voyeur watching them trading glances. Across the room, Jane clearly noticed them too and stiffened visibly, even with her hand on the waiter's shoulder. "Excuse me," Eric said as he pushed off the wall. He straightened his tie and strode back into the party with a clear objective in every step. "Oh well," I murmured to myself after I downed the rest of my drink. Better get back to it. Another hour later, I desperately needed to stop smiling. So, after visiting the bathroom, I decided to take a breather on the balcony that jutted out over the restaurant's patio seating and looked out to the Boston harbor. Unfortunately, I pushed aside the thick curtains dividing the balcony from the event room to find it was already occupied. "I'm just saying, you don't have to fucking do it in front of me," Jane was shouting. "If you want to be a man whore, that's fine. You're going to do it anyway. But I don't need to see you rubbing your dick on every woman at the party." "You're kidding, right?" Eric paced around the balcony, yanking furiously at his shirt collar. "When I had to watch you practically molest one of the caterers? That guy's going to be in therapy for years because of what you did to him behind the drink cart." Guys," I ventured, raising a hand and letting the curtains shut behind me. But both of them were too steamed up to even notice my presence. "Don't be jealous just because you lost your fucking mojo and I still have mine," Jane snapped. Is that why you're so jealous, Jane? Well, I don't know why else you'd need to fuck half of Boston, unless you were compensating for something. Jane cast a downward glance toward Eric's crotch, which made him turn bright red. Then he quirked one eyebrow and gave her a look in response. Guys, I started again, but they just kept going. I never heard you complain, unless screaming my name loud enough to make the neighbors call the landlord counts. You would bring that up, Jane seethed. Jesus, do you have any class at all? It must have disappeared after hanging around you all summer. Or from the skanks molting in your bed, the kind who wear polyblend G-strings like the one I found, maybe? You better be careful, Petri dish. I hear syphilis is making a comeback in Boston. That's rich, coming from the get-around girl of the Eastern Seaboard, Eric retorted. When was the last time you got tested, Jane? Get-around girl? Who are you, the fucking Beach Boys? You gonna break into a 5-part harmony for us, Eric? It doesn't matter who I sound like. It just matters that it's true, Eric said in an even, nasty tone that made Jane's eyes bulge out of her sleek black frames. Fuck you and the mountain of your mommy's cash you rode in on. You golf-playing, Brooks Brothers wearing, popped collar fuckboy, Jane spat. You pretend you're nothing like those rich kids you grew up with, but when it really comes down to it, you're just like them. Don't get your way and you throw a fucking tantrum. You want a pacifier, you big fucking baby? I'm the one throwing a tantrum, Eric started to shout, although a glance back toward the party turned the last word into a squeak, as he recalled just how many of his senior colleagues were in the room. You're the one who plays hide-and-go-seek every time it gets hard, he gritted out, thrusting a finger toward Jane. I put my fucking heart on the line, and you stomped all over it with your combat boots. Now I'm moving on and you can't take it. So you have to throw a fit like a fucking toddler, not me. Eric, I started to put in, but he just held a palm up to silence me. Jane said nothing, just tipped her chin up slightly and clenched her jaw. It might have been the reflection of the moonlight off her glasses, but I swore her eyes were glistening. My jaw dropped in shock. My best friend never cried. The standoff between the two of them felt interminable, until finally Eric stepped back. Whatever, he muttered with a shake of his head. It's not like it ever mattered anyway. A zebra doesn't change its stripes. I should have known better than to ask the whore of Babylon to start acting like the Virgin Mary. With one last black look, he brushed angrily past us both. Nice comeback, fuckwad! Jane called after him, only to receive Eric's middle finger in response before he swept off the balcony. She turned back to me, trying and failing to mask the despair on her face. If he's going to insult me, it's not really going to land if he mixes metaphors. Have the decency to be creative at least. Oh, Janie. I cocked my head but didn't say anything more while I reached out to rub her shoulder. Jane took a few deep breaths, then ran her fingers under her glasses to pull moisture away from her eyes, careful not to smear her eyeliner. What can I do? I asked after a few moments. Jane looked at me and bared her teeth in a smile that looked more like a grimace. Nothing. It's okay, really, Jane. She shook her head, took a deep breath, then released it heavily. It's fine, she said. Nothing a hot cater waiter can't help me fix. But when she looked at me, there was pain in her dark brown eyes that made my heart twist. You mind if I leave a little early? I'd like to make use of that hotel room before I turn into a pumpkin. Of course, friend. I pulled her in for a hug, which she accepted stiffly before relaxing. Thanks, she said. Well, onward. Coffee before my flight tomorrow? I nodded. You got it. And with that, she left. Chapter 27. After Jane left, I turned back to the harbor, not quite ready to go back in. I leaned over the railing, looking down over the clamor of restaurant patrons and the twinkle of the water beyond them. The night air was cool, but not uncomfortable, especially after the heat of the party. I breathed in, enjoying the briny air. You look lonely out here by yourself. I turned around to find Julius Trout popping his white blonde head through the curtains. I smiled politely. I didn't want company, and certainly not his. But I also didn't want to offend Brandon's biggest donor. He was the kind of man who had entitlement ingrained in every cell of his body. The way he walked, the way he stuck out his lower lip as he perused people like cattle, and brushed his hands over his custom-made suit, fawning over himself with every touch. His sense of himself was clearly inflated, and substantiated only by his multi-billion-dollar empire. Trout came to stand next to me at the balcony, and we both looked out at the harbor in silence as he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and proceeded to light up. My nose twitched, irritated by the way the ash covered the breeze. "When I was a kid, my family used to live just over there," he said, making smoke scribble through the night as he gestured toward East Boston. "My father owned a housing complex. Used to be all Irish back then. Now it's filled with all those other types." I kept facing the harbor, not wanting to show my distaste for Trout's racism. I had met his kind before, the good old boys, who couldn't stand a changing, more diverse world. There were a lot of them in Boston. He smiled at me with a mouthful of capped teeth, and not for the first time that night. I stifled a cringe. "Bran's a lucky man," he said as he looked me over openly. I clenched my drink and tried to maintain my placid smile, hoping I didn't look too much like a serial killer. It wasn't the first time tonight that I had heard Brandon referred to by his shortened name. It hadn't escaped me that the only people who ever called Brandon Bran were people in this ridiculous, money-drenched world, with the exception of Ray. I wondered if that was something Miranda had adopted from his foster father, a word she thought signified fondness, when, considering Ray, it was likely more associated with his thirst for his charge's potential. "I can see what he sees in you," Trout continued, his gaze prodding over me. "Even if he was out of his mind choosing that ring. A girl like you should have the biggest rock his money could buy, not these pebbles. A diamond for a diamond." Trout took a long drag of his cigarette, wrapping his thick lips around the tube in a way that strongly made him look like the fish he was named for. His other hand crept down the railing, like I was somehow divorced from my own body. I watched as he gently stroked his thumb up and down my forearm. "You know, I just gave Bran's campaign $100,000, he said before taking another pull of his cigarette. "Not a lot of men can do that." "They certainly can't," I said, as I was finally able to make limbs obey my thoughts. I pulled my hand away carefully and gave Trout a thin smile before tipping down the rest of my drink. Shit, wrong move, I thought as the alcohol immediately flew to my head. I really hadn't eaten enough tonight. "I know Brandon really appreciates it." I tried again. "Does he?" Trout took one last drag on his cigarette, then tossed it carefully to the ground. He stomped it out with his shoe, then kicked it through the rungs in the railing to the patio below. There was no obvious reason for kicking a cigarette butt down to where people were eating, other than he just could. It took everything I had not to say anything. But before I could take another tack, Trout took a step toward me, then another. I found myself being backed up to the railing, caught in the looming shadow of his jowly, leering figure. What the fuck is happening? Is all I could think, over and over again. "You're very beautiful," he said as he reached out to trace a finger around my jaw. I shuddered. "And the truth is, I've never been very good about stopping myself with beautiful women." As if he'd just confessed a mild weakness for chocolate instead of a penchant for sexual assault, Trout shrugged. Suddenly terrified, I looked over his shoulder. All I could see was Msina. Trout's thick lips were Msina's thick lips, and his slimy touch echoed Msina's. My limbs froze and my skin crawled. It was like I couldn't move. "Breathe," I could hear my therapist saying. "But how?" "I should really get back to the party," I said, finally finding my voice. But as I tried to shift out of his way, his hand clamped around my wrist like a vice. "Just a moment, Skylar," he said. "What a beautiful name, really. We were just getting to know each other." "Mr. Trout, Julius, please," Mr. Trout, I said again as I tried to tug my hand away, to no avail. I really should be getting back. I couldn't even finish my sentence before I was pushed up against the wall and a long slimy tongue was being shoved down my throat in spite of the way I banged my fists on his shoulders. What the fuck? It happened so quickly, I couldn't even see exactly how. 1 second, Julius Trout had his hand on my ass. The next, he was shoved up against the brick wall of the balcony, pinned at the neck by 6 feet, 4 inches of very angry Brandon. You want to explain to me why the fuck you just had your hands all over my fiancé, Julius? Brandon growled with a face like a hurricane. I don't know what you're talking about, said the older man calmly, despite the fact that a very big hand was dangerously close to crushing his windpipe. She made a move on me. The last word came out like a cough as Brandon squeezed harder. Brandon, stop, I tried to put in. Why? Brandon gritted out, not even looking at me. Is he telling the truth? Oh my God, of course not, but that's what I thought, Brandon said. He loosened his grip slightly just before slamming Trout back against the wall. So what does it matter what I do to this piece of shit? And before I could respond, he delivered a nasty right undercut straight into Trout's belly, causing the man to double over, his bloated face nearly purple. Brandon! I yanked on his arm, but Brandon didn't move. Instead, he pulled Trout back up to standing position by his lapels and slammed him against the wall. I think you owe my fiancé a fucking apology, Julius, before you get the fuck out, Brandon said with a ticking jaw. Or am I going to have to beat the manners out of your snide fucking face? Trout grimaced, but his glassy eyes slowly refocused in my direction. My humblest apologies, he croaked to me. But even with his bloated face, he had nothing but a black look for Brandon. Again, with an arm like lightning, Brandon delivered another punch to Trout's stomach that caused the man to wheeze and collapse to the ground. Brandon! We whirled around to find Corey poking his head through the curtains. He stared down at Trout, who was just barely propping himself up on one hand. Jesus! Corey raced to the side of the older man and helped him up, shooting a nasty glare in my direction as if to say, "This is all your fault." What? I mouthed, but Corey just shook his head. Come on, Julius, he said as he helped the old lech to the door. Let's call your car. I'm fine. Trout managed to get out. He stopped at the curtains. But you can kiss your donation goodbye, Sterling. And with a look over me that still managed to make me want to shower, he allowed Corey to walk him out. You didn't have to. My God, Brandon, are you okay? When I turned to interrogate Brandon, he was slumped toward the brick wall, both hands on his chest. I stepped toward him, and the wheezing sounds coming from his throat grew louder and louder. Babe, I said as I laid a hand on his back. Babe, are you okay? He didn't answer, just slumped to the ground on his knees and, as if automated, started to rock back and forth, keeping his hands clenched at his chest while he struggled for breath. Fuck, he kept muttering to himself in wheezing, strained breaths. No. What the fuck were you thinking? Corey burst back onto the balcony. He stopped short when he saw Brandon crouched on the floor, rocking like a small child. Back and forth, Brandon moved. One arm wrapped back over his head while he crooned softly to himself. He started to shake violently. Immediately, I fell to my knees beside him and tried to pull him into me, but he shook me off and continued rocking. No, he crooned softly, his eyes squeezed shut, the lines over his forehead in full relief. What the fuck did you do? Corey asked as he stepped toward us. What's wrong with him? It's a panic attack, you asshole, I snarled as I rubbed Brandon's back. He didn't move away, which I took as a go-ahead to continue. Fuck. What should I do? Call an ambulance? He glanced back toward the party, clearly wanting to do anything but make the phone call. This time Brandon let me put both of my arms around him. Ray and Susan had already left the party long ago. Who would know how to help? Just get Kieran, I ordered. Now! 2 minutes later, Kieran appeared on the balcony, took one look at Brandon and me, and whipped out her cell phone. "Hey, Push," she said a minute later. "It's happening just like I said. Can you send in the prescription? I'll have Margie pick it up." She hung up and sent off a quick message, presumably to Brandon's assistant. "Get a paper bag from the caterers," Kieran called to Corey, who immediately darted out and returned within about 30 seconds, bag in hand. "Brandon," Kieran asked as she squatted eye to eye with her friend. "Take this. Breathe into it. You remember how." But it was like Brandon couldn't even hear her, full as he was of shakes and anger. He stared straight through her with eyes so dark they almost looked black. "Jesus," I whispered even as I rubbed his shoulders. I looked at Kieran, terrified. "What do we do?" "Sing to him," she said, nodding her head toward him. "It's the only thing that ever helped. When he was a kid, I used to find him freaking out, banging his head against the wall. I'd come in there and I'd sing whatever stupid song I could think of, New Kids, Cher, whatever. But it helps it stop faster than it would normally." I pursed my lips, hesitant to treat Brandon like a small child, but at this point I was ready to try anything. So I leaned in and covered his rocking body with my body, wrapped my arms around his shoulders so I could tuck my chin close and sing into his ear. I started quietly, searching for the words of Thunder Road, one of Brandon's favorite songs, humming the piano intro here and there under my breath. "Mary's Dress Waves," Kieran offered beside me, nodding in approval. I continued to sing, recalling the words of a song that gave solace to many, even once for the two of us, dancing alone together in my kitchen. Using Springsteen's poetry, the way he described the everyday beauty of a woman dancing on a porch, songs on a radio, the connection between two people that exists beyond just lust. I gradually brought Brandon down from whatever internal ledge he was standing on. With every awkward hum, his shaking started to subside, and eventually, Brandon stilled in my arms, crouched but no longer rocking. "Shh," I crooned as I pulled him closer. I fell back onto my seat, sitting against the wall, and at last, Brandon relaxed long enough to let me pull him closer. He took the paper bag in my hand and slowly started to blow in and out of it. I looked up at Corey, who was still standing by the doors, watching the entire scene with clear disgust. "He needs a glass of water, I think," I said. "He needs a fucking therapist," Corey said, but nevertheless darted out to fetch the water. Brandon managed to scrape out between shallow breaths. "Don't need to be fixed." Yeah, we've heard that line before," Kieran said sharply. "But it's bullshit, and you know it." Brandon said nothing, just continued to breathe out of the paper bag. He still managed, however, to send a formidable glare at his best friend. Kieran just crossed her arms and glared right back. "You ready to talk like a big boy?" she asked. "Shut up, Kieran." "Look at what you're doing to yourself," she snapped. "To Skylar, with this anxiety. You couldn't get away with breaking people's faces in high school. You think it's going to work when you're the public face of Boston? You're lucky you have a curtain to cover this shit show." Another withering glare. Kieran didn't even blink. Then she crouched back down next to her friend and put a hand on his shoulder. Brandon was able to sit up against the wall by himself, but still continued to breathe through the bag while his other hand grappled for mine. "I don't know what has got you regressing like this," she said quietly, and when Brandon tried to lower the bag to respond, she held up a hand to stop him. "Skylar told me everything." No. You don't get to get mad at her. Who else was she supposed to talk to?" Brandon flickered a quick blue look at me. I wrapped my arms around my middle, but I didn't look away. "You can pretend with everyone else out there, my friend," Kieran said, "but you can't pretend with us." Brandon took a deep breath from the bag, and then blew it out, the crackle of the paper filling the air. After a minute, he turned away from both of us. Kieran sighed and stood up. She brushed the dust off her sleek black suit and looked out to the harbor. "You're never going to make it through an entire mayoral campaign like this," she said frankly. When she looked back at Brandon, her eyes were steel. "Margie's on her way here with a Valium prescription that Pushpa sent in. As soon as you can get yourself together, you and Skylar should leave. You have some things to figure out without an audience." She left us on the balcony together, and we sat there quietly while the cool breeze from the harbor washed over us. There was a chill to it. Summer was over. Brandon didn't say anything the entire time, even after he dropped the bag and began to take normal breaths again. He didn't say a word, didn't even look at me. But when I moved to follow Kieran, thinking he needed some time to himself, his hand snapped out and touched my elbow, wordlessly asking me to stay. So I did, and for nearly 20 more minutes, we sat together in silence, waiting until Brandon was able to be the cool, charismatic figure everyone on the other side of the curtain had come there to see. Part 3. Hungry Heart. I want to do something that felt in opposition to all that we experienced in a certain way. The river was my shot at it. It was about people trying to live straight up and move forward and work hard and support their families and try and find what the meaning of a good life might consist of. Bruce Springsteen, Rolling Stone, 2017. Chapter 28. I don't think I could eat one more bite of food. Pushpa Srivanasan sat back in her chair and rubbed her belly like she was a round old man, not the eminent chief of surgery at Mass General. Tiny and delicate at about 5'2", she was the opposite of fat, but that didn't stop her from looking at her jeans like she wanted to unbutton them. We all looked about the same. Me, Brandon, and Kieran, whom we had finally invited to dinner with her wife. "Seriously, Skylar," she said with her slight British accent. "That was amazing. Where did you learn to cook like that?" Beside me at the table, Brandon snorted, earning a smack on the shoulder from me. "What?" he asked, feigning innocence. "Sorry, it was just the mention of you at the stove." I rolled my eyes but turned back to Pushpa. "Unfortunately, he's right. I'm a terrible cook. My grandmother actually made all of this for us." Pushpa looked around as if expecting Bubby to pop out from behind the sofa. "Well, why isn't she eating with us?" I shrugged. I tried to invite her, but she had bridge club tonight. "Sarah's social calendar is busier than my campaign schedule," Brandon joked as he slid a finger over his plate to lick up the rest of the sauce. Bubby had made roasted chicken with drippings that were to die for. "So," I said as I sat back in my chair with my glass of wine, "I want to know how you and Kieran met." Pushpa, Kieran, and Brandon all shared an awkward look and then burst out laughing. I just took a patient sip of wine and waited. The short of it is, I met Kieran when I was just an intern and she was in law school, Pushpa said with a brief glance at Kieran that made me smile. Kieran wasn't much for public displays of affection. That much had been obvious all night, although she didn't stop Pushpa from occasionally rubbing her knee or casting googly-eyed looks at her wife. A few times I saw Kieran's mouth twitch, which made me wonder if their rapport was more of a cat-and-mouse game they played together. "Come on, there's more to it than that," Brandon said, as he laid his arm over the back of my chair. "What's the long of it?" I prodded. Kieran rolled her eyes. "You are both terrible at telling this story. Brandon, you in particular always leave out the most important details." For a moment, Brandon's face darkened, but he said nothing, just drank more of his wine. Kieran looked at me. "We were in our last semester at Harvard, and Brandon couldn't handle the pressure." "That's a bald-faced lie," Brandon said. He sounded like he was joking, but the hand draped over the back of my chair gripped my shoulder a little tighter. Kieran just rolled her eyes and turned back to me. "Graduation was 2 months away. Brandon had decided that instead of just staying with, his first ridiculously successful company, he needed to start his own firm, right out of law school, because that's a totally realistic way of doing things." I glanced at Brandon, who was suddenly interested in the parsley garnish on his plate. And I think we all know just how Brandon responds to stress. Kieran continued. Kieran. Brandon looked up, all joking gone from his face. Another eye roll. Come off it. We're telling the story to your future wife, not US Weekly. And considering how many times Pushpa has stitched you up over the years, it's not like we have any secrets from her either. What is it? I asked, suddenly feeling a bit lost. What happened? Kieran looked straight at me, her nearly black eyes piercing through all levity. You've seen it for yourself. When Brandon gets stressed, what does he do to curb anxiety? I opened my mouth to say I didn't know, but I realized I did. There had been several mechanisms I'd noticed over the last several months. He runs, I said, exercises like crazy. Kieran nodded as if waiting for me to continue. He smokes, I said with a dirty look at Brandon, who exhaled forcefully out of his nose. Then I looked up, full of sudden epiphany. He fights. I do not fight, Brandon put in, removing the arm around my chair so he could set both elbows on the table. You make me sound like a schoolyard bully. You kind of were back then. I believe that night I literally pulled you out of a basketball court in Southie. Kieran turned back to me. See that scar above his eyebrow? That's from the nasty gash he had that night. Swelled his eye completely shut. All three of us turned to examine Brandon, whose ears were bright red. I had noticed the scar before, but he'd always blown off my inquiries. Kid stuff, he'd say, just messing around. Yeah, well, you should have seen the other guy, Brandon mumbled, clenching his fists on the tabletop. Oh, I did, Kieran returned. Pretty sure you broke Jimmy Calhoun's arm. Ma said he was in a cast for 2 months after that. Brandon smirked, but I no longer found the conversation amusing. I was under the impression that his brawling had ended when he met Miranda. But apparently that was just the heavy stuff. This was news to me. You did give Harvey a split lip yesterday, I said quietly. Brandon looked up with an expression that was half irritation, half concern. The tone of the conversation was still light, but my gut clenched. I'd seen a little of what he was capable of at our engagement party 2 weeks ago, and it was terrifying. He was incredibly lucky that Trout hadn't pressed charges, which I suspected was only because of the fact that I could also counter with sexual assault claims that Trout had apparently dealt with before. Since then, there hadn't been any more outbursts or panic attacks, but something seemed to be simmering just under the surface, and when Brandon let it out during his training sessions, Harvey usually suffered for it. That wasn't fighting. We were sparring. It's part of my training regimen. Well, it wasn't the first time, I murmured before diving back into my wine glass. The guy's going to start including plastic surgery as part of his fee. Kieran just smirked. Your workout regimen is to bust up your trainer's face? Sounds like not much has changed. This time she was on the receiving end of Brandon's glare, but Kieran just cocked an eyebrow. I grinned and then stood up to clear the dishes. Kieran was better than anyone else at deflecting Brandon's intimidations. Maybe it was because they had grown up in the same rough place. She had that same kind of hardness about her, maybe even more so. After all, she'd had to stay until she was 18. Anyway, Pushpa said, somewhat eager to dispel the tension, I was there that night they came in, working the graveyard shift in the pit. We all turned our attention back to her. Pushpa had been regaling us with stories about her job all evening. Listening to her was like listening to someone narrate Grey's Anatomy. It was about 2 a.m. when Kieran walked in with an absolutely pissed blonde giant wrapped around her. She began. She was the most impatient thing I'd ever seen. Instead of waiting to be placed in a bed like everyone else, she dumped Brandon in a seat and started walking around the emergency room, looking for doctors to see him right that minute. She practically ran straight into me in the middle of a crowded ER. Very insistent she was. I glanced at Kieran, who said nothing. Then what? I tried to tell her that she needed to wait her turn like everyone else, but, and this may truly surprise, Kieran doesn't listen to the word no very well. Pushpa smiled with recollection, and Kieran shrugged, as if familiar with the critique. "Why do you think I made partner by 35? She said. "You think John Knightley wanted me to be the first female partner at Kiefer Knightley?" Pushpa shook her head fondly, then turned back to me. "Eventually, I did get around to sewing up Brandon's face." "Hurt like hell," Brandon joked as I returned to the table. "Pushpa is brutal." "I don't think that's true. You simply have no tolerance for pain," Pushpa returned cheekily. "Anyway, once I was finished, Kieran chased me down the hall. I was still a total mess. Blood from the cut had gotten all over my scrubs, and I needed to change. But she stopped me and started gabbing on and on. Correction, I do not gab," Kieran interrupted. "Gabbing on," Pushpa replied with another bright smile, "about my skills and how my stitches were very tight indeed, and loads more other things that informed me she didn't know a bloody thing about surgery." I chuckled at Kieran, whose dark eyes, despite her omnipresent frown, glowed toward her wife. Brandon reached over to grip my hand, clearly thinking the same thing. "And just when I'm about to ask this strange, mad girl why she's going on and on about some article she read in Harper's about the life of a surgeon, she stops talking just long enough to kiss me, right there in the middle of the ER. Pushpa held a hand to her lips, as if the touch could resurrect the memory. I was so angry. "You liked it," Kieran said smugly. "I was furious," Pushpa reiterated. "And the only reason I agreed to meet her for dinner the next day was to tell her. Except I enjoyed dinner so much, I decided to wait until the next one. And the next one." She shrugged and reached up to brush a non-existent hair from Kieran's face. "I don't know, my love. Maybe one day I'll get around to telling you how inappropriate that was, and that I never want to see you again. But there never seems to be a good time." She looked back at Brandon and me and grinned. 13 years later, I'm starting to think I'll never get around to it. I'll have to wait until Brandon lands himself in the hospital again. The return of the conversation to Brandon's brawling brought another cloud over the table. After all, we had all been there 2 weeks ago when Pushpa had brought the Valium prescription to the apartment herself and examined his knuckles. Nothing had required stitches, but she had still taken one look at him and written down 3 different referrals for therapists, all of whom specialized in PTSD and child abuse trauma. "So is that what this was for?" Brandon asked as he set his napkin on the table. "Some sort of bullshit intervention?" And just like that, all of the levity was gone. Kieran and Pushpa both looked directly at him. Even though I'd invited them here, I had the urge to block their gazes. I hated cornering him like this, but it had to be done. Even though I'd learned the trick of using Springsteen at 2 a.m. to soothe Brandon's nightmares, they still came like clockwork, along with other signs of stress. More and more often, I'd noticed cigarette smoke clinging to his clothes when he came home after campaign events. And then there was the damage he was doing to his trainer. "Have you gotten some help yet?" Kieran asked. Brandon exhaled heavily through his nose. "I don't need to talk to some shrink I can think circles around in the first place." "Wrong," Kieran interrupted. "And you're not going to exploit Pushpa's access to prescription drugs so we can enable your denial. Skylar's going to catechism classes just to appease the make-believe problems of your would-be constituents. The least you can do is see a fucking therapist to fix the real problems you actually have." "I don't need to be fixed," Brandon exploded, pushing his chair back from the table. He stomped to the kitchen while we watched, suddenly overcome with the need to do dishes. Cautiously, I followed and set a hand at his waist. "Come on. Please listen to them. I'm worried about you." Brandon turned the sink off, but stood over the sudsy water while I leaned against his back. The front of his shirt had bubbles sticking to it, which might have been funny if he hadn't been gripping the edge of the counter hard enough to turn his knuckles white. "They're all quacks," he said once he finally turned around. He looked at me, then at Kieran and Pushpa, who had brought the rest of the dishes into the kitchen and were now sitting at the bar. I've tried. Red, you know I've been trying. I've seen all 3 of those shrinks in the last 2 weeks. I nodded and patted his shoulder. It was true. He had been trying to find someone to help. Unfortunately, he also hadn't seen any of the therapists Pushpa recommended more than once. Meanwhile, the stress of the campaign, press coverage, and the Msina trial continued to mount. "And what did they say?" Kieran asked pointedly. Brandon sighed, frustrated. "Nothing I haven't heard my entire life. PTSD, childhood trauma, triggers, fucking anxiety disorder. All of it." "Prognosis?" "A lot of the same," Brandon snapped. "Exercise, get more sleep, talk it out in session, avoid stress and triggers." He snorted. "Brilliant. $400 per hour answers. Fucking everything in my life is a trigger." "Brandon," Pushpa started gently as she folded her graceful hands on the countertop, "there are medications you can try too. I'm sure if you broach the topic, a psychiatrist would give you plenty of options that might work well for your situation." "I don't want to be drugged up," Brandon said bitterly. "You sound just like Miranda, shoving pills down her throat for every little thing. Not to mention literally every social worker I ever had." I cringed, partly at the mention of his ex-wife, but mostly at the references to medications he was forced to take as a ward of the state. A silence settled over the kitchen. Brandon stared at the floor while the rest of us watched him. Finally, Kieran spoke up again. "Something needs to change, B," she said matter-of-factly. "You can't go on like you have been. Panic attacks, night terrors, fights." The atmosphere in the room felt heavy, burdensome. There were no easy answers for the situation we found ourselves in, and I could tell by the stubborn look on Brandon's face that he wasn't about to admit any connection between his regressions and the biggest stressor in his life, his political campaign. "I'll keep trying," he muttered finally before turning to wash the rest of the dishes. The plates clattered while Brandon put them in the sink. Pushpa, Kieran, and I all watched wordlessly while he struggled to rinse and load them into the dishwasher. It was a solid 5 minutes before Brandon finally whirled around, spraying me and half the kitchen with the nozzle as he did so. "Can you all stop staring at me like I'm a goddamn zoo animal?" he demanded. Pushpa stifled a giggle, while Kieran just smirked. "Jesus Christ," Kieran said. "What are you, 5? You can't do dishes without making a mess." Brandon just reached into the sink and splashed water at her. "I might be messy, but now I'm done. No thanks to you, jokers." He wiped the soapy water from his hands and draped the dish towel over the sink. "Now, didn't you guys bring Parcheesi or some stupid game like that? If you're going to teach Skylar and me how to be a lame married couple, we might as well get started. Fair warning, Red and I are going to kick your asses." And with that, any more mention of Brandon's struggles disappeared. But every so often my glance would trail back to the kitchen, where the small orange bottle of Valium, with its 2 or 3 remaining pills, sat on the table. I couldn't help but wonder when they would be needed again, and what would happen when they were gone. Chapter 29. My keys clinked in the tray on the foyer table as I entered the apartment late the next Friday afternoon. I'd actually gotten off early, since Brandon had apparently threatened to pull his account from Kiefer Knightley unless they let me off early for my birthday. I was 27. It wasn't a particularly major birthday, but the events of the last year, or at least the last 9 months, dealing with my dad's addiction, graduating from law school, starting a new career, and, of course, the roller coaster of my life with a certain tycoon, made it feel more consequential than normal. "Babe," I called out as I walked in. The apartment was silent, and there was no sign of said tycoon anywhere. I'd been woken up that morning with a kiss and breakfast in bed that had quickly turned cold when I'd decided, upon seeing Brandon's shirtless form in low riding joggers, that breakfast could hang while I feasted on him instead. But we'd both had early meetings, and when I kissed him goodbye from the car before Lucas escorted me into my office, I'd been adamant about the fact that I didn't want anything big for my birthday, just a quiet evening in. And yet, here I was, well in, while Brandon was clearly out. My phone buzzed next to my keys. "Hello?" I answered it. "Hey, Red," came Brandon's voice. "You home yet?" Yeah. Where are you? Considering you had to blackmail the firm to get me off today, I figured you'd at least be here." His chuckle vibrated through the line. "I'm waiting in the garage. Get changed and meet me down here." "Okay," I said as I started back toward the bedrooms, but halfway through the apartment, I stopped. Brandon?" I asked. The chuckle was louder this time. "Yeah?" I looked around the living room, 360 degrees, before I answered. "Where's our stuff?" Everything was gone, at least, everything that had belonged to us. The original hard-edged furniture in the rental remained, but the piano, the random pieces of secondhand furniture from my old apartment, the various knickknacks and bits of clutter that accumulated just from living, it was all gone. The chuckle morphed into an outright laugh. "Just get changed and come down." Brandon managed to get out before the line went dead. Suddenly feeling like a little kid on Christmas morning, I raced into the bedroom only to find my suspicions confirmed. The closet was empty too. Everything had been cleaned out of the room as well, including all of Brandon's things. Except just a few items. A long black evening gown, a few pieces of my jewelry, and a shoebox, all laid neatly on the bed with a note beside them bearing Brandon's familiar scrawl. "Mary helped me with your first birthday gifts. Put them on and meet me in the car. Love, B." With a smile, I picked up the dress that had been laid flat across the bedspread. It was black and strapless, a simple Michael Kors cut midi length, with a wide panel of ruched silk around the waist to add some detail. Chic, simple, and exactly the kind of thing I would pick out for myself. I picked up the shoebox and opened it to find something that wasn't new at all. A pair of crimson Manolo Blahnik pumps, the same shoes that Brandon had tried to give me last winter. It was his first awkward attempt at turning our fated meeting into something else. He'd tried to seduce me with shoes and a terrifically misogynistic proposition that was more indecent proposal than marriage proposal. My fingers played across my lips as I took in the joke, and the fact that he had kept them all this time, even though I'd told him in no uncertain terms to burn them, along with any way he had of contacting me. Now we were getting married. It was funny how things could change so much in so little time. Without thinking twice, I pulled off my work clothes and slipped on the dress, which fit like a glove. Mary had exquisite taste and was really starting to understand what I liked. Then I put on the shoes, praying that they looked terrible just so I wouldn't give Brandon the satisfaction of watching me enjoy them. "Damn," I whispered as I looked at myself in the mirror. I really hadn't wanted him to win this one, but now that I had the shoes on, there was no way I was going to take them off. I turned from side to side, smoothing out the dress and looking myself over. The effects of the campaign were clear. I was also a little thinner than usual, probably from the stress I'd been under for the last few months, combined with long work hours that often had me skipping meals. But I didn't look bad. Being forced to work with a stylist also had its perks. For the first time in my life, I was genuinely well-groomed. My eyebrows were threaded, legs were waxed, nails buffed. I refused nail polish, but Mary insisted I at least needed to have my nails manicured. My hair was trimmed, and when I shook it out of the twist I'd pulled it into this morning, it fell nicely over my shoulders. I felt pretty, but more importantly, I still felt like me. My phone buzzed on the bureau with a message from Brandon. "Brandon, you coming?" I rolled my eyes, impatient as always. I picked up the black clutch that had come with the outfit and put my phone and wallet inside. Then, with another fluff of my hair in the mirror, I was gone. "I knew you wouldn't be able to resist those," Brandon said once we were on our way. David and Lucas had tactfully looked away after Brandon had caught sight of me walking through the car garage, and I was glad, since the way he bit his lip made a flush cover my body in about 2 seconds. He reached out and touched one red pump, then drifted his finger up my crossed leg, which was now bared to mid-thigh because of a slit in the dress. "Damn," he murmured, low enough that the men up front wouldn't be able to hear him. "Mary didn't tell me about this part." With a quick glance toward the front seat, his fingers slid under the fabric of the skirt and nudged my legs apart. "Brandon!" I hissed, pushing his hand away, although I couldn't keep the silly grin off my face. I gave a vicious nod toward the front of the car, but Brandon just chuckled and gave an impish grin. "Headphones," he said as his lips dipped to my neck. He grazed his teeth down the soft skin just under my jaw. "You don't even have to be quiet." I gave him my very best withering glare, but it didn't stand up much to his Cheshire grin. My legs were opening of their own accord by this point, and the mischievous finger slipping between them was already starting to breach the edges of my underwear. "Oh," I exclaimed as his finger entered me. I leaned back in my seat and stared up at the ceiling of the car. "Shh," Brandon said with another nip of my neck. A second finger joined the first, and his thumb clamped over my clit through my underwear. He squeezed his hand together, pulsing ever so slightly from outside and within. It was almost too much to bear. In fact, I realized as a familiar thrum started to vibrate through my body, it was too much to bear, especially with two other men, technically our employees, sitting not 5 feet in front of us. "What? Oh, what are you doing?" I managed to get out as my head knocked backward against the top of the seat. "Helping you relax a little, baby," Brandon said as he placed low, gentle kisses up and down my neck. "Birthday present number 2. I grasped at the handle of the door on one side of me, the collar of Brandon's shirt on the other. His fingers and lips continue to work their dual magic, driving me higher and higher, until I forgot about the men in the front seats. I forgot about Brandon. As I was finally pushed over the edge, I practically forgot my name. It was only after Brandon's hand disappeared, my skirt was pulled down, and the door had actually been opened that I was able to open my eyes again. Brandon was standing outside, several sentences into a conversation with Lucas about parking. Brandon leaned back into the car and offered me a hand with a smirk. "Can I help you out of there, Ms. Crosby?" I shook my head and gave him a dirty look, although I couldn't stop the silly grin spreading across my face. That was cruel. He pulled me out of the car and secured me next to him with a hand around my waist. "It's your fault," he growled into my ear. "You know what your legs do to me." I elbowed him lightly in the stomach, even though I couldn't stifle my grin. "You're the one who gave me this dress." Brandon shook his head as he perused me up and down, the action making the longer curls on top shake a bit in the wind. "Mary didn't tell me about the slit. Just about stopped my heart." "Should I cover up then? I could change back into pants if it's too much for you." I batted my eyelashes, doing my best impression of Betty Boop. "Don't you dare," Brandon growled, and with a brief stamp on my lips, he turned me toward our destination. It was dark, so much different than the last time I'd been here, and yet everything was the same. The wraparound porch, the white paint and black trim, the oak trees that lined the drive, now turned the various hues of orange, yellow, and red of mid-October. "You look like you belong here," Brandon said as he observed me looking up at the foliage. "With your hair, you look like some kind of wood nymph." I smiled. "What are we doing here?" In response, he pulled a set of keys out of his pocket and pressed them into my hand. "Happy birthday, Red." I took the keys numbly, staring at them for a moment before I took a shaky step toward the house. "But how did you... Behind me, Brandon chuckled. "After you sent the listing to Margie, I told her to expedite the sale. I went to see the house that week and signed the papers, in both our names, Red. Craig and Lucas set up security in one of the back houses. We're good to go." He stepped closer and wrapped his arms around me, setting his chin on my shoulder so that we could look at the house together. "Welcome home, baby." I hadn't really known until that moment just how much I had been truly craving a home of our own. Maybe it was the chaos of the last several months. Maybe it was the fact that my family had been uprooted from the house of my childhood. Maybe it was the trauma of being kidnapped from my own abode. but I badly needed a safe haven like this. Looking at the house that I had known in my soul was supposed to be ours from the second I'd seen it. Holding the keys in my hand, some piece of my heart I hadn't known was gone, clicked back into place. I turned around and launched myself at Brandon. If it was possible, I adored him even more than I already had. Of all the things he could have done to show that he loved me, this topped them all. "I love it!" I squealed as he whirled me around in a circle. His laughter bounced around the driveway and into the trees. The whole property was filled with our joy. "Come on, Red," he said after he set me down. His eyes shined with unfiltered adoration, and he took my hand. "Let's give ourselves the grand tour." I grinned and nodded, but before I could take a step, I was swept off my feet, princess style, and carried up the steps of the porch. I whooped in surprise, clutching Brandon's neck. "I know that technically we're supposed to wait until we're actually married to do this," Brandon said as he squatted down for the doorknob. The door fell open, casting a stream of warm light over us. "But I didn't want to wait to carry you across our threshold." I pressed my forehead to his. I was too happy to speak. He stepped inside and kicked the door shut behind him, and it was only then that he set me down. Hand in hand, we walked around the house, where I saw my furniture set up in a few different places. The rest of the place was decorated with other unfamiliar pieces. "Margie found a designer to help," Brandon said anxiously, as he followed me through the living room and into the kitchen. "If you don't like anything she picked, we'll change it. I just know you're not really much for decorating." I drifted my free hand over the top of a sage-green sofa sitting in the atrium. Just like everything Brandon owned, that apparently I would own. I realized with a little discomfort, but nothing like I had 6 months ago. It was exquisite. But I looked around the house, taking in the blend of modern and comfortable. The dark wood pieces, the warm lighting, the discomfort faded quickly. Everything had its place. Everything felt like it belonged in my life and in his. Even the fireplace in the living room, which I saw through the hall, was already lit. I looked back at Brandon, unable to keep the silly grin off my face. "I love it. I love everything." Brandon's face-splitting grin was immediate. Who needed lighting if I could make him smile like that? "I can't believe you did this," I kept saying as I continued to look around. "I can't believe you, the dress, the shoes, this house." I trailed off as my eyes found him again. We stared at each other, and the air crackled. And then it was like our interlude in the car hadn't happened. I couldn't think of anything other than being close to him. Suddenly, I was in a frenzy, kicking off my shoes and reaching behind to unzip my dress, which I barely had the presence of mind to lay on the counter so it wouldn't become a wrinkled mess. It wasn't until I was in the process of shimmying out of my underwear that Brandon, caught in a trance, finally seemed to realize what I was doing. Then he sprang into action, ripping at his tie and hurling his jacket on top of my dress. Once my clothes were off, I couldn't wait for him anymore. Brandon was shirtless, pants still on but unbuttoned when I hurled myself into his arms. He caught me easily, and our lips crashed together as we toppled backward onto the sofa, under the glass panes of our new atrium, through which the stars glowed above. "Off," I muttered as I tore at his pants under my legs. "I need you." Obediently, he lifted his hips and pulled off his tuxedo pants, which I was able to toss over the matching ottoman before I straddled his naked body. It was easy sometimes to forget what a work of art he really was. The last few months of stress and over-exercising had turned his already lean, muscle-bound body into something that looked like it should be on the cover of Sports Illustrated, not in my new kitchen. He sighed contentedly as I played my fingers over the ridges of muscle, feeling the way each hard edge resisted slightly against my fingertips. Finally, my hands drifted all the way down, and I took him in a solid grip. His sharp intake of breath revealed that he was more than ready to get on with business, but, as if he understood that I wanted to take control right now, Brandon remained still, staring up at me with wide, fathomless eyes. Our eyes locked. I couldn't have said how long we stayed there like that, him lying back, me sitting on his hips, my hands wrapped around his solid length. It wasn't until my thumb drifted involuntarily up and down him that he stirred under me. My words faded as I was still caught up in the moment. My thumb continued to play as I closed my eyes languorously. Sometimes with you, I feel like I'm caught in a dream and I never want to wake up. Brandon watched me intensely, his jaw clenched, insistent desire etched over his strong features. His hands slid over my shoulders and gently, he pulled me down so that my forehead rested on his. "Baby," he whispered as we lay there, forehead to forehead, caught in our own cocoon of love. "It's been a dream since I met you. The only dream I ever want to have." "Even the bad parts?" I wondered as my heart caught in my chest. Brandon's hands slid down my back as he urged me closer. He caught my mouth and sucked delicately on my lower lip. "All of it," he said. "Every single moment." My breath caught in my chest at his tender words. "I need you," I said again, stumbling over my own voice as I reached between us. I guided him toward my slick entrance, and he slipped in easily, causing him to grunt loudly as I took him all at once. "Fuck, baby," he said, his entire chest arching off the cushions at the sudden joining. I pushed up and started to move. "I love you." I tried to get out in between rolls of my hips, but I was already reduced to one-word sentences at the fullness of him. It came out as just love. That was what Brandon did to me. Words couldn't come close to articulating what we were together. Brandon's hands settled over my hip bones so that his thumbs came together over the sensitive bundle of nerves at our joining. "I love you too," he echoed, though his eyes shuddered as I found a more insistent rhythm that matched the light stroke of his fingers. "You are my heart. You are my everything, Skylar. Tell me," I murmured as I continued to rock, taking all of him the way he took all of me. It was too much. It was always too much with Brandon. The hardness of his body, the pressured yet subtle touch of his fingertips, the growl of his voice, the warmth of his skin, even his familiar smell of soap and almonds. I was overwhelmed, and it was precisely that overwhelmed feeling that allowed me to experience the kind of release with him I could never attain with anyone else. Brandon filled me up in every single way possible. That was what we were to each other, and I finally understood that now. I cupped my breasts, my thumbs tracing over my nipples as I rocked a bit faster. My entire body tightened, and I could feel Brandon throbbing with his own impending release. "Please," he begged in between haggard breaths. "Please, baby. I'm so fucking close." His thumbs pressed harder. I pushed faster. "Just a few more. Oh!" Suddenly, the wave of pleasure that had been building inside me crashed. Each muscle in my body, seizing up like a jolt of electricity, was shooting through each nerve, each capillary. "Fuck!" Brandon yelled his own release as his thighs tensed, and the muscles of his torso somehow grew even more rigid, even more defined. His finger dug into my thighs as he pulled me down on top of him, forcing me to take him even deeper as both our bodies shook. And just as quickly, we came down together, as if he couldn't bear for us to be separated. Brandon gently pulled me into his chest once more. I closed my eyes and listened to the sounds of our new home, the rustle of the tree leaves outside the windows, the mild hum of the refrigerator, the crackle of the fire down the hall, and through all of that, most immediate to me were the sounds of us. Our mingled breaths, heartbeats, caresses, and sighs. Through all of the surrounding noise, there was always us. Chapter 30. As happy as I would have been to keep breaking in the new house for my birthday, more festivities had been planned. Brandon had tickets for my favorite pastime, visiting the symphony. He also surprised me by inviting Jane and Eric to go along, too. "I still can't believe you came," I said as Jane and I followed the boys to Brandon's box seats. "You know, considering what happened at the..." We had talked several times since then, but Jane had steadfastly refused to discuss the fight on the balcony, and so had Eric. I didn't know how, but somehow the two of them had reached a sort of détente. "It's cool," Jane said as she clutched my arm. "I wasn't about to miss out on my best friend's birthday or the luxe private jet money bags they're sent to get me. Again, that plane is nice, chick. Anyway, the walking pathogen and I can get along for a night here and there because I am not sharing you." She had assumed that Eric couldn't hear, but I knew better as I caught the black look that flashed across his face. "I don't think you'll be able to keep that peace if you keep referring to him as an infectious disease," I said as we entered the hall. The four of us filed to our seats, and I was surprised when Jane and Eric took seats together instead of bookending Brandon and me. They both looked at each other as if in surprise, but shrugged all at once as if mutually agreeing that seat choices weren't worth a battle. The hall filled up, and we all sat back to enjoy a rousing rendition of Mahler's Fifth. It was one of my favorites, and the guest conductor was a legend. I recalled the last time Brandon had surprised me with a date to the symphony, Valentine's Day. It was one of the first times I'd really allowed myself to become vulnerable with him, partly because it was one of the first times he'd really shown his true, thoughtful side. Much like tonight, it was an evening filled with signs that he knew me and paid attention to the person he found. As the strings sounded, I took Brandon's hand and squeezed. Surprised, he smiled and kissed my knuckles lightly. Even in the dim light of the hall, his eyes sparkled with adoration, and my heart was filled with gratitude that this wonderful, complicated, sometimes tortured man was in my life. "Good birthday, Red," he murmured as we exited the hall after the performance. From behind me, he clasped his hands on my bare shoulders and nuzzled my ears. I smiled, my body feeling warm and light. The best. When Brandon did gifts himself, he really did them right. He hummed contentedly, and we followed Jane and Eric down to the main lobby. Jane and I stood to the side while Eric and Brandon went to retrieve our coats from the coat check. "Thanks for coming out again, Janie," I said again to my friend, who was pounding a glass of wine she'd snagged from the concessions table just as they were packing up. It must have been harder to sit next to Eric than I'd thought. She tossed back the rest of the wine and gave me a wide, cheesy grin. "Anytime, chickie. Anytime." Then her face twisted with displeasure. "Shit. What? 2:00. Look very carefully, and then you need to get behind this pillar. Your hair is like a homing beacon for assholes." "Oh, like your spikes are much better?" I grumbled. "We don't have time for this," Jane hissed. "Even though, for the record, your hair could direct airline traffic in a snowstorm and you know it. So I'm pretty sure that Jared Roundsville is going to notice it in a room full of black tuxedos." At that name, every hair, no matter what color, on my body stiffened. My eyes grew wide enough to split my skull as I stared at Jane. "Tell me you're joking." She shook her head. "Not even a little." I gulped. "We have to get Brandon and Eric and go. Now." "Does Brandon know what Junior Khaki Boy Scout did?" Jane asked as we started to worm our way through the crowd. Thank God Eric and Brandon were next in line, even though that mostly consisted of Eric waiting while Brandon chatted with numerous people seeking his attention. "He does," I confirmed, "and considering how tightly wound he's been lately, I really don't know what he'll do if he sees him." Jane cut a sharp look back at me. "It's still that bad?" As I passed one of Brandon's donors, I gave a brief smile and spoke through my teeth. Then I checked over my shoulder and relaxed once I saw that Jared was safely out of sight. Maybe we'd get lucky after all, and he wouldn't see us. "Yes," I said simply. "It is." I didn't expand. I didn't need to. Jane just squeezed my hand behind her and went back to guiding us through the crowd. "Well, at least you'll be able to confess your sins together after he kills Jared," she joked, earning a dirty look from me. "Oh, good. They're close. Let's scram and avoid murder." Unfortunately, getting out of the hall was tougher than expected. Even before the campaign, Brandon was a magnet as one of the symphony's top donors. His money almost single-handedly funded the youth orchestra, which focused on local outreach in poor neighborhoods around Boston. And now that he was fully in the public eye, everyone wanted a piece of him. We could barely go anywhere anymore without getting mobbed. "Hey," I said as I finally elbowed my way to where he was deep in conversation with a well-dressed older woman. "Where are Lucas and Craig?" "Hey, beautiful. There you are," he said with a bright grin. "I sent them to get the car. Red, this is Elodie Blake. She's the chairwoman of the board of directors here at the Symphony. Elodie, Skylar is my fiancée. She's the reason I've gotten a bit more involved here, since she's an incredible musician herself." "Oh, really?" Elodie replied in a voice that was a dead ringer for Katharine Hepburn. It was an accent that belonged almost exclusively to the old money in Massachusetts. She looked me over with renewed interest. "What instrument?" "Piano," I said as kindly as I could while subtly scanning the crowd for Jared. I really wished Brandon hadn't left our security outside. It seemed like a bad idea in a crowd like this. Behind Brandon, Jane was making bug eyes at me through her oversized glasses. "She studied at NYU," Brandon continued, as he wrapped a proprietary arm around my waist. Under normal circumstances, the pride in his voice would have made my belly flip, but right now I just wanted to get out. As if he could feel my nerves, Brandon frowned. Babe?" I interrupted Elodie's rattling on about NYU's music program. "Sorry, Elodie. I'm actually not feeling that well. Could we make an early exit?" Brandon's handsome face transformed with concern. "Yeah, of course. You okay?" I grimaced to Elodie, who was watching curiously. "I'm fine. Just a nasty headache." "Oh, yes. I get migraines sometimes. Absolutely horrid." Elodie joined in. "You should get her home, Brandon, and give her a shot of whiskey in a dark room. Only thing for it, truly." Brandon draped my coat over my shoulders. "I'll have David pull the car around back instead. They'll move quicker." "Sounds good," I said with a grateful smile. "It was lovely to meet you, Elodie." We were stopped by at least 5 more people before I was able to tow Brandon out of the main hall and to the service entrance in the back where Jane and Eric were waiting. I'm coming. Brandon laughed as I practically yanked his arm off. "Geez, you really weren't in the mood to mingle," he smirked. "Headache. Right." I blinked as innocently as I could. "My head is absolutely pounding, I'm telling you." Brandon just snorted. "You're the worst liar, Red. And if Elodie wasn't blind as a bat, she would have known you were full of shit, too." We all popped out into the alley laughing, until we turned to find Jared standing in his tuxedo shirt, arm propped over a girl against the brick wall. They both looked like scared deer at the sight of us. And time froze. "Fuck," Jane muttered behind me. "Go inside." Jared shuttled his date? Conquest? Who knew? To the door. "Well, I guess this was inevitable," he said as the door shut behind her. "Jane, Eric, and Skylar, how are you doing?" He couldn't hide the sneer on his face, and I wondered now how I had ever thought this cocky little shit was my friend. Everything about him screamed entitled, spoiled brat. "Fucking terrific," I said, stepping in front of Brandon, whose body had instantly pulled tight as a drum at the sight of Jared. "I'm engaged. No thanks to you." Jared's eyes flickered down to my ring. "So I heard. No surprise, really. I guess trash attracts trash after all." Brandon growled and I gripped his wrist tightly, willing him to stay put. "That's probably why Skylar never went for you, you arrogant bag of half-composted chicken shit," Jane retorted. Jared crossed his arms in her direction, but looked to Eric instead of even acknowledging Jane's existence. "Her? Eric? Really? I'm surprised you're still tagging that. Seems a bit beneath us, don't you think?" No one missed the way he grouped Eric with himself, part of the same social set. Old money in the Northeast. Jane opened her mouth to issue another sharp reply, but Eric pulled her back behind him. "What do you want, Jared?" he asked directly, with a calm that no one else in the alley seemed to have. "You're standing in an alley picking a fight with 4 people who despise you. So, what do you want?" I watched curiously, keeping my hand on Brandon's wrist. He was strangely silent, but if the ticking pulse under my fingers was any indication, my man was a bomb ready to detonate. I needed to find a way to defuse the situation immediately. God damn it, where the fuck was David? Where was the gorilla-shaped security team when we needed them? Jared stepped forward, now walking dangerously close to both Brandon and Eric. Pride makes people do stupid things. This guy was either incredibly naive about his power, or he had a death wish. Maybe I just wanted to offer my friend congratulations on her engagement, he said nastily. Purposefully, he turned to Brandon and smirked. You okay there, Sterling? You look like you're having trouble breathing. You need someone to rock you to sleep? Sing you a little song? The pulse under my fingers ticked up again. So, the scene at our engagement party hadn't been kept totally under wraps. Shit. He's just allergic to your bullshit, Jared, Jane put in. Why don't you go wank off somewhere else? Since we all know that's the only way you get any. Well, it's better than whoring around all of Boston every night of the week, Jane, Jared snapped. Why anyone would touch a fucked-up freak like you, I'll never guess. I'm surprised you weren't the one knocked up, considering how much you get around. Tell me, what's the going rate? The words barely got out of his mouth before Eric's fist met Jared's razor-straight nose. Well, what used to be his straight nose, since when he was finally able to stand back up after a few minutes of squealing like a pig, there was blood flowing down his face. It was definitely broken. Fuck! Jared cried out in a voice that was clogged with blood and tears. You broke my nose! Talk about Jane like that again and I'll break more than that, Eric replied with supernatural poise. The only signs that he was remotely upset were the way the tip of his nose had turned red and the way he was shaking out his palm. We should get you some ice for that, Brandon said as he moved past me to tower down over Jared, forcing the younger man to look up at him with blood pouring down his face, staining the snow white of his shirt. What? Jared asked snottily as he clutched the bridge of his nose. You want a cheap shot too, Sterling? For a minute, I thought he really might punch him, just like he had done to Trout. But very slowly, despite the fact that his shoulders were vibrating with anger, Brandon bent down so that he was eye to eye with Jared. When he spoke, his words, tangled in his thick South Boston cadence, were low enough that I almost couldn't hear him. Almost. If I wanted to hurt you, motherfucker, you'd already be dead. Brandon's voice balanced on a knife edge, and the menace in it was unmistakable. Jared blinked, having gone stock still while the hairs on the back of his arms clearly stood up. Brandon stood up and dusted his hands off, like just being in Jared's proximity had gotten him dirty. But you're not worth it, you piece of shit, he said a little more loudly. You think I don't know your grandfather's part in the whole thing? You think I don't know about how he convinced Miranda to hire an investigator to watch me? You think I don't know about the Oppo research he's done on me, so your brother has a nice, easy mayoral run? He hasn't announced, but you think I didn't know about that? I gaped, and I didn't have to look back at Jane or Eric to know they wore the same incredulous expressions. This was completely new information, both the insidious actions of Jared's family, as well as the fact that Brandon had secretly been researching them. Jared didn't answer, just glanced back and forth between me and Brandon with angry, frightened eyes. But it was truly Brandon's face that I found more alarming. A different kind of grin, one I'd never seen before, something almost sinister spread across his features. He was no less handsome than before, but you couldn't look at that face and not be scared. I was terrified. Then he reached down and grabbed Jared by the shirt front, yanking him up with one clean movement and slamming him against the brick wall. Do you have any fucking clue who you're dealing with? Brandon said into Jared's tight face. He shook his collar, slamming him against the wall again. Do you? Jared gritted his teeth. I'm not scared of you. You're pussy-whipped. Everyone knows it. You're a joke. Another slam, and this time Jared's head hit the bricks with an audible crack. Jane, Eric, and I all winced. This is my town. I know everything that happens here. And when I'm done with you and your family, you won't have a political foot left to stand on. Brandon said in a voice that was practically a growl. Who do you think has been quietly buying up stake in your father's tax firm? I fucking own you, and you don't even know it." Jared had carefully trained his bleeding features still, but I could see the whites of his eyes showing. Then Brandon slammed him against the wall one last time and let him slump to the ground. "Get the fuck out of here," he said, as he stepped over Jared's splayed legs as if he were nothing but street trash. We all watched in silence as Jared scrambled to the door and disappeared with one last terrified look at Brandon. The door closed with a bang, and a cloud of silence settled over the alley as we stared at the place where Jared used to be. Brandon turned, and when he met my face, his fury melted. "Baby," he said as he took several steps toward me. I shook my head, holding a hand out as I stepped back. I need a minute." "Skylar, he's not going to do anything again. That's why I have the research on his family. That's why I bought stake in his father's firm." "It's not about that!" I shouted, the sound of my voice echoing down the brick alley. I looked around wildly, suddenly eager to be out of this space. Who knew how many people had had their noses broken or their eyes punched in this exact spot? Eric and Jane stood close together, watching with concern. Brandon's brows furrowed. "Then what?" "He's not going to bother us anymore, Skylar. I made sure of it." "You really don't get it, do you? That was some scary shit you just did there, Brandon." "Skylar, I was just giving the little shit exactly what he deserved." Brandon tried to argue, but I cut him off. "I need to walk home," I said. "I'll be there in a bit, but this? I just need a bit of time to think." As if on cue, David rumbled up with the Mercedes, while the Escalade carrying Lucas and Craig pulled up behind him, and they jumped out. Craig took one look at the blood on his boss's hands and frowned. "What happened?" he demanded. Brandon sighed. "Lucas, I need an escort home," I said to my bodyguard. I turned to walk away, not even waiting for Lucas to follow me down the street. But I only made it a few steps before my arm was grabbed and I was whirled around. "Skylar," Brandon started, but I jerked my arm away. "Brandon," I said as calmly as I could muster. I was past the point of anger. I was scared of the man who was supposed to become my husband, and I really wasn't sure what I was supposed to do with that. "I love you, and I'm not running away, but I need some air right now. I need some space to think." And before the forlorn look in his deep blue eyes could keep me from leaving, I turned around and walked out of the alley. Each step that took me away from the nasty events somehow only added more to my confusion. Chapter 31. With Lucas just behind me, I stormed through Back Bay and through the heart of the city, eager to find some clarity in the thoughts swirling through my head. I was so distracted I couldn't feel the blisters developing on my heels until I reached the Commons. "God damn it," I muttered as I stepped onto the grass and slipped off the new red shoes. "You okay, Miss Crosby?" Lucas jogged up next to me, and I smiled grimly. "I'm fine. I should have taken them off. You don't have a Band-Aid on you, do you?" Lucas shook his head. "We could run over to the CVS on the corner, or we could just go back to the house." He couldn't quite mask the eagerness in the last statement. I sighed and held my shoes in one hand. "I just need a few more minutes," I said. "Then you can have David or whoever pull a car around." I didn't have to ask whether or not there was a car close by. Another perk of security, I supposed. I'd never be stranded in bad weather again. With Lucas trailing, I wandered into the public garden for a bit. It was still a bit warm for October. Boston was experiencing an Indian summer, and although I was happy to have my light wool coat draped over my shoulders, my feet weren't uncomfortable in the grass. Eventually, I found myself onto the short suspension bridge that crossed the pond. I stopped in the middle and leaned out over the water to watch the flickering yellows and oranges of the fall foliage reflecting in the pond's smooth surface. The peaceful mood of the park went a long way to undo the tension clawing through me. In here, with the whispering of the trees and the way the willows drooped over the grass in the moonlight, it didn't feel like I had just watched my fiancé announce his intention to ruin an entire family's fortunes. Barefoot in the middle of Boston Commons? That's gross, Red. even for me. Startled, I looked up to find Brandon standing next to me. He looked a little worse for wear, like he'd spent a good amount of time walking around the city himself. He'd lost his tuxedo jacket and bow tie, and his sleeves, now slightly grubby and stained with the remnants of Jared's broken nose, were rolled up to his elbows. His hair was no longer combed, looking more like he'd been running his hands through it for the past hour. "The problem with the security is that now you can always find me," I muttered as I continued to stare at the water. I did ask for space. I found, however, that I wasn't mad that he was there. I gave you some, and then I came to find you. I don't like the idea of you wandering around by yourself at night. He edged closer so that we were no more than a few inches apart, and looked down into the water with me. I could see both of our hair gleaming in its surface, 2 bright spots of red and gold, almost the same colors as the leaves on the changing trees. I turned, still leaning on the stone wall. Are you okay?" I hadn't considered it until now, but there was a very real possibility that he had had another panic attack once I'd left. I thought back to the night of our engagement party, and a wave of guilt swept through me. I shouldn't have gone anywhere until I knew he was calm again. But Brandon shook his head. "I'm okay. He took a breath and pushed it out slowly. Eric and Jane were there, and I felt more in control. Not like last time." He looked at me with a particularly sweet gaze. "The singing helps, you know. I feel like a little kid. When I get upset, I think about your voice, and it helps." I gulped, but let him shuffle close enough that our shoulders touched. As if by instinct, I leaned my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes, and immediately smelled something I didn't want to. I sat straight up again and looked at him accusingly. "You smoked!" Brandon stood up from the bridge and twisted his lips together guiltily. Again!" He still didn't say anything, just stared at the ground. "Brandon!" Finally he looked up. "What? What do you want me to say? Yes, I had a cigarette or 2 while I walked, and it's better than what? Getting into random fights? Well, yeah." We stood there glaring at each other, until finally Brandon reached up and tugged at his hair, causing it to stand up for a moment before it flopped back down. "Where are they?" I asked. He didn't say anything. I stomped my foot. "I know you have them. Where are they?" Like a guilty teenager, he pulled the flimsy box out of his pocket and held it up. I bit my lip, willing myself not to yell when I found that the box was almost empty. "This isn't healthy," I said. "Skylar, it's just a way to deal. That will eventually kill you." I cut him off. "I'd like to be your wife without having to cart you to chemotherapy every day, thanks. Not to mention I'd like you to stick around to see our kids have kids. Cut it out." Brandon opened his mouth and closed it again. "You need to cope?" I said as I stepped closer, back into the space where our bodies naturally seemed to draw toward one another. "Call a therapist. You call me. I'll sing Springsteen to you over the phone during a staff meeting if I have to. But you have got to stop finding coping mechanisms that hurt you or other people. Kieran, the therapists, even Corey. We're all telling you the same thing. Something has to change. And you're not listening." We stood there for a moment, still not touching, blue eyes meeting my green while Brandon clenched his jaw. He knew I was right, but the decisions he had to make weren't ones I could make for him. He leaned in, sensing my resolve breaking, but the scent of nicotine wafting off him made me think of something else. "Besides," I said as I stepped back, "I told you before, I can't kiss a smoker." At that, Brandon's eyes genuinely bugged out. "You were serious?" I crossed my arms. "As a heart attack, or, emphysema." It took him exactly 2 seconds to stride to the trash bin a few yards away and toss the cigarettes and his lighter into it. He came back with a satisfied look. "Done." "Yeah, I've seen you do that before." He took a pack of gum from his mouth and put a stick in his mouth. I just shook my head, and that doesn't do anything to hide it, just so you know. I could taste it when you came to bed 2 nights ago, and last Friday, too. Brandon frowned as he chewed. I thought I did a good job of hiding it. "Brandon, How much time have you spent with your tongue down my throat?" In response, all I got was a very self-satisfied leer. I rolled my eyes but couldn't quite stop myself from smiling. "Fine. I'll get the patch," he conceded as we turned back to the river. The lightness faded as the events of the evening washed over both of us again. The sounds of the city were slightly muted by the wind filtering through the trees, and here and there I could hear squirrels chirping at each other as they went to sleep. "I don't want you to attack Jared's family," I said quietly. "No." Brandon's response was immediate. Without the usual room for negotiation, he generally showed me. I opened my mouth to argue back, but he shook his head, the motion causing a few errant curls to fall over his forehead. "This isn't about vengeance, Red. If it were, I'd have already torn apart George Rounceville's firm. Shit, I could do a lot more than that and you know it." He sighed, rubbing a finger over his lips. He wanted a cigarette, I could tell. I was definitely going to have to make sure he got that patch like he said. "It's about leverage," he continued. "Jared and his family won't think again about messing with me or mine. Not as long as I own them." He shrugged. "In the end, it's about business and family, and he's not allowed to fuck with either." I gazed at him with a bit of shock. This ruthless side of Brandon wasn't one I'd seen often, even if the rational side of me had known he couldn't have achieved everything he had without some cutthroat instincts. It just wasn't a side of him he usually showed to me. Until now. He turned his gaze toward the path beyond us. "Do you remember the first time I followed you in here?" As if I could ever forget. I had been so awestruck by the man I'd done everything that, as a child of the most urban of urban environments, I knew not to do. Run alone into a city park in the middle of the night. Oh yeah, and during a freaking blizzard. But even then, with a snowstorm whirling around us, I barely remembered anything other than his kind, curious face, the way his blue eyes had sparkled through the storm, the desire and intensity that had emanated through the gusts. I hadn't even known his name, but I'd known I wanted him, more than anything, and he had wanted me. The truth of that hit me. He had never been someone who would let others stand in the way of what he thought was right, and from the beginning, he had known we were right, even when I didn't. "I couldn't see anything but you," he said quietly, as he slid his hand down the railing of the bridge, so that our pinky fingers just barely touched. Suddenly, it was like we were the only people in the park. "Skylar," he spoke slowly, searching for words. "What these people, Jared, Msina, your mom, Miranda, what they all did to us. There's a part of me that wants to serve them all the same kind of justice." His eyes sparked, with a strange mix of love and the same danger I had seen in the alley. But I didn't pull away. And if it had been 20 years ago, Skylar, maybe even just 10, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. Now? He raised a hand and pushed a few strands of hair out of my face. "I want to be a better man. For you. For us. But baby, you can't just expect me to sit like an idiot while people attack me and mine. You have to let me use the weapons I have." I exhaled a breath I hadn't known I'd been holding. Brandon was such a loose cannon right now, but I knew in part it was because of the lack of control he felt over our lives. And if I was being honest, I didn't want to be a victim either. And there was a part of me that took satisfaction in knowing that he could and would do what needed to be done to protect us. "Okay," I breathed. He was casual, leaning against the rail. The only thing touching was our fingertips, but his face was like fire. Involuntarily, I brought my other hand to my mouth. "Don't do that," Brandon said softly, pulling my hand down. "If I can't kiss those beautiful lips, at least you can let me look at them." "Brandon," I said, my breath drawing close. He was playing with fire. He turned my palm over and started to trace circles over the lines on it, over the soft pads of my fingers, down over the sensitive interior, over the mound of Venus at the base of my thumb. "I want to so badly right now," he said as he traced the lines, over and over again, causing goosebumps to rise up my arm. "But you said, plus, there's them." He nodded toward a row of bushes, and it was then I caught the glint of light bouncing off camera lenses. I sighed and looked back at him. Politicians aren't supposed to get wrapped up in bouts of passion, I murmured, utterly mesmerized by the movements of his fingers as they stroked over my palms. Every cell of my body stood to attention, and Brandon could sense it. A month ago, I would have already been cornered under the shelter of a nearby tree, or dragged off to the nearest alleyway. Would we ever be able to act on that again? Brandon lifted his blue gaze up to meet mine, then dropped it again to my lips, and briefly to my chest before he took another sharp inhale. "Fuck," he muttered. "I don't know if it's because now I'm not supposed to, but I swear to God, Skylar, I'm about 10 seconds from bending you over this railing." I adjusted my stance, arching my back slightly to relieve the sudden ache between my legs. Brandon caught the movement, and his eyes dilated. "Fuck," he muttered again. And yet neither of us made any move away from the bridge or from each other. It gave me a moment to take him in, and all the indications of the struggle that mirrored mine. The way his tensed forearms tested the limits of his rolled-up shirt sleeves, the way the muscles of his neck pressed against his collar, the way his broad chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. He wasn't kidding when he said he wanted me, and as his searing blue eyes scanned my body too, I was pretty sure he could see the same in me. Brandon darted a quick glance around the park. "Fuck it," he growled. He snaked his hand around the back of my head and yanked me to him so he could curve our lips together in a kiss that consumed us both, cigarettes or not. For 1, 2, 3 seconds, he devoured my mouth, sucking on my lower lips, twisting his tongue around mine, grunting into the non-existent space between us until, just as quickly, he released me, and we both stepped backward, like suddenly split magnets. Both of our chests heaved, and Brandon pulled at his collar. "Can we go home now?" he asked in a voice that made it clear that despite being a question, it wasn't a request. I bit my now swollen lower lip. His eyes practically turned black. "Let's go." He grabbed my hand, and without waiting for my response, started towing me out of the park. I was still speechless. That was what the man did to me. Once we were back at the new house, it was like we hadn't already found each other's bodies twice that night. Brandon's hands were all over me as he unzipped my dress, pulled my legs around his waist, and carried me up to our new bedroom, where he set me down on the ground. "Damn," he said as he looked me over while undoing his shirt. I wore nothing but my lingerie, plus the blush all over my body from the way he was looking at me. "Skylar," he said slowly as he pulled open his shirt. My mouth dropped. It really didn't matter how many times I'd seen him like that. What? I stuttered, completely transfixed by his casual striptease. Brandon smirked. "Baby, He paused after tossing his shirt onto the armchair in the corner. His pants were unbuttoned and unzipped, revealing the deep V of his lower abdominal muscles before they sank below the waistband of his boxer briefs. Finally, I was able to drag my eyes upward, and I was stilled by the fire in his eyes. The aggression of the evening wasn't completely gone then, and he was clearly in need of some way to purge it. "Do you trust me, baby?" he asked slowly, one eyebrow quirking upward. I nodded. "Of course." He smiled, slow and mischievous. "Good. Go into the closet and grab a tie." I frowned. "What?" "Just do it," he said in a tone that brooked no reply. Normally, I might have argued back, but my curiosity was piqued. I went into the large walk-in closet that now housed all of our clothes, and once I finally found them, started flipping through the ties neatly arranged in one of the drawers. Unfortunately, right when I lifted up the red paisley one I liked, I saw something else that made my blood run cold. "Christ, Red, it doesn't matter which one. I'm tying you up not wearing it," Brandon called good-naturedly from the bedroom, where I knew I'd find him undressed. And for once, I couldn't have cared less. Gingerly, I reached into the drawer and pulled out the gun lying underneath the rows and rows of brightly colored fabric. I didn't know much about guns, but this one looked like the kind that police officers carried in their belts. It was heavier than I'd imagined, and the metal edges were cold. Carrying the gun like a piece of dirty laundry, I re-entered the bedroom. It wasn't until I walked to the bed that I realized I was still clutching the red paisley tie. I dropped it to the ground, where it lay like blood spilled across the white carpet. "Took you long enough," Brandon said from where he stood in just his briefs at one of the windows overlooking the orchard. He turned around with a grin that disappeared as soon as he caught sight of me. Shit. What the fuck is this? I swallowed hard, unsure if I could even get the words out again if I wanted. It felt like all the blood had stopped running through my body. Brandon crossed to me quickly to grab the gun, then released the magazine and checked the chamber. Jesus Christ, it's loaded! I practically detonated when I saw him push the magazine back into place. He just frowned. No. It's not loaded unless I actually chamber a round. I just stared at him like he was speaking a foreign language. But there are bullets inside it. Brandon smirked. It wouldn't really serve its purpose without them, Red. At the sound of my nickname, something inside me snapped. Humor? Now? This is not the time for jokes, I said. You have a gun in your tie drawer. A gun filled with bullets that could actually kill people. What happened to using the weapons you have? I blinked as a thought occurred to me. Have you always had a gun in your house? Brandon shrugged but had the decency to look uneasy. Not for a long time, but now seemed like a good time to pick up the skill again. What? It's perfectly legal. I have a license. Pick up the skill? I stared at the loaded pistol as I sat on the bed. This isn't a hobby. Guns are not bicycles or knitting. I grabbed a throw blanket and pulled it over my mostly naked body. I couldn't have said what color it was. I couldn't register anything about my new bedroom. Suddenly, I felt very cold. Red. Brandon sat down next to me and put an arm around my shoulder, but I shrugged it off. Then suddenly, I had to move. I couldn't be in the same space as him and think. I stood up, and with the blanket flying behind me like a cape, I paced about the large bedroom. I sputtered, stumbling over my words. I couldn't even decide exactly what I wanted to say. I stared at Brandon, who finally looked genuinely worried. Why? I asked. His brows furrowed, and he looked down at the weapon cradled in his hands. Why not? I balked. Why not? Brandon swallowed and then shrugged. Okay, fine. I just mean, what have we been talking about tonight? I want to be able to protect us. Protect you, of course. He looked up at me again, his blue eyes scared and angry all at once. Skylar, what happened to you? Fuck. That was my fault. It was not your fault, I said immediately. That's ridiculous, and you know it. It was my fault, he argued. I brought that guy down on you and your family because of who I am, and I didn't anticipate it. You even said so. I brought all of them onto you. I looked at the gun again, then back at him. This wouldn't have stopped Msina. You have to know that. Then a thought occurred to me. Brandon, do you carry this around with you? He opened his mouth, then closed it again. No. Lucas said that was a really bad idea, and Corey said if I was ever photographed with it, it would be the end of the campaign. Done. Boston is really not the kind of place where being pro-gun goes over well. I rubbed my lips together, considering. Are you pro-gun? That's not what your platform says. Brandon sighed again, turning the gun over in his hands. I'm pro-control. That's not a lie. But that doesn't mean I think people shouldn't be able to own them. He looked up at me, full of determination. A man should be able to protect what's his, Skylar. Like I said, with the weapons I have. I cocked an eyebrow and stood up. Okay, Daniel Boone. Brandon rolled his eyes. Seriously. Okay, seriously. I paced back and forth across the room a few times, but in the end, there was only one thing I could say. You're not doing this to protect us. You're doing it for peace of mind. Brandon tossed a hand into the air. Is there a difference? I think so. Just because a gun is in the house doesn't mean you would be able to keep me safe in the event something awful happens. Craig's team is better equipped to deal with that, and you know it. He made no reply, just kept holding the gun. The way he handled it, with such obvious ease and familiarity, made me nervous. At some point in his life, Brandon had used a gun like this before. A lot. He hadn't killed anyone. I believed him when he told me that. But that didn't take away from the fact that his adolescence and early adult years were filled with violence from inside and outside his home. Self-protection was a premium he clearly still had a hard time entrusting to others. But that wasn't a life I wanted. Not for me or, I realized with a gulp, the family we would have one day. With a deep breath, I told him as much. "I'm sorry," I said as I sat down on the couch. Maybe we should have talked about this before you bought this place, before we agreed to get married. There's still so much we don't know about each other. If you want, I couldn't quite bring myself to say I'd leave if we thought differently on the matter, but it must have shown on my face. Whoa, Brandon said as he sat up completely. "Are you trying to break this off?" "What? No," I blinked, my eyes suddenly wet. You don't have to change what you are for me. But Brandon, I don't want guns in my house. I don't want them around my kids." Brandon set the gun on the bedspread, reached out to take my hand, and pulled me so I stood between his legs. "Skylar," he said quietly, "I would never put our kids in danger, but I can't live like a sitting duck. I can't. But I'll get a safe tomorrow. You're right. A tie drawer is a stupid fucking place to keep a deadly weapon. But Red, people like us, we're targets. We might be able to live our lives without any protections if we were like everyone else. But we're not, baby. We're just not." I glanced around our new home, with its comfortable yet plush surroundings, through a totally different lens. I had never lived in luxury, not in my family's house in Brooklyn, and not in any of the tiny apartments I'd called home. I'd been a regular person my whole life. Someone who blended in with the crowd, who didn't need to worry about being singled out. No more. "I don't like it," I whispered, even as I allowed Brandon to weave his fingers through mine and drop light kisses over my knuckles. "Me neither," he said, "but that's where we are." Then he looked up, his eyes bright and earnest. "I won't let anything happen to you again, Skylar. I won't." His voice shook at the end, and I saw just how much my safety meant to him. I cupped his face and stroked my thumbs over the chiseled lines of his cheeks, feeling the stubble that had grown through the day. My fingers found his lips, drifted over the soft edges, and pulled slightly on the lower one until Brandon bit the edge of my finger. I considered that night, was it more than 2 months ago now, that I'd been taken against my will. Msina's face and touch was still imprinted on my mind, but I'd been diligent about working through it with a therapist and at home. Would it have ended differently if I'd been armed? I didn't think so. I felt safer with people, not weapons. But that was me. I looked at the gun on the bed, then back at Brandon, who was waiting patiently and nervously for my answer. I draped my arms over his shoulder, then straddled him on the bed. His hands found my waist. "I meant what I said," I nuzzled his nose. "I'm not going anywhere." Brandon's chest caved slightly as he exhaled with relief, and he nosed into me, looking for a kiss. "Get a safe," I said as I dropped one, then another onto his searching lips. "And a therapist." He lay back onto the mattress, taking me with him as he pulled me down for another kiss that took my breath away. "Brandon," I breathed once I was able to get a word in edgewise. "I mean it." I looked to the side of the bed, where the gun still lay, looking harmless on the comforter. Brandon followed my glance, then looked back at me, his hands tensing slightly as he pulled me even closer. "Tomorrow," he said. "That's a promise." And then he kissed me again, and didn't let go. And tomorrow ceased to have any meaning, since when he kissed me like that, time seemed to stop completely. Chapter 32. Several weeks flew by, and things seemed to get better. We moved fully into the new house and began to settle into a different routine there. one that often included strolling around the property or the quiet Brookline neighborhood each evening when we both got home from work. Brandon made good on his promises and actually started seeing a therapist regularly, despite the fact that he grumbled about it every time he came home. A safe was installed in the back of our closet, and I stopped smelling whiffs of cigarette smoke after particularly stressful events. His trainers stopped accruing bruises and cuts every time they worked out. Brandon even had a few nights here and there without his nightmares. But his campaign schedule picked up too, and there were several weeks when I barely saw him. When he crept into bed around 1 or 2 in the morning smelling of gin and the cigars powerful men smoked in their studies and the back rooms of the men-only clubs that still existed in Boston, I frequently wouldn't get home before 8 or 9 myself, after continuing my twice-weekly catechism classes with Father Garrett, who had managed to invite a reporter along to listen to one full session last week, much to Corey's horror. I couldn't claim to be any more of a believer than I used to be, and I certainly wasn't as excited as I should have been about my baptism in the spring or the huge church wedding that Gloria continued to plan. But at least neither thought made me feel faint anymore. So that was something. Although we had taken some steps toward normalizing our lives, both of us were running ragged, and I, for one, couldn't wait for the next year to pass, so this stage could be over. On an early morning in November, we went to New York for the days of the trial on which we were scheduled to testify. The trial itself had begun a week prior, and because Msina was small-time enough that he couldn't afford an expensive attorney, the trial was relatively quick for the number of charges levied against him. Dad had given his testimony the day before at the end of a list of other men like him who had been swindled and beaten at the hands of the loan shark. Zola hadn't given us much information. He couldn't ethically do so. But we all knew the long list of charges from the arraignment. Brandon and I were scheduled on the last day of the prosecution's case. The defense had few witnesses scheduled, and all of them would testify within a few more days, so we were planning to stay through the following week for the verdict. With any luck, the jury would deliberate quickly and announce soon. "The prosecution calls Skylar Crosby to the stand, Your Honor." The judge asked me to raise my right hand and swore me in with the Bible. It was a curious experience, considering how much more familiar I was with the text these days. In the crowd, I could see Brandon smirking. He was thinking the same thing. Zola approached the bench, and we launched into the routine that we had practiced more than once over the phone in the weeks approaching the testimony. "Ms. Crosby," he began, "can you explain to the jury what happened on the night of August 14th? I nodded. Yes. On it went, prodded by Zola's gentle questions and mild meta-commentary, mild enough that he raised minimal objections from the defense. I told the story of my abduction. I avoided Msina's cruel gaze throughout, certain that if I looked at him even once, I wouldn't be able to keep my face straight or avoid breaking down. My palms were slick with sweat as I spoke, and my skin pulled tight like the shell of an egg. One slip, one misstep, and I felt like I could crack in half. And yet, for all that, the testimony went rather smoothly, with only a few missteps when Msina's lawyers tried to cross-examine me. I was an ideal witness, Zola said. A straight history, photographic evidence, and not easily intimidated on the stand. My challenge instead would be not to take the defense attorney's bait. "They'll try to gaslight you," Zola had said over the phone. "You know it and I know it. They won't be able to ignore the fact that you were at the Navy Yard or that you were assaulted because we have the hospital and police reports. But they'll do everything they can to make it seem like you wanted to be there, that it wasn't actually a kidnapping. They'll make it sound like you did it to yourself." "What were you wearing the night of your alleged abduction by Mr. Msina?" Primo Cipolla, the defense attorney, began. "Objection." Zola shot up from his seat at the first question. "Immaterial. Ms. Crosby's clothing has no relevance to whether or not she was abducted by Mr. Msina." "It does to whether or not she was inviting the attention she claims my client offered her," Cipolla argued back. The judge tapped his mouth with a pen. "Perhaps. I'll allow it. Proceed, Mr. Chipola. Shit. That wasn't a good sign if the judge already appeared predisposed to think a woman's clothing made her more susceptible to rape. Chipola turned back toward me with a slight smirk. What were you wearing that night, Ms. Crosby? And for once, I was incredibly happy that I had absolutely no sense for fashion. A pair of old jeans that used to belong to my dad, I said flatly, and a t-shirt I bought at a thrift shop. There was a titter around the courtroom, and Chipola's face turned red. After a major political event? You were seen that evening in this, were you not? He held up the blue column dress I'd worn to the benefit. In the picture, I was sitting down with my legs crossed, the slit in the column dress riding a bit higher than it should to reveal most of my thigh. I just looked up. Then you also know I was seen leaving before Mr. Sterling made his announcement to enter the race. I went home and changed, Mr. Chipola. I was upset and wanted to go for a walk. Don't you like to change into comfortable clothes after a night when you've been eating too much? Again, the courtroom tittered, and Chipola's face turned red as I glanced down at his rotund belly, which pressed at the buttonholes of his suit jacket. At the other table, Zola tightened his jaw and shook his head infinitesimally, and I closed my mouth. I wasn't being a good witness right now. Chipola was already getting to me, and now I was goading him back. Fine, fine, he said as he walked back to his desk and dropped another picture on the ledge of the stand. Where were you in this picture, Ms. Crosby? Chipola asked. I examined the grainy black and white photograph. I'm in the Navy Yard. The same place, I realized, with a dropping stomach, where I'd been taken. How could I not have recognized it? And when was this taken? I pressed my lips together and stared at Chipola. 5 years ago. And what were you doing there, Ms. Crosby? I was paying off my father's debt to Mr. Msina. Debt. That's a funny word. For how much did you say? That time it was $40,000, I said through gritted teeth. Did your father sign any papers documenting this loan? No, but... And can you prove that you delivered $40,000 to my client? You know very well that your client only accepts cash, just like every other criminal extortionist in New York. Those are some very nice shoes you're wearing, Ms. Crosby. Chipola remarked. Objection, called Zola. Immaterial. Ms. Crosby is a recent law student from one of the most expensive schools in the country. Chipola said to the judge, I'm simply trying to ascertain if all of the money she demonstrated was taken out of her account really went where she said it did, or if, perhaps, she spent some or all of it on herself. The judge looked over his spectacles at Chipola like he was a very small rodent. Overruled, Mr. Zola. Continue, counsel. Chipola looked back at me. I blinked, knowing not to say anything unless I was asked. How much does Harvard Law School cost? He asked, batting his stubby eyelashes in a strange parody of a coquette. I pressed my lips together. It's expensive. Answer the question, Ms. Crosby, barked the judge. I sighed. Approximately $60,000 a year. And is that with room and board? Again, I sighed. No. And approximately how much does housing cost in Boston? I glanced up at Brandon, who was glaring bullets at Chipola. Then I looked back to Chipola. Student housing at Harvard Law costs approximately $15,000 a year. Do you have any student loans, Ms. Crosby? I clasped my hands together. No. There was a slight intake of breath around the room, and immediately I heard a few murmurs arise in the gallery above. But that's just because I had a trust from my mother with enough to pay for... You had a trust with enough to pay for my client's alleged loans to your father, along with tuition and fees at one of the most expensive schools in the world? Well, no, but that's because... Can you tell me what this is, Ms. Crosby? Chipola darted into another line of questioning before I could finish explaining that Brandon helped me pay off Msina. He held up a copy of the brain scan that had been included in the evidence compiled from my hospital visit. I frowned. Yes, it's my CT scan from when I arrived at the hospital after Mr. Msina kidnapped me. Chipola nodded and stared at the scan as if he were studying a work of art. "That's very interesting, Ms. Crosby," he said. "Can you tell us what the scan revealed?" I glared at Msina, who was watching the interactions between us with more than a bit of glee. "Objection! Ms. Crosby is not a doctor. ER 701, Your Honor." Sustained. Chipola looked a bit flustered, but reframed where he wanted to go. "Ms. Crosby, what is your understanding of your medical condition on the night of the incident?" "I had a slight brain bleed from head trauma, a severe concussion from having my head bashed in by Mr. Msina." Chipola turned to me. "Now, isn't one of the side effects of a brain bleed potential memory loss?" "Objection. Compound. Calls for ER 701 expert testimony from a lay witness. Move to strike counsel's testimony on the effects of her conditions." Before the judge had a chance to speak, I answered, "I'm not a doctor," I said sweetly. "I don't know." Behind Chipola, Zola made a clearly irritated face. I wasn't being a very good witness. I knew better than to answer that question. Chipola was getting on my nerves. "You don't know." Chipola trailed off, and I had to grip the edge of my seat not to attack him for the innuendo. "What about hallucinations?" Chipola argued. "Or perhaps lucid dreams?" I gritted my teeth. "Like I said, I'm not a doctor." "Did you speak with any doctors about these possibilities?" I waited a beat. "They did mention them, but I never—" "And did you go to your follow-up appointments with your doctor after the alleged accident?" I stopped, then looked at Brandon in the gallery, who was watching the scene unfold with obvious alarm. "Ms. Crosby?" Chipola looked at me with a look of faux concern. "I'm sorry, Ms. Crosby. Did you forget the question?" At that I glared. "Of course not. You just said it." Chipola glanced around the courtroom toward the jury and the gallery as if to say, "This poor girl." It only infuriated me more. "Let's try this again, Ms. Crosby," he said as he turned all the way back around. "Did you go to your follow-up appointment with the neurologist following your hospital stay?" I trailed off as I realized just what he was doing, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. "No." Chipola smiled like a cat about to catch its prey. "And why was that?" I forgot," I admitted, as much as I hated to say it. He cocked his head in sympathy. "And isn't it possible that in an even shorter time frame after your accident, in which symptoms for a head injury are that much more acute, you may have forgotten the actual events that led to the injury?" Of course not. I know what happened to me." "How long after your abortion last May did you tell your fiancé about it?" Chipola broke off onto a completely different line of inquiry. My jaw dropped, and Brandon's eyes practically bugged out of his head. "Objection!" called Zola. "Counsel?" asked the judge, who no longer looked quite as bored. "It's relevant, Your Honor, to the witness's credibility." "Counsel, this is clearly character evidence in violation of ER 404. Move on, and you are on thin ice." But the cat was out of the bag. This could hurt Brandon regardless of whether this asshole was allowed to continue. "In your testimony, you alleged that Mr. Msina tried to rape you." Chipola switched gears again suddenly. "Was there a rape kit done?" "No, but that's because he didn't actually do that. He didn't actually rape you." Chipola reiterated with faux surprise. "Just like he didn't actually kidnap you against your will or beat you senseless? Just like he didn't actually extort your family or harm your father? Isn't it possible that you may have just made the entire thing up to cover the negligence of your own health in order to win back your fiancé, whom you had just betrayed in a very public manner? Objection, shouted Zola. Argumentative. Move to strike counsel's testimony. Skylar Crosby has a well-known history of misleading the public and her fiancé, announced Chipola. This is well outside the bounds of impeachment, and his allegations are not relevant under ER 609, Zola broke in once more. Agreed. Sustained, the judge announced. Mr. Chipola, you will stop badgering the witness. If this happens again, we will be having a conference in my chambers. But Chipola just turned to smirk at me as he walked back toward his seat. No further questions, Your Honor, he said. The judge looked at me with somewhat approximating pity. You may step down, Ms. Crosby. There was a short recess for lunch, and then we were called back while the prosecution continued its case, starting with Brandon's testimony. I had felt like I was going to be sick for the last hour, even though Brandon had tried to assure me that I didn't sound as terrible as Chipola made me out to be. I wasn't so sure. Juries were fickle. And right now I looked like the bitch who killed my lover's baby and tried to cover it up. A general murmur sounded through the court as Brandon stepped up to the witness stand. Against the drab surroundings of the courtroom, where most people were dressed in varying colors of gray, black, and tan, Brandon's bright blonde head, ruddy coloring, and his tailored deep navy suit stood out. He looked every inch of his net worth, not to mention worthy of his current it-boy status in Northeast politics. I watched as he answered the questions that he had rehearsed with Zola and his own attorneys, detailing the moments of his exchanges with Msina, the debts he had repaid to secure my family's safety, the continued harassment he'd witnessed of my father, including our visit to the salon front run by the man and the now missing Katie Corleone, my father's ex-girlfriend, and, of course, the moments leading up to his final rescue of me from the abandoned building in the Navy Yard. And when you entered the basement, what did you find? Zola was asking. I tensed up. This was potentially the worst part of Brandon's testimony, the part where he had to admit out loud that he had assaulted Msina and his cronies in order to save me. I found my fiancée duct-taped to a chair, her face beaten black and blue, Brandon said in a voice that shook slightly. She had a nasty gash over one eye, which was nearly swelled shut, and her neck, shoulders, and face were all badly bruised. Oh my, a woman sitting next to me in the gallery whispered, covering her mouth with her hand. Brandon's eyes zeroed in on me, and I nodded slightly, hoping to communicate with everything I could my gratitude for what he was doing, for the fact that he had been able to find me at all. Zola asked a few more questions before dramatically turning back to the courtroom, which had gone silent with Brandon's straightforward testimony. No further questions, he said before turning to Chipola with a smirk. Your witness. Chipola shuffled a few papers together, then wiped a bit of sweat off his forehead before he stood up to cross-examine Brandon. Mr. Sterling, he started, you're from Dorchester originally, are you not? Brandon nodded. I am. He grinned at the jury, where I had noticed more than one female juror staring at him with a lustful expression. Same as Mark Wahlberg. And were you associated with men by the names of Douglas Murphy and Michael Lawson? At the mention of his friends' names, Brandon's expression lost all signs of humor. Behind his lawyer, Msina grinned. My heart fell into my stomach as I recalled the first conversation Brandon had ever had with the man. He hadn't revealed his own name, but he'd mentioned his friends' names as a way of establishing street credibility with Msina. These were friends who were still in jail serving time for a crime they had all committed together. Apparently, Msina had a longer memory than we'd given him credit for. Answer the question, Mr. Sterling. The judge nodded. Yes, Brandon said. I was. And where are they now? Chipola asked, unable to keep the glee completely out of his voice. Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, Zola said from his seat. Counsel, where are you going with this? Asked the judge in an increasingly irritable voice. Brandon frowned. They are incarcerated. at Suffolk County Prison. For what crime? Brandon looked down at his lap, then up at me, looking incredibly sorry. Murder. There was a bit of an uproar around the courtroom, prompting the judge to bang his gavel again. I have here, Chipola said, original court documents pertaining to the jury. It says that Mr. Sterling was originally represented by a state defense, but gained new representation with a lawyer, paid for by his future father-in-law, Stan Keith. Is that correct, Mr. Sterling? Brandon frowned, clearly annoyed. Yes. It also says here that soon after that your attorney entered a statement from Miranda Keith into the record as an alibi for you. Is that also true? Brandon blinked. I really don't know about the exact timing of all of it. I was a 21-year-old kid. It's been a while. It was a good diversion, not untrue, but also not a complete answer. The room tittered a little, showing it was still a bit more on his side than Chipola's, but Chipola kept chipping away. Seems a bit funny, he remarked casually. You get a new fancy attorney, a girlfriend, and a new alibi all in 1 week. Objection, speculation, move to strike counsel's testimony, Zola said. Sustained, said the judge. Mr. Chipola, you will refrain from making conjectures about the witness. Chipola held up his stubby hands in mock surrender. Sorry, Your Honor, I'm just curious. Because really, Mr. Sterling, how do we know that you're telling the truth? Particularly when you've had a history of tampering with the court system before this. Objection, yelped Zola, hopping out of his seat. Speculation misconstrues prior testimony. In addition, Your Honor, this is outright slander. We will reserve a motion for sanctions. Fine, said Chipola. But if your fiancée was half unconscious and barely able to remember anything that happened to her... Objection. I'll rephrase. Suffering from a head injury, Chipola said before the judge could even correct him. And you were the only one in the room at the time? How do we know? It's really just your word as a man who has changed his story once before in a court of law against my clients, isn't it, Mr. Sterling? How are we to believe anything you say? Objection! Compound! Move to strike counsel's argument and his testimony. Sustained. Brandon didn't look angry. He wasn't smiling. He looked down, then looked up at Chipola, pulling his phone out of his pocket. He looked like the cat who had caught the canary. I was utterly confused. How could he look almost impish when his testimony was being refuted completely? You don't have to believe it, he said. My phone was on the entire time. My entire security team heard everything, as they said in their depositions, and as they will tell you when they take the stand after me. The courtroom erupted. Order! Shouted the judge as he banged the gavel. Quiet down! Everyone now! But the damage was done. Quickly, Chipola dismissed Brandon with no further questions, clearly frustrated by the way his cross-examination had panned out, and I was left wondering how Msina's shitty defense attorney had missed the fact that 3 different men had witnessed the entire exchange. As Brandon stepped off the stand and walked down the length of the courtroom, he just looked at me, the slight ticking in his jaw the only sign that he was feeling any sort of stress. I raised my left hand to my lips, showing the smattering of diamonds around my ring finger, as I tapped my mouth to blow him the subtlest of kisses through the chaos. His fierce expression didn't change, but the glimmer in his eyes told me he understood. He knew that I loved him. He understood how thankful I was that he had come. Chapter 33. A week later, on Thanksgiving, I stood in my new kitchen with Bubby, Jane, Susan, and Anna, while Eric, Dad, Ray, Pushpa, and Kieran all watched football in the living room. We had all agreed on a late dinner to accommodate Brandon's busy schedule, which had required him to be at a VA breakfast this morning, before jumping around to 3 separate photo ops through the day. I had expected him home 2 hours ago, and everyone was getting very hungry, especially since the turkey was done. "He'll be here soon," I said for the millionth time as I evaluated whether or not the dish holding the cranberry sauce was really appropriate. Frustrated, I pushed it aside. I knew absolutely nothing about being a hostess. Every one of the dishes in this kitchen had been picked out by Kathy, the designer. "Skylar, stop," Bubby said as she opened the oven to check on the turkey. Baster poised like a weapon. "He's a busy man. He'll get here when he gets here. Everyone is having a lovely time and enjoying my dip, so you don't need to worry." "Really, honey? Don't worry," Susan said kindly as she patted me on the back. I sighed and slumped onto a stool at the counter. "I know, I haven't heard from him all day. I'm worried. What if he was crippled from something someone had said? What if he was freaking out at a strange haul, crouched on the floor, literally rocking under the pressure?" I checked my phone. No calls, no texts, nothing. "Let's focus on the good stuff," Jane said as she slid into a seat beside me. "Like the fact that I managed to come here instead of listening to my mother criticize my hair again for 3 days straight." I shook my head. "I still can't believe you managed to convince her to let you go for a holiday. What was it you told her? A national conference for states' attorneys?" I snorted. "Don't you feel bad about lying to your mother on Thanksgiving? Skylar, if you had been spending as much time with her as I have since moving back home, you would have told her you were becoming an astronaut if it meant getting a few days off without her nosing around." Jane reached across me and took a handful of the Chex Mix that Bubby had provided along with her dip. "Besides, you can just confess my sins for me now that you're a Catholic." Ignoring the sharp look from Bubby at the mention of my ongoing conversion, I just shook my head. I'm not Catholic yet. It was a work in progress. I continued to meet with Father Garrett every Tuesday and Thursday, and Brandon had even come with me a few times to satisfy the church's premarital counseling requirements. Brandon, of course, had managed to charm the pants off the priest, but Father Garrett still seemed less than satisfied with the level of piety and obedience I demonstrated. Apparently, I asked too many questions. I, for one, was getting tired of being told to quiet my brain every time I stepped inside the church. "What about wedding planning?" Jane asked. "Any more you need your maid of honor to do for that?" "Or your grandmother?" Bubby added meaningfully. "Or your future mother-in-law?" Susan added with a tinkling laugh. I shook my head. Gloria is a force of nature. I have literally had to do nothing but give her a guest list. She's got it covered. I sighed. It seemed impossible, but the one impending event that wasn't causing me or Brandon any stress was our big fancy wedding at Boston's biggest cathedral. Yet I scowled just thinking about it. No doubt the stress would come once we were closer to the big day next spring, expertly timed to coincide with the Suffolk County primaries. We'd be primped and posted all over the style section of the paper, just in time for voters to check off Brandon's name for the election next fall. Through the hall, we heard a few casual notes sounding off the big piano in the living room. A dark brown Steinway I'd chosen after Kathy had informed Brandon in no uncertain terms that the one he'd bought me did not go with the new house at all. I'd argued that it was silly to ask Brandon to purchase yet another expensive instrument. This was the third one he'd purchased for me. But he had just shaken his head and told Kathy to use the card he had on file for whatever piano I wanted. Ridiculous man. Bubby turned her head as she tossed a salad, a smile lingering on her face as she listened to her son play. To my surprise, both she and Dad had refused the offer to live in the house or even the other guest house on the property, deciding instead to use the money from the sale of the Brooklyn house to purchase a place in Coolidge Corner, much closer to the T-line and only a few blocks from the synagogue that Bubby had adopted. As I sat there, the realization finally swept over me that things were really getting better. They weren't perfect, but for the first time in a long time, my life was starting to settle. This felt good. Except for the one person who was missing. As if drawn by my thoughts, the front door opened and shut with a jangle of keys. I hopped off my stool and skipped into the front entry to find Brandon, shaking rain off his trench coat, looking weathered and tired in a creased suit after a day of campaign events. Corey and Hope stood behind him, also removing their coats. Brandon looked up, and when he found me, his face lit up. "Hey," he said softly as I popped up onto my toes to greet him with a kiss. He wrapped his hand around my waist and pressed his forehead into mine. "Long day?" I asked. "You have no idea," he said. Then his head popped up as he took in the sounds and smells that permeated the house. "What's going on?" I stepped back, clasping my hands in front of me. We talked about it last week. Inviting everyone for Thanksgiving?" Behind him, Corey and Hope looked curiously around the house. They hadn't yet been invited here now that the campaign's headquarters wasn't within walking distance of their boss's home address. Hope gave me a brief wave. "Hi, guys," I said. "There's plenty of food if you're staying. Drinks in the kitchen, just that way." I pointed toward the kitchen, and with curious looks at their boss, Corey and Hope both filed in that direction, presumably to get the glasses of wine they all looked like they needed. I'm just going to go change," Brandon said dazedly, and without another word, tromped up the stairs, pulling off his tie as he went. I stood at the bottom, watching him go and wondering what had just happened. Then I snapped out of it and followed. I found him in our bedroom, sitting on the bed, hands on his knees with his eyes closed. "Hey," I said as I entered. "You okay?" Brandon blinked his weary eyes open and smiled. "Yeah," he said as he stood up. He turned to the bureau and started undressing. "It's just been a really long day, Red." "Is this okay?" I asked. Brandon's back was to me while he stripped off his jacket and dress shirt. I tried not to be distracted by the bulging muscles of his strong shoulders. "That everyone is here? I should have mentioned it this morning or yesterday." Brandon turned around, and I was shocked to find an unbearably sweet expression on his handsome face. "Why should you be sorry?" he wondered. "I was surprised, that's all. I'm the asshole. I had forgotten about Thanksgiving. Anyway, I'm glad everyone is here. It's nice." Quickly, I crossed the room and put my arms around his waist. Brandon set his chin atop my head and played his big hands up and down my back. "I'm glad you think so," I said before I pressed a kiss into the divot between his pecs. "My family is your family, too." My chin was tipped up by one hand, and Brandon looked down at me thoughtfully. "Is that so?" he asked softly before covering my mouth with his tongue twisted delicately around mine. "You taste like red wine," he said as his hand slid down my waist, past the elastic waistband of my leggings. "And fuck me, you're not wearing any underwear." His mouth found my neck, and his tongue twirled around the sensitive spot just below my ear. A finger slipped between my legs and into the warmth there. "Jesus, you're wet too," Brandon said with a brief nip to my earlobe. His finger continued its sweet torture while the other hand at my hip kept me stilled against his efforts. I tipped my head back up to the ceiling while his lips worked some magical voodoo at my neck. "You think our family can wait while I screw my gorgeous fiancé?" Brandon murmured as a second finger joined the first. His thumb brushed over my clit, and my hips jerked in response. "Because that is what I need after this shitty day." I muttered, too caught up in his deft touch to answer. Suddenly, within a few seconds his fingers withdrew, my leggings were yanked down to my ankles, and I was hoisted up onto a dresser, my bare legs dangling on either side of Brandon's waist as he quickly stripped off the rest of his clothes. His erection bobbed between us, rubbing between my legs over the sensitive spot that had me arching into his tall form, while he wrapped a hand around the back of my neck and kissed me senseless. "Shh," he said as I started to whimper. He finally found my entrance, just enough to make me moan again. "Hush," he said, and covered my lips with his as he pushed all the way in. I garbled against his mouth, squirming against the sudden intrusion. Brandon just continued to rock into me, one hand clenched onto my thigh, the other at the nape of my neck as he moved, twisting slightly to find the friction between his hip bone and my most sensitive spot. It didn't take long before I was already starting to clench around him. For whatever reason, we were both clearly dying for this. "Not a sound, Red," he gritted out as he started to move faster. The dresser bumped slightly against the wall, and I held onto his shoulders for dear life. "Fuck," Brandon said in between several more torrid kisses. He drew back and rammed into me again and again, going deeper with every thrust. "Not one word. You want to scream? You do it in my mouth." His tongue turned over mine mercilessly while he pounded into me. My fingers sought purchase on any part of him I could. His hair, his fingernails scratching into his back in a way that only made him arch and thrust into me even harder. "Christ," Brandon stuttered into my mouth. The hand at my thigh squeezed harder and his movements increased. "I'm so close, babe. Can you come? Oh, shit." A torrent of profanity escaped Brandon's mouth as my body suddenly squeezed around him. I squealed and bit into his shoulder as I came, and then he covered my mouth with his to shutter my cries. His hips working once, twice, 3 more times until he was able to bite my lower lip and groan as he emptied himself into me. "Jesus," he whispered as he came back to himself. It took me a solid 10 seconds before I stopped seeing stars. "Yeah." Brandon pressed a slow kiss to my forehead before he pulled away with a sheepish smile. We could hear noises of the gathering downstairs filtering up the stairwell, the clang of spoons on dishes, the occasional jeer at the television. I flushed. "Thank you," Brandon said as he buried his face into my hair. "That was exactly what I needed." I didn't say anything, just held the arms wrapped so tightly around my waist. There was a part of me now that just wanted to say screw dinner and kick everyone out for the night. "Come on, Red," Brandon said as he pulled away, although he captured one of my hands and tugged me off the bureau. "Better get back downstairs. The natives are restless." Chapter 34. We came back downstairs to find almost everyone assembling around the large farmhouse table in the kitchen as Dad helped Bubby carve the turkey. "I tried to get them into the dining room, but your friends are very stubborn, Skylar," Bubby said with an evil eye at Kieran and Pushpa. Kieran just took a sip of her wine and shrugged. "Dining rooms always feel like mausoleums." I glanced at Brandon. Did I want to know what that was about? He shook his head slightly and went to help set the table. It wasn't until everyone was seated, Brandon, Bubby, Dad, Kieran, Pushpa, Corey, and Hope, that I realized we were still missing 2. "Where are Eric and Jane?" I asked. "They went for a walk around the property about 15 minutes ago," said Dad, as he eagerly helped himself to a giant spoonful of mashed potatoes. "Ma, this looks like heaven." I pushed back from the table. "I'm just going to tell them that everything is ready." It didn't take me long to find them. As soon as I stepped out the back door, I could hear them arguing. I sighed. This was really getting old. "I told you, I'm not moving back from Chicago." "Jesus, I know that, Jane. But if you're not, I don't see what the big deal is if I'm seeing someone else." "Excuse me for having fucking feelings, Eric. I'm not a robot. It doesn't exactly feel great to walk in on you making out with your ex-girlfriend, at Thanksgiving, no less." Oh, no wonder Anna had disappeared by the time I'd come back downstairs. Ahem, I cleared my throat and stepped further down the porch. Jane and Eric stopped when they turned and saw me. They were about 2 inches apart, stiff with anger, although the way Eric was staring at Jane's lips told me he wasn't just thinking about their fight. Hey, Sky," Jane said as she took a few steps back, although she didn't stop glaring at Eric. Eric, for his part, just cleared his throat and turned toward the lawn for a second to adjust his pants. I rolled my eyes. Men always thought they were being discreet when they did that, but it was so obvious. "Everything all right out here?" I wondered. "Dinner's on the table, in case you were wondering." Eric turned back around and leaned casually against the deck railing. He folded his arms across his chest. "I don't know. Is it, Jane?" Jane crossed her arms around her middle and just stared at the ground. "Right then." Eric turned to me, looking sorry. "I should probably go. Thanks for the invite, Skylar, and give Brandon my apologies." I frowned at both of them, and then, With a glance behind me to make sure we weren't attracting attention from the party, I stepped out in front of Eric as he turned, blocking his path to the driveway. "All right," I said with my hands on my hips. "I don't know what the hell is going on with you two, but this back and forth, will they, won't they bullshit has to stop." "Sky," Jane started, "you really don't have to—" "We got this handled," Eric broke in. "I'm going to go." I pointed a finger and glared at him. "Do you? Because for the last few months, all I've been hearing from you is how in love you are with my best friend. But she comes back to another woman's underwear in your fucking sheets, and now you're parading in front of her with your newest conquest, who also happens to be my housekeeper, in my house, on Thanksgiving. Is that handling it, Eric?" Eric gave me a dark look, but shoved his hands in his pockets and sighed. From where she was now seated on the railing, Jane snorted, and I turned to her with an equally withering glare. "And you! What the hell is wrong with you? Do you know how hard it was for Eric to ask you to meet his parents? To fly to Chicago to tell you he loves you? The man has literally been racking his brains trying to get through to you, which I know is what you want because I know you better than anyone else. You didn't fly out here to spend Thanksgiving with me instead of your family because I'm such a fantastic cook." Jane opened her mouth to argue, but I kept charging on. "Look at this," I said, gesturing toward the house, toward the people in it, particularly Brandon. "Look at me and Brandon. Don't you think if we can make things work after everything we've been through, you guys can handle a few 100 miles for a while?" "Not everyone is like you and Brandon," Jane said quietly. "As much as Eric and I like each other, Sky, it was never going to work. We both knew that from the start." I found her watching me with something approximating envy. Eric's eyes were on her, but at her words they dropped to the floor. He rubbed a hand across his mouth and then kicked at a non-existent rock on the porch. I opened my mouth to argue. I didn't believe her. Just like she had seen before I had that Brandon and I were right together, I could see the truth too. That she and Eric did work. Better than they did with anyone else. Better than most people did. But before I could say as much, Eric stepped forward. "Jane's right, Cross," he said, though he couldn't quite meet my eyes as he spoke. "As much as we might want to, we're not going to be able to do the long-distance thing. I'm not going to move to Chicago and she's not coming back to Boston. What are we going to do? See each other every other weekend for the rest of our lives? Even if we actually had that kind of time as new associates, it wouldn't work. It's just not realistic." I wanted to argue that they could make it work. That if they loved each other like I knew they did, they could find some way to be together eventually. But as I saw them look at each other with mutual recognition and sadness, I realized that they were both resigned to the realities of their lives. Sometimes things just didn't work out. "I'm sorry," Eric said as he took a step toward Jane, "about the underwear." His mouth quirked on one side and Jane's lips twitched. "And about Anna. I didn't need to be hooking up in front of you. Crosby's right about that. I'm being a dick." I cocked my head as Jane took another step toward him and wrapped her thin arms around his shoulders for a tight, brief hug. "I'm sorry, too," she said just loud enough so I could hear her. She stepped back and took his hand. "I shouldn't have ghosted you the way I did, and I really don't have any right to be jealous now. It was immature and super lame." Eric gave a sad smile, squeezed her hand, then let go. "And don't worry about going home with Anna," Jane said as she stepped toward me. Automatically, I wrapped an arm around her waist and she laid her head on my shoulder. "She seems really nice, and she obviously likes you. Plus, since she's Sky's employee, you really can't fuck with her. Otherwise, your boss will hate you and Sky will probably fry you for dinner." Eric blanched, clearly considering that prospect for the first time. "Just keep a rubber on it," Jane added. "It would be really poor form to give your boss's housekeeper crabs, okay, Petri dish?" The sadness on Eric's face disappeared, replaced with a droll smirk. "You trying to tell me something, Jane?" "Me? Of course not," Jane retorted. "But I don't know where those panties have been. And since we know you don't change your sheets—" "And they're back," I said as Eric cracked a smile. "I'm going to get a drink," he said. With one last glance at Jane, he stopped before he went back inside. I'll see you in there, he said and then walked away. You okay? I asked my friend softly once Eric was out of earshot. Jane laid her head back on my shoulder and sighed. Give me a day or two, she said honestly. I will be. Then she stood up straight and adjusted her hair. Okay, now I really need another drink. And if Eric's going to start dating the Brazilian version of Scarlett Johansson, then I'm going to need more than water to get through the rest of dinner. Some 3 hours later, after I had said goodnight to Dad, Bubby, and Eric, I wandered back into the kitchen to find Pushpa, Kieran, and Jane sitting in the atrium sipping on brandy with frowns on their faces. What's going on? I asked as I sat on one of the window benches. Brandon, Hope, and Corey were missing, adjourned, it seemed, to Brandon's study down the hall. No rest for the wicked. Does he always talk to Brandon like that? Pushpa asked with a cock of her head in that direction. I glanced toward the hallway and back at her. Who? Corey? All three women looked at me like I was stupid for even asking. Yeah, I said. He does. What did he say this time? Kieran glared at no one in particular. If Corey had been standing there, the guy would have turned to ice. That town hall debate Brandon did last week, she said. Apparently he didn't do so well. I frowned. This was news to me. I hadn't been able to attend the event. A case of mine had gone to trial the following day, and I was stuck at the office. By the time I had gotten home, Brandon had been asleep, and as usual, he'd gotten up for his workout the next morning before I was awake. What happened? I asked as I accepted a glass of whiskey from Jane. Does it matter? Well, I think it might, Pushpa said in a much more measured tone of voice. Maybe something happened that really upset the team. The truth is, we really don't know. Let's not defend that horse's ass, Push, Kieran said. I've never seen him do anything but order Brandon, his boss, around like a little kid. Sort of like you do, Pushpa chided. From her perch on a kitchen stool, Jane snorted. I glanced at her, but she held up her hands. Hey, don't look at me. Corey didn't act like any more or less of a total asshole from the other times I've met him. I looked back at Kieran. What exactly did he say? Kieran glanced at Jane and Pushpa. I'm terrible at impressions. Who wants to do the honors? Pushpa just snickered into her drink, but Jane got up and started pacing the room, shoving her hands deep into her pockets over and over again in the exact way Corey tended to. What the fuck, man? She jeered in an excellent imitation of Corey's slight New England cadence. It should have been cake, man, but you fucked it up, just like you've been doing all the time recently. You're even more of a fucking moron than I am, and that's really saying something. But I know fucking morons, and you, man, are the biggest fucking moron of them all. It was a good enough impression, italics and all, that Pushpa was bent over laughing silently in her chair when Jane finished, and even Kieran was smiling into her drink. But as much as I also liked the impression, something stuck out. Did he really say all that, or were you just making it up? I asked, thinking about the part where fake Corey said Brandon was screwing up regularly, not just once. I added a bit, but the beginning was pretty much what he said. It sounds like he's been riding Brandon a lot these days, huh? Jane hopped back onto her stool. I frowned. I personally couldn't stand Corey. It was a big reason why I tended not to attend campaign events unless I absolutely had to. The guy was an asshole, and I frequently wondered if he exacerbated some of the issues Brandon had been having. But every time I brought it up, I was told in no uncertain terms that he was essential to the campaign. Brandon says he's the best, I said with a shrug, and he is dedicated to his job, I'll give him that. It's just that he doesn't have a lot of patience with the other elements of Brandon's life. He wasn't too happy when the press caught wind of the trial, and he's even more pissed that we are taking the next week to go back down for the verdict. Give me a break, Sky. Since when are you so forgiving of assholes? Jane put in, while Pushpa and Kieran just sent skeptical looks over their drinks. You smacked Brandon for giving you too many gifts and now you're letting this shithead walk all over him? No wonder Brandon's feeling the pressure. I rubbed my arm, but didn't meet my friend's acute gaze. Jane pulled her glasses down and stared at me over the thick tortoise-shell rims. What? I cried finally. Brandon's a big boy, and I'm not his mother, for Christ's sake. He doesn't want to stop the campaign, and he wants to keep working with Corey. What am I supposed to do? Would he be okay with your boss talking to you like an idiot? If I know Brandon, he'd probably want to deck him? I glanced at Kieran with a smile. I doubt it. She talks the same way to him. Not the same, and you know it, Kieran said shortly. Brandon's basically my brother. I'm the only one allowed to talk to him like that, period. Pushpa smiled and rubbed her wife's shoulder. Surprisingly, Kieran softened slightly under her touch. The sound of muffled shouts filtered down the hallway, and I cringed. I couldn't make out the words, but Jane was right. The way Brandon's campaign manager shouted at him amounted to verbal abuse, and for all of Brandon's veneer of confidence, all the people in this room knew the truth. That underneath it all, he was still very much a man who craved the approval of those he cared about, and he wouldn't have hired Corey if, on some level, he didn't care what he thought. I pressed my head in my hands and groaned. Some Thanksgiving. Down the hall, a door slammed. And if that speech isn't fucking tattooed in your brain by the time you're back next week, I fucking quit, Corey's voice shouted. I've had it with this amateur bullshit. A few seconds later, Corey came storming out with Hope on his heels. He gave all of us a black look, landing on me for a split second longer. Thanks for dinner, he spat, sounding anything but grateful. Without waiting for a reply, he slammed out of the house. Hope mumbled her thanks in an apologetic tone and followed him. Pushpa and Kieran stood up as if one. We should probably get going too, Kieran said. Sounds like you've got some cleanup. Unless you need help? She gave me one of her trademark pointed looks. I just shook my head. I got it, I said as I stood up too. Jane moved to collect our glasses and bring them to the sink. I'm heading to bed too, she said after giving me a quick hug. She was staying in the guest house so that she wouldn't wake us when she got up early for her flight back to Chicago. After everyone had left, I stood for a moment in the kitchen, tapping my fingernails on the new marble countertop. The evening had started out so promising. When I went into the office, I found Brandon sitting in his chair, staring moodily out the window that faced the lawn. Most of the leaves had fallen from the trees, and outside the rain was starting to come down heavily, a typical late November night. Hey, I said. Everything all right? Without a word, Brandon raised his arm, beckoning me to him silently. When I came, he positioned me between his knees and against the desk, placed his hands on my hips while he laid his head against my stomach. Reflexively, I started to comb my fingers through his thick hair, and he sighed. Sometimes, he said quietly, I'm not sure if it's all worth it. My fingers stilled in his hair, but I just waited for him to explain. My heart thumped a few extra beats. I didn't think he meant me or my family, but a part of me still wondered. He just turned and buried his face into my skin. God, I love you, he murmured into me. He nosed up the hem of my shirt and kissed the bare skin underneath. Don't, I said gently as his fingers started to creep under the hem of my pants. As much as I would have normally let him have his way with me on top of his desk, this wasn't the time. It's not going to help you solve your problems, but it might help me forget them for a while. That's called denial, babe. I tipped his face up, brushed my hands over his hair. It was immaculately trimmed. Mary made sure it never outgrew anymore, always camera ready. I twirled a short strand between my fingers. I missed his overgrown curls. But his eyes were still wide with that earnest vulnerability he never showed anyone else. It made me want to shelter him with my arms, protect him from the storm that continued to rage outside. And it really made me want to rip Corey a new one. Sometimes, he said so quietly I almost couldn't hear him, I think about what it would be like to quit, to stay here, start a family, tinker around in a lab, just be for a while. I kept stroking his hair. Can I ask you something? Shoot. I didn't say it right away, but the question had been bothering me for some time. Do you even want to be mayor? Underneath my arms, the muscles in Brandon's back tensed, the hand at my waist curved around me to hold me close. maybe to prevent me from looking at him while he spoke. I could hear him swallow and the fingers at my back clenched slightly. I don't know. And then his chest caved a little, as if the admission relieved some great pressure on his body. Shaking off his hand, I tipped his head up so I could look directly at him. His eyes were as blue and deep as ever, but a small crease between his brows was furrowed deeply. He was worried, but I wasn't sure why. Then why do it? I asked. Just because they asked you to? At that, Brandon shrugged a little. His hand hadn't left me completely, just drifted back so he could toy with the ends of my hair. He followed the waves drifting over my shoulders. God, you're beautiful, he said. I smirked even though the words warmed me inside. Nice try. In return, I got a lopsided smile. I had to try, you know. I didn't say anything, just continued to push my hands through his hair and over his shoulders, not willing to relinquish our eye contact. Do you know that your gaze is particularly penetrating? Brandon asked, although his irritation was mostly a joke. He continued to play with my hair, and now I could see love intermixed with the fear in his expression. I'm here for you, I said quietly. He sighed. I know, Red. Then why do it? Why put yourself through all of this stress if it's not something you really want to do? Are you saying I should quit just because it's getting hard? Brandon scoffed. He released his hold on me and sat back in his chair, folding his hands behind his neck. I'm not a quitter, Red. No one is saying that. No one would. That's exactly what they would say. And since when do you care what other people say about you? But then Brandon looked down, and I remembered that he cared very much what other people thought of him. Maybe not the random people in the city he didn't know, even though I also knew that he was as Boston-bred as could be, and to have his hometown turn on him for any reason would be incredibly painful. But really, he cared about his friends. He cared about Ray and Susan. He cared about me. Slowly, I crawled on top of him so that I straddled his waist in the chair, then cupped his face to force him to look at me. Where do you see us in 5 years? 10, I asked, as I stroked my fingers over the soft hair of his eyebrows. He closed his eyes under the caress, leaning slightly into one of my hands. The governor's mansion? I prodded, more as I pushed back some of his hair. The White House? Under my hands, Brandon shuddered, and suddenly I could feel his pulse through his temple. The truth? He said. The idea of campaigning like that practically gives me another panic attack right now. He sighed. The debate didn't go so well last week. I heard. He closed his eyes. I kind of freaked out. Honestly, I don't know if I'm really cut out for this. I let my hands drop to his shoulders, and he leaned back, now searching my face for a response. I was trying really, really hard not to smile with relief. So, you don't want to be a career politician? I asked. Brandon cleared his throat. God, no. But I made a commitment, Red. Brandon, there are 4 other primary candidates for your party alone. Don't you like any of them? He weighed his head from side to side. I like Joe Ferris. He's a stand-up guy, from Roxbury, actually. But he has no money, just a few of the unions backing him. Brandon, you could help him. I bit my lip, trying to swallow the excitement I felt at even the possibility of getting out of politics. I mean, if that's what you want. Brandon smirked up at me. Is that what you want? I softened and leaned down to kiss him lightly. His hands clasped my face, holding the kiss a few beats longer. Then I sat back up. I want to support what you want, I said. I want you to be as happy as you make me. Come on, Red. You have to tell me what you want, too. But I stayed silent, just watching him, letting my previous words hang in the air. Brandon rolled his eyes, but the tips of his ears turned pink with pleasure from my comment. I don't want to be that rich guy who plays with politics, a fucking cliché. Who can also do just as much, maybe more, good with his money than any of the other schmucks, I insisted, pushing him lightly against his chest. You and I both know that politics in this country is basically bought and sold. You can be the buyer. He sighed, wove his fingers with mine, and then pulled me back down so I was lying on his shoulder. Under my ear, his heart beat robust and true, and his arms wrapped around my back, engulfing me with their strength. Underneath that facade of strength, I knew Brandon was an intensely vulnerable person, but in the end, I couldn't make this decision for him. I could only be there to support the choices he needed to make. He grunted, pressed his face into my shirt again, then sat back in his chair so I could see his face. "First things first," he said with a lopsided smile. "Let's get through the rest of the trial, and then we'll see what happens after the campaign is finished. Who knows? Maybe I'll really like being mayor. Maybe it will all be worth it." I gave him a small smile back, but I wasn't so sure anymore that the campaign itself wasn't the main source of his anxiety. More and more, it looked that way. Still, I didn't say anything. I figured he needed to make the decision on his own. Chapter 35. "It's true what they say," I murmured as we sat in a diner with Bubby and Dad the following Tuesday. "Attorneys really do make the worst witnesses." Zola had called to tell us when the trial's final witnesses were taking the stand, and we had been in New York for the last 2 days, waiting for the jury to deliberate. The defense had finished making its case about my supposed mental breakdown and varying points of Msina's character. All of their witnesses had likely been paid off. The question was whether or not the jury could see that while they deliberated. Now we waited for the jury to reconvene, which they had been doing for the last 2 days. Zola said he thought it had to do with the number of counts that Msina was charged with. The only question was really if their verdict would be unanimous. I hoped to God it would be. Anything less would be grounds for a mistrial. God, I'm gonna miss this. Dad grumbled as he shoveled a forkful of home fries into his mouth. He pointed his fork at Brandon. "I'm coming around on Boston, but there ain't any decent diners up there."
"Danny, keep your mouth closed," Bubby snapped.
"That's what we got the bars for, Danny," Brandon said with a smile, letting his accent out a little with bar sounding like ba. I noticed he did that more around Dad, as if my father's thick Brooklyn slurs rubbed the sheen off Brandon's carefully practiced diction. In a way, I thought it was nice. It meant that Brandon felt he could be himself around my family. Dad just shook his head and took a long drink of the cheap coffee that had come with the $6 breakfast. Over the last day and a half, we'd been doing nothing but eating out at all of Dad and Bubby's favorite restaurants, while Brandon sat in the car going over campaign stuff with Corey via teleconference. Too worried to let Dad and Bubby go off on their own without proper security, or even with it, Brandon and I had tagged along to all the spots in Brooklyn, Manhattan, even Queens to enjoy diner eggs, pastrami sandwiches at Katz's, cheesecake at Junior's, and kosher baked goods. We had even ducked into Nick's the night before to hear Dad's old quartet play. They had picked up another keyboardist since Dad had left, and while I knew it hurt him to see someone else in his place on the stage, I also caught the way his fingers fluttered on the table when they played songs he recognized. His therapy was continuing to progress, and the doctors were now optimistic that Dad would regain his ability to play like he once could. Bubby had mentioned a song he had written the week before, when he thought she wasn't home. The thought made my own heart sing. So, despite the reason that we were here, it really hadn't been a terrible trip overall. The New York press couldn't have been less interested in a Boston mayoral candidate. Although there had been considerable press on the day that Brandon testified, it had petered out since the Massachusetts governor had announced his intention to run for a 3rd term. For the first time in weeks, we found ourselves without any kind of paparazzi tag-alongs.
"Well, I, for one, cannot wait to get home,"
Bubby said as she forked through her plate.
"Look at these eggs, like rubber. Nowhere near as fluffy as Zoftig's."
I had to smile. Bubby had settled into Brookline, a largely Jewish neighborhood like a bird in its nest. In less than a month, she had met everyone at her new temple and learned the names of every walkable kosher vendor around Coolidge Corner. It was funny. I had thought that transplanting to Boston would be harder on her than any of us, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. With a new house in a beautiful neighborhood, Bubby was happy as a freaking clam. Brandon stifled a smile while he drank his orange juice and squeezed my hand. No doubt he could see the pleasure all over my face, just like I could see it on his. It didn't escape me how much Brandon seemed to enjoy spending time with my family, even if it meant letting Bubby pick at his clothes or sitting silently with Dad while they watched the Giants games. Dad would never give up his beloved New York sports teams. But the jocular conversation was short-lived. My phone buzzed loudly on the Formica tabletop, and we all froze, staring at the familiar number on the screen. I picked it up. "It's time," Zola said in a hurried, hushed voice. 30 minutes. A few seconds later, I set down the phone and looked to the other 3 people at the table, who were staring at me, forks held in midair. "Jury's out," I said softly. "Time to go." We arrived back at the courthouse in Brooklyn at 11:30. I tried not to notice the weather, which had been threatening a thunder shower all morning long. The scant trees lining the sidewalk in front of the courthouse had all lost their leaves, stark and naked limbs against the building. Wind and cold splats of rain shook down from time to time out of the dark gray sky. We weren't required to be here. We could have waited for Zola to call us with the verdict, could have gone back to work and allowed life to keep going as if we weren't waiting on pins and needles to see if the man who had been trying to ruin our lives for the better part of a year was going to have to take the consequences for his actions. But both Dad's and my therapists had continued to suggest it would be good for us to face our attacker one last time, and Father Garrett had encouraged me to do the same. I'd never thought I'd be taking life advice from a priest, but it seemed to make sense. "You think they'll convict?" Dad asked when we approached the courtroom. Zola nodded. "There's always the possibility of a surprise," he said. "A hung jury or maybe a mistrial, but I think the real question now is, what will the sentence be?" We all glanced at each other, but no one had any answers. No pithy replies or confident statements, because really, what else was there to say? We took our seats in one of the pew-like rows of the gallery and stood as the jury entered, followed by the judge. Court was announced in session and everyone sat down. The judge shuffled through the papers in front of him for what seemed like an eternity. Then, slowly, he turned to the jury. "Madam Foreperson, please step forward," he said. The primary juror, who had been elected to speak on behalf of the jury's decision, stood up in her seat holding a piece of paper. "Madam Foreperson," said the judge, "the defendant, Victor Salvatore Msina, has been charged with 5 counts of racketeering, 1 count of kidnapping, 2 counts of aggravated assault, 2 counts of attempted murder, 1 count of murder in the first degree, 1 count of obstruction of justice, and 1 count of tax fraud." He paused a moment, either to collect his breath or let the charges sink into the court. I looked around. During the trial, the room had generally only contained us, a few members of the press, and the other participants of the court. Today, however, it was packed with families and other witnesses, all of the people who had been affected by Msina's heinous actions. "Madam Foreperson," the judge continued, "how do you find the defendant on the charge of murder in the first degree? Guilty or not guilty?" There was a general intake of breath throughout the room, and all that could be heard were the hum of rolling cameras and the typing of the stenographer. "Guilty," said the juror, loudly and clearly. Behind the defense table, I saw Msina drop his head into his hands as the judge continued to read off the counts, and one by one, the juror continued to announce the verdict. Guilty, guilty, guilty. At last he came to the counts that included my family. "And on 1 count of kidnapping," asked the judge, "how do you find the defendant?" The juror blinked. "Guilty." "And on counts 1 and 2 of aggravated assault?" "Guilty." From somewhere inside me, a knot was pulled and a tight coil of stress sprang free. My chest shuddered as a harsh, noiseless sob pushed out. Immediately, I felt Brandon's arm pull me close as Dad grasped for my other hand, and on his other side, I saw him do the same to Bubby. We sat there, the four of us linked, as one by one, each of the other jurors confirmed the verdict as delivered. Around us, I noticed several other people hugging each other and blotting tears from their eyes. One woman collapsed completely into the man who had accompanied her. It was her brother, I gathered, who was the murder victim. But it wasn't until the final juror confirmed the verdict that the truth of it finally hit me. He was guilty. They had found him guilty. No hung jury, no mistrial. It was entirely possible that the defense would still mount an appeal, but in all likelihood it would be denied. And in a few weeks, Victor Msina would be sentenced to something in the neighborhood of life in prison. On the other side of Dad, Bubby wiped tears from her cheeks, and Dad just stared stony-faced at the back of the bench in front of us. After months, years really, of enduring the stress of this man in our lives, it was so strange to realize that justice had actually been served, and maybe, just maybe, we would be free of him. Soon the bailiff announced the jury's discharge and asked everyone to rise. We did, and Msina stood as well, his head bowed as he slowly, deliberately removed the tie from around his neck. He remained standing after everyone in the courtroom took their seats again. Then he set the tie on the table. The judge flipped through the schedule in front of him for a moment, then gave Msina a hard look. Mr. Msina, sentencing will take place on Thursday, December 22nd at 2 p.m. Bailiffs, please escort Mr. Msina to his cell to await his sentence. We watched as two bailiffs immediately approached Msina, who in that moment finally seemed to recognize that he was going to jail, and potentially for good. No, he yelped as he shook off their arms. No, I ain't going. Mr. Msina, cried the judge as he banged his gavel, you will allow the bailiffs to escort you to your cell, else you risk being held in contempt of the court. I'm already in contempt, he yelled, despite the way his lawyer continued to draw a finger across his neck, indicating clearly that his client needed to shut the hell up. I'm innocent, yelled Msina, even as the bailiffs, with the help of two other officers who had hurried in from the jail, managed to encircle his suited waist again with the heavy padlock chain used for felons. Quickly they cuffed each of his hands to the side of the chain, forcing him to hold them awkwardly out from his waist like an angry penguin. As they escorted him away from the defense table, they passed our seats, no longer blocked from view by the front row of reporters. You, Msina growled as he caught sight of us. He pointed a sausage-like finger menacingly at me, even though his arm was inhibited by its chains. They clinked loudly with each movement. The courtroom had once again stilled as everyone watched his performance. This ain't the last you'll be seeing of me, Red, Msina cried, even as the bailiffs continued to drag him out of the courtroom. Danny, Brandon Sterling, you can believe that. Above us, the photographers were clicking away. I huddled into Brandon's side as the fingers on my shoulder tightened. Yeah, said the bailiff. Let's go. It ain't the last, Msina shrieked as he was yanked out of the room. We watched until the heavy door was shut and locked behind him. It wasn't until I felt Brandon turn me fully toward his body, so that he could wrap both arms around me, that I realized I was shaking. Dad and Bubby both looked positively white. Court is adjourned, called the judge. Come on, Red, Brandon said as he edged me toward the exit. It's over. Chapter 36. 2 hours later, I was back in the hotel room, packing up my things, although neither of us said it. Following the trial, Brandon and I were both acutely feeling the need to get back to Boston.
Let the music unwind the tension of the day, making space for the next chapter to arrive with clarity.
I had gone straight to the shower and started packing. Brandon had left to run a few last-minute errands around the city before picking me up to leave. To go home, I realized. Something New York would never really be again. I shoved the last of my clothes into my small suitcase and sat on top of it to close it. Just as I'd managed to get the zipper around the edge, the door to the room unlocked, and Brandon walked in. "Hey," he said. "Hey," I answered as I pulled my suitcase over next to his. "How did your errands go?" "Good," he said, "and I managed to pick up a goodbye party." He stepped aside to reveal two small children, Annabelle and Kristoff. "Skylar!" they both cried as they ran toward me, knocking me back onto the bed with the force of their hugs. "Hi!" I squealed as I let them tackle me with kisses. "What are you guys doing here?" Brandon leaned against the wall, watching the scene with a wide smile. Then he walked in and sat on the bed next to us. "I managed to sneak over to 89th Street after my meetings," he said as he wrestled Kristoff into a half Nelson and let go, much to the little boy's delight. "Jeanette said I could kidnap them for dinner. What do you say? Should we stay one more night?" "I say." I glanced between the kids. We had planned to go immediately, and I had visions of flopping on the couch in our living room and watching Amadeus. I knew Brandon was supposed to be back for a breakfast event the next day, which meant we would have to leave at some god-awful hour. But one look at my two siblings, who looked simultaneously eager and terrified, changed my mind. I smiled. Madame Tussauds and Gray's papaya? Although they clearly had no idea what I was talking about, both kids threw their hands in the air and cheered loudly at the proposal. "Are you going to stay in New York now, Skylar?" Kristoff asked. I smarted. His English had already improved a lot since the last time I'd seen him in July. "No," I said. "I don't live here anymore. Brandon and I live in Boston." "So, you're leaving?" Annabelle asked. When I nodded, she mimicked the motion to herself. "That's okay. People leave sometimes, even us." I frowned. "What do you mean, honey?" "Daddy went back to France," she said wistfully. "Mama said we will not see him for a long time, and she says after Christmas we are going away too, to a school a long train ride from New York." I nodded. This was the same story I had heard from Jeanette. The little girl shrugged, but underneath her veneer of nonchalance, I could sense a sadness, one that was clearer on Kristoff's face. Their father was gone, a criminal, and they weren't sure if he would ever be back. On top of that, their own mother couldn't bear to be around them and was shipping them off to school out of state, instead of keeping them with her. In some ways, I understood why Jeanette was doing what she was doing. She understood her failures as a mother, and felt her children would be better away from her cold family. But I also knew what it felt like to be pushed away by her. The kids and I would always share that unique pain. My heart squeezed and I looked up at Brandon. As if he could read my mind, he shrugged. It was my choice, he seemed to say. Whatever I wanted to do would be fine with him. I turned back to my half-siblings. "I want to show you something," I said. We sat down on the couch, and I pulled out my computer. I opened a screen with Google Maps, pinpointing the location of their new school. "This is Andover Prep," I said, pointing at the green spot on the map. "Your new school, where you'll start after the holidays." Annabelle nodded sadly. "Yes, I know. Maman showed us the same map last week. She says she is only 5 hours from us." She shrugged again, an incredibly Gallic gesture I recognized from when I had lived in France myself. "Our last school we had to take a plane. This is better." "Much better," I agreed. "Did she show you this?" I typed in the new address of the house and connected the two locations with driving directions. I traced the thick blue line as I spoke. "This is where Brandon and I live now," I said, "and this is where you'll be at school. We're only 30 minutes apart. See?" I squeezed both kids, who were suddenly enraptured by the screen. "That's only the length of one episode of Ninjago," I told Kristoff, who immediately lit up. "So we'll be able to see you all the time. Looks like we're going to have some Little League games to go to in the spring." Brandon said as he smacked his hands together eagerly. "These guys are going to need to get into some sports and stuff."
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Little League?
Christophe asked his sister, who just shook her head. "Je ne sais pas," she said in her quick, snippy way. "Oh, man," said Brandon as he picked the little boy up and swung him onto his back, provoking a barrage of giggles. "Do I have some stuff to show you?" "You'll spend Christmas with us," I told Annabelle, "and lots of weekends. Okay?" The child glowed when, after a moment, she nodded her head. "Oui," she said. "Okay." I nodded. "Now let's go get some hot dogs and stare at some wax people."
Wax?
Christophe yelped from his place on Brandon's shoulder.
What is wax people?
We all erupted in laughter, and Annabelle and I followed the boys out the door so we could show him just what I meant. Later that night, after the kids had gone back to Jeanette's family on the Upper East Side and Brandon and I were alone, I turned to him in the darkness. The hotel blinds were open, and the glow of the city shone through the window, an eerie reminder that in a city like New York, we were never really alone. Already I yearned for the peace of our property in Brookline. I missed hearing the wind in the trees outside our bedroom. "I keep thinking about them at that school, by themselves," I said. Brandon was turned away, looking toward the Central Park view. He waited a few moments, then turned to face me. "Me too," he said. "They're so young." I knew without asking that he was remembering essentially being abandoned by his parents, multiple times, by that age. One day I thought we might be able to take them in permanently, and I had a feeling that Brandon felt the same way. But that didn't need to happen right away. There was this feeling that for the first time in a while, maybe we could take things a bit more gradually. Maybe things didn't have to be such a rush. "How did it feel today?" he asked quietly. "Facing Msina like that." I lay back on my pillow and looked up at the ceiling. The events of the trial had been on repeat over and over again in my mind, always ending with Msina's nasty threat at the end. But he was guilty. He was being held, and then he would be sentenced in another 2 weeks. And considering the way he had looked at him at the end, I doubted the judge would be lenient. "It feels good," I said finally. "I feel lighter." My therapist had been right. There was some closure in being here. I wouldn't feel completely at ease until I knew the man was locked away for good. But this was a start, a really, really good one. "I thought so too," Brandon said. We lay side by side, looking up at the ceiling, breathing silently for a bit. "Dr. Jefferson thinks I need to do the same thing," he said quietly. I said nothing, just listened curiously. Brandon didn't talk much about his ongoing therapy sessions, other than to grumble when his weekly appointment came around. But they did seem to be helping. "He thinks I need to visit my father." It was clear from the way Brandon said it that he didn't mean Ray. I turned again on my side. The moonlight cast a bluish glow over his bare chest and made his eyes look almost alien in the dark. Alien and incredibly beautiful. "I've never seen him," Brandon said softly. "Not since he went in again when I was a teenager. He's supposed to get out in 2 years. Did you know that?" Wordlessly, I nodded. Brandon had told me about John Sterling on our first date. I remembered everything. "Why do you want to see him?" I asked. Brandon sighed, then turned onto his side. "I realized something this week," he said quietly as his hand pushed the covers down to my waist. He brushed his hand over my belly and up to rest in between my breasts, covered only by the thin nightgown. It was a move that was more sweet than erotic, resting his hand over my heart. He kept it there and looked back at me. "What's that?" I asked. "This trial. I saw how you felt. Free, right?" I nodded again but didn't say anything. Brandon sighed and his hand pulled lower, down to rest over my stomach. "I felt it too," he said, a little. Then he closed his eyes. "I want more." "You think seeing your dad is going to give you that?" I had other thoughts about what might give that to him, but that needed to be his decision. "Dr. Jefferson seems to think so." He opened one eye. You can say it. I know you want to. I took a deep breath and grinned. I told you so. Oh! A second later, I found myself tackled back into the bed while Brandon went to town, tickling every part of my bare skin he could find. Ah! I screeched as his fingers dug into my side. Uncle! I give up! Uncle! Ha! He collapsed back down on the pillow, satisfied with his victory, and used one arm to pull me close again. The quiet of the room descended, and we both closed our eyes. I don't want to be mayor, Red. At first, I wasn't sure he had actually said it. The silence between us was so complete, and he looked asleep. Had I imagined it? But then, Brandon opened his eyes again and looked at me, an arrow-straight gaze of dark blue. Say something, he whispered. Are you disappointed in me? Immediately my mouth dropped. What? Brandon shrugged, his gaze fearful. I've already put you through enough with this, and... Brandon, I don't want to be the mayor's wife. The words jumped out before I had enough time to formulate them completely, and I clapped my hands over my mouth. In response, Brandon laughed. It was that bad, huh? He asked with a wide, white grin. I dropped my hands, then shrugged a little. Well, I didn't want to say anything. And I'm guessing you don't want a big Catholic wedding either, Brandon said. You, probably don't have to keep up with Catholic school if you don't want to. At that, my eyes bugged out and his laughter filled the room. Holy shit, he crowed as he rolled onto his back and clapped his hands. Oh shit, baby. If you could see your face right now. It's not funny, I yelped, even as I laughed myself. I sat up in the bed and proceeded to wallop him with a pillow, which only made him laugh even harder. Was it really that bad? He asked between chuckles. I rolled my eyes. No, mostly it's just, I don't know. It's a little fake, you know? Red, why didn't you say something? I shrugged. I was just trying to do the right thing. Then something occurred to me. Do you still want to get married in the church? Or raise our kids Catholic? Because if that's important to you, I'll finish it. I was only ever doing it for you anyway. Brandon sighed, but still didn't wipe the smile off his face as he sat up completely. Skylar, I don't give a shit what religion you are or aren't. You could be a Wiccan with a pentagram tattooed across your forehead, and I'd still want to marry you tomorrow, he said. I rolled my eyes but grinned anyway. Seriously, he said. I'll have Margie call Father Garrett and tell him that you've had a change of heart. I'll tell him I'd rather marry an agnostic sort of not really Jewish woman. I'm sure with the generous donation I made to the church, he really won't care whether or not you finish catechism. I snorted. I'll call him, I said. It's the least I can do after making the man sit for hours with me in his office every week. I doubt it was a hardship, Brandon said as he leaned back in the pillows, pulling me down with him. I doubt he gets many excuses to look at beautiful women. I snorted, but let the joke fall between us. So, what do you want, Red? Brandon asked before he pressed a quick, sweet kiss to my forehead. No campaign, no conversion. We found our house. We're going to get married like the heathens we are. What happens after that? I closed my eyes, inhaling his warm, sweet smell. I don't know, I said finally, after he'd kissed both cheeks and my mouth again. I think I just want to be for a while. Is that okay? Brandon leaned in and kissed me full on the mouth, a long, tender kiss that meandered and wove a spell with lips and tongue. When he finally pulled away, I felt like I was floating a foot off the bed, even though I was still trapped in his arms. Being with you, he mumbled. Sounds fucking perfect. He was just starting to kiss me again, when suddenly there was a loud rap on the hotel room door. Brandon jerked up. What the? Brandon! Open the fucking door, man! Is that Corey? I asked with disbelief. What, does that guy have superhuman radar? You literally just decided you were going to bow out. Brandon shrugged, his big shoulders rippling. He pushed himself off the bed and threw on a t-shirt over his boxer briefs before answering the door. Corey blasted into the room with the turmoil of a hurricane. When I tell you to keep your phone on, that doesn't mean turn it off at 5:00 fucking clock, man, he yelled as he walked in. I pulled Brandon's white button down over my chemise while I got up from the bed. My nightgown was modest, but the thin material didn't leave much to the imagination. I wasn't interested in watching Corey's eyes drift while I told him where to shove it. Brandon just watched his campaign manager pace the room with an exhausted expression. We were a little busy. I told you I would call when we got back to Boston tomorrow morning. Yeah, well, that's not fucking up to you, is it? Corey retorted as he whirled around, causing his tie to smack him in the face. I frowned at him with disgust. It was 11 o'clock at night. Did this guy ever go anywhere without being dressed in a full suit? What are you doing here, Corey? Brandon asked. I glanced at him, but he shook his head slightly. I understood. He didn't want to break the news of his defection tonight. I bit my lip and looked down, knowing everything I thought generally showed on my face. What am I doing here? Corey repeated, spittle flying. Tracking down my rogue fucking candidate for one. You'll call tomorrow, huh? After you've already taken 3 more days off during primary season? A day before you're giving the most important speech of the campaign? You say that about every speech, Corey, Brandon said irritably. Tomorrow is just a photo op at the Children's Hospital, not a televised debate. God damn it, Brandon, that's just it. Every event is important, and I've had it, man. I'm getting tired of being your babysitter, tracking you down for every goddamn thing when you get distracted by your little side piece. It's fucking ridiculous. You two are fucking ridiculous. Corey, Brandon thundered. Stop. Whatever. Corey spun around, checking his phone. You've got a breakfast in the morning. If we leave now, we can still get to Boston by 3. And don't even try to argue with me. You're getting in the fucking car. I pulled my arms across my chest, working somewhat unsuccessfully to trap the anger I felt bubbling up. It wasn't just that Corey had insulted me yet again. It was this, the way he always talked down to Brandon. And now I knew he didn't have to take it anymore. Neither of us did. I looked to Brandon, who was close to seething himself. He caught my eye, and then I saw a glimmer that hadn't been there before. Can I asked. At that, Brandon smiled fully. Have at it, baby. Corey? I asked sweetly, disarming the man in his tracks. What? He practically spat at me. You're fired. Corey's rat face screwed up in confusion. He looked to Brandon. Is she high? What does she think she's doing? He looked back at me with disgust. You're not my boss, lady. She's the boss of me, so I guess that makes her the boss of you too, Brandon said in a genial voice, but then his expression turned hard. Really, though, you're fired. Corey's face turned white. You can't be serious. I'm dropping out of the campaign, Corey. It was a mistake to enter from the start. Look, I appreciate everything you've done, I really do. But if politics means anxiety attacks every time I give a speech and being constantly berated by someone who is supposed to be working for me, well then, you and the campaign can both fuck off. I don't need this. Corey looked back and forth between Brandon and me like he was watching a ping-pong match. Are you fucking kidding me? He sputtered like a teapot about to boil. You're going to turn down the political career of a lifetime to what? Play house with Jessica Rabbit? My name is Skylar, I practically shouted. Corey whirled around to Brandon. You could have everything. I don't attach myself to losers, Brandon, and if you just got your head in the game, we could go all the way. The governor's mansion, the fucking White House. Seriously, how are you going to throw that away for a garbage collector's daughter? And at that, Brandon finally appeared to lose his cool. In 3 swift steps, he had grasped the rodent-like man by the collar and had him pushed against the back of the hotel door. I'm only going to say this once more, he said in a voice that was much calmer than he looked. For once, Corey kept his mouth shut. His toes, I noticed, barely touched the ground. I'm done, Brandon said. That's it. The campaign is over. And if you're smart, you'll take my reference and look for work elsewhere. In the meantime, if I ever hear you say one more fucking word against the love of my life, you're going to wish you'd never heard the name Brandon Sterling. You got that? Under his grasp, Corey gasped, but managed to nod with one last dirty look in my direction. Good, Brandon said. Then he reached behind him and opened the door. "Now get out." And with that, he tossed the petty little man out and slammed the heavy door after him. When he turned to me, his shoulders were heaving like he'd just completed a long run. I stepped close enough to reach out and touch his chest. His heart beat wildly. "Are you okay? Are you upset?" I asked. His face was so stoic I really couldn't tell. Brandon just looked at me, and a half-second later he smiled with sudden happiness, so pure and clear. It was blinding. Then he tipped his head back and laughed, loud and long. "Hell fucking no!" he shouted as he picked me up and hugged me. He dropped me on the ground and kissed me. "I feel free. Well, not totally, but I'm on my way." "And Red?" I looked up at him and he cupped my face, brushing his thumb over my cheek. "Free," he repeated as he pressed his forehead to mine. "And it feels great." Chapter 37. A week later, we found ourselves sitting at a table at the Cedar Junction, Massachusetts Correctional Institution, waiting for inmates to be called in for visiting hours. It was a dank cement block of a room, with scattered tables and chairs that had been anchored to the floor. Anything in prison could be used as a weapon. A few minutes later, the inmates who had visitors were let in. Most of them recognized their visitors and headed to their tables, where they were allowed to sit opposite each other, without touching, while the prison guard stood at the periphery of the room, heavily armed. An older man hovered at the entrance, looking around with some confusion. But when his eyes locked on Brandon, sudden recognition flooded his leathery features, and he moved with sudden speed. "That's him," Brandon said. We both stood up as the man approached the table. Even if I hadn't been told as much, I still would have known that John Sterling was Brandon's father. Somewhere close to 70, with wrinkled skin from too many years of alcohol and drug abuse, his tall, lean form was still built like an ox. He had broad shoulders, muscular forearms, and a strong jawline that persisted in a way most men's don't after a certain age. Basically a carbon copy of his son's distinguishing physical traits, but even bigger. I could easily see how he would have scared the living daylights out of most people when he was in his prime. His gray hair was cropped short, but only thinned slightly at the crown, and he had a pair of bright blue eyes that might have pierced if they weren't so dulled from living such a hard life. But that was where the similarities stopped. "Well, well, well," he croaked, and then proceeded to hack for at least 30 seconds all over the table. He had a scratchy voice that spoke of years of tobacco usage. When he smiled, I had to fight not to recoil. The man's teeth were a wreck, stained and decayed visibly in several places, likely from years of extreme drug and alcohol abuse. "Never thought I'd see the day," he said as he looked Brandon over. "The boys in here don't believe me when I tell 'em you're my son. But here you are, looking like $1 million fucking dollars of dirty money. Or is it $1 billion? Who the fuck cares? You're here, and it only took you 20 fucking years." 20 years of imprisonment had not done good things for John Sterling, but his voice was rolled thick with the same tones of Dorchester I had heard in Brandon's speech from time to time, flattened A's and open R's. Brandon was a statue beside me, staring at the man who was responsible for half his genes. I had never seen a clearer argument for nurture over nature in my entire life. In just a few sentences, John Sterling had demonstrated that he was everything his son wasn't: petty, nasty, and above all, weak. "How you been, Pop?" Brandon said in a voice so quiet I almost couldn't hear it above the din. Sterling looked his son over with one eye squinted, as if testing to see if the benign question carried some kind of bomb detonator. "How've I been? I've been locked up for 20 fucking decades, and now them pigs just gave me another 20 on Monday." "Yeah, I heard about that," Brandon said more calmly than I was sure he felt. "I'm sorry." No one's actually said out loud that Sterling had just been convicted for a brutal stabbing of one of his cellmates. There had been no trial, only a plea deal, Since the man couldn't afford a lawyer, Brandon had informed me of it a few days ago, telling me I didn't have to come if I didn't want to. "The man's a murderer, Red," he had said as we sat on the couch at home. "He's rotten, right down to it." But there wasn't a chance in hell I was going to let Brandon face his worst demon without me there with him. Not when he stood by me as I'd faced so many of my own.
"It was self-defense," Sterling said. "You got no idea what kind of crazies are in here with me. He attacked me first. What was I supposed to do?"
Then, as if the interrogation was over, Sterling turned his blazing blue eyes on me. The way they echoed his son's was more than a little unnerving.
"And who's this foxy little thing you brought home to meet Daddy?"
In my peripheral vision, I saw Brandon's jaw tighten, but I didn't dare break eye contact with Sterling. "I'm Skylar," I said.
"My fiancé,"
Brandon said tightly,
"so you can show some goddamn respect." "There he is. There's my boy," Sterling crowed, leaning back in his seat. "I knew there was some asshole in there somewhere."
He winked at me and I immediately felt dirty.
"I bet you like that part. Don't you, sweetheart?"
Before I could answer, he looked back at Brandon.
"You gonna be a man? Make her take your name?"
Brandon didn't even bother to conceal his disdain. She's a grown woman. Pretty sure I can't make her do anything. Sterling just snorted, sounding like a ball of phlegm was lodged in the back of his throat.
"Seems to me a real man wouldn't let his woman chop off his balls like that. You gonna become Mr. Skylar Teapot?"
I frowned. Teapot? Brandon just gritted his teeth, though I saw his hand clench under the table. "Not that it's any of your business, but we'll both keep our own goddamn names. Thanks."
"I'm surprised you're still Sterling anyway,"
Sterling said without a trace of irony.
"After forsaking your ma the way you did for them kikes up in Somerville."
Brandon's knuckles turned white. 25 years since he'd last seen him or not, John Sterling still knew exactly how to punch his son in the gut. "Jesus Christ," Brandon muttered. "Their name is Peterson. They're not even Jewish."
"Ain't he a college type? Same fucking difference,"
said Sterling bitterly as he pushed a big calloused hand through his short hair, as if feeling for a mane that wasn't there anymore. Brandon sighed and mirrored his father's action. I shivered. It was clear that some things were bred in the bone. "You want to know why I keep it? To remind me of where I came from," Brandon said, "and of how far I've come. That kid from the shittiest fucking home in the worst neighborhood in Boston can still make something of himself." Something precious, I thought with approval. Something sterling. And it fit, too. I couldn't imagine him any different.
"Yeah, well."
The old man shrugged and scratched at a nick on the top of the table.
"It's a nasty little trick, you ask me."
His blue eyes squinted at his son.
"I heard you pussied out of being mayor."
Brandon frowned. "You knew about that?" Sterling cackled low and cynical.
"Of course I knew. You think I ain't been following my own son over the last 25 years?
He sat back, surveying Brandon like he was looking in the mirror.
"You look just like me at your age. You got the blonde hair like your ma, of course. But otherwise it's like seeing myself take over the world."
He snorted again.
"Another fucking life, huh?"
"Yeah," Brandon said. "I guess."
"So why you here?"
Sterling asked suddenly.
"You ain't been to see me in over 2 decades. Why now?"
Brandon took a few breaths, reviewing the words I knew he had practiced with Dr. Jefferson all week. I kept my hand on his thigh, there if he wanted to take it. "For a long time I didn't." Sterling said nothing, just watched with something close to glee as his son stumbled over his words. I narrowed my eyes. What a horrible person this man was. "I came here to tell you." Brandon started again, trailing off once more.
"Spit it out, Teapot,"
Sterling said again, the teasing tone of his voice bordering on cruel. He looked at me with gleaming eyes, the brightest I'd seen them since we'd met.
You want to know why we called him Teapot Cutie?
I didn't say anything, which Sterling took as an invitation to continue.
Brandon here used to have a speech impediment. When he was 3, 4, 5, 6, any time he'd get worked up, he'd start sputtering like a damn teapot, whistling and spouting.
Sterling started to toot like a teapot himself. Woo! He cried out even as his muscular frame started to shake with laughter.
God, it was so annoying. Cute sometimes, but fucking annoying.
Yeah, well, Brandon muttered.
You'd be scared shitless too if you were me. Waiting for your dad to come home after the socks lost. I was too busy wondering if it was going to be the belt or of the yardstick to be thinking about my fucking speech patterns.
By this point, those speech patterns had basically all but abandoned the R's in his diction. Bar was ba, yardstick was yardstick. It had taken Brandon exactly 10 minutes of sitting with his birth father to regress almost completely back to his adolescence. Suddenly, he grabbed my hand so hard, my knuckles cracked. Sterling stared at his son with a gaze like cold steel. All signs of levity, however crass, were gone. The standoff lasted several minutes, and I glanced at the clock, noting that already half the hour had passed.
Yeah, well,
Sterling said, finally breaking first.
Someone had to toughen you up. I knew what kind of life you was headed for.
Yeah, but that wasn't the kind of life I ended up having, Pop, Brandon said bitterly. Sterling just raised an eyebrow.
You think I don't know you were running around with them Westies? You think I don't hear news from the old neighborhood in here? Boy, I know everything about you. Always have, always will.
Not everything. Sterling narrowed one eye, looking remarkably like a pirate.
Come again?
Brandon sighed and ran both hands through his hair again. God damn it. I didn't come here to fight with you.
Then what did you come here for, teapot?
Brandon closed his eyes, exhaled strongly, then opened them again, full of renewed determination.
I came here to say that what you did to me and Ma was wrong, he said clearly. You beat us and abused and abandoned us, over and over again. If you hadn't, maybe she wouldn't have needed drugs the way she did. I wouldn't have had to leave and find new parents, wouldn't have been as fucked up as I was. Ma might still be alive if it wasn't for you.
John Sterling shook his head and grumbled something unintelligible under his breath, but surprisingly he didn't argue. The creases in his forehead deepened as he took the words like lashings, and his jaw tightened, but he didn't say anything against a single one.
But I also came here to say that I forgive you.
And at that, John Sterling's unyielding blue eyes lifted. At one point I was sure that he had a similar sparkle, a similar charisma as Brandon. Before years of violence, drugs, incarceration, and personal deterioration had taken their toll.
You forgive me,
he repeated, with an accent so thick it almost sounded fake. Brandon nodded and squeezed my hand again. I squeezed back. He wasn't in this alone.
I can't forget, he said. This isn't an invitation into our lives. You've done too much, damaged too much. But I can forgive you for the past. Life's too short to hold on to that anger, and I've got too much good in mine.
He glanced at me warmly.
To risk messing it up with things I can't let go.
Sterling looked between us like he was trying to decide something. He opened his mouth, revealing stained molars with large black fillings. Then he closed it and nodded his head.
Okay,
he said. Brandon frowned.
Okay. Sterling rolled his eyes. What are you, a fucking parrot? Yeah, okay.
He reached back with one hand and gripped his neck, the action emphasizing biceps that still bulged, even after years in prison.
I ain't stupid. I know what I did, and I'm paying for it now, one way or another. I don't think just because you came in here we're gonna have a relationship all of a sudden. Honest, I don't even know how we'd even start doing something like that. So I wasn't expecting your forgiveness, but if you want to give it...
Sterling trailed off with a shrug that somehow seemed anything but nonchalant.
Sure, I'll take it, and welcome.
Before Brandon could answer, a short alarm bell rang out, and one of the guards announced that visiting hours were over. "I'll try, Brandon grasped again for the back of his jacket, clearly unsure of what to say. I didn't even know what to say myself. "Nice to meet you" seemed completely inappropriate.
"Don't worry about it,"
said Sterling. He reached out as if to touch Brandon, who flinched visibly. In response, the older man recoiled, and I wondered if maybe he really did understand just what he had done.
"See you around, kid,"
Sterling said as he stood to leave. He glanced back at me, all leering gone.
"You too, Red. Go make some cute grandbabies."
And then he shuffled out of the room in a line behind several other prisoners. We watched as he disappeared behind the thick gray doors. He didn't look back once. Outside the prison, while Brandon and I waited for David to pull the car around, I stayed close, watching and completely unable to decipher what was on Brandon's face as he looked at the prison gates behind us. "Are you okay?" I asked as I tucked my hand into the crook of his elbow. He glanced at me with a queer smile.
"Yeah, I think so.
I was just thinking." "About what?"
"About how close I came to being here."
Brandon chewed for a moment on his lower lip.
"Slip of fate. That I met Ray and Susan, Stan, Miranda."
He paused.
You
would have never ended up in there," I said as we looked back at the nondescript building together.
"Murder. Just a shot away,"
Brandon quoted. "The Rolling Stones?" I cited, unbelieving. "Are you actually listening to something else besides Springsteen, Mr. Sterling?" Brandon just grinned, a 1,000-watt smile that lit up the otherwise cold gray day. He tossed a heavy arm over my shoulder and pulled me tight into his side so he could kiss the top of my head.
"Gotta start somewhere, Red,"
he said, and proceeded to hum, in a very off-key pitch, the refrain to Beasts of Burden. The song transported me back to a night almost a year ago now, a freezing, stormy night when the city had been covered with snow, when I'd fled a bar full of entitled, egotistical young men and found myself trapped in the home of a lonely, isolated, soulful tycoon. Never in my life could I have predicted where we'd have ended up.
"You know, the more I think about it, the more it doesn't matter,"
Brandon said with one last look at the prison before we got into the car. Then he turned back to me, his eyes practically glowing with happiness.
"Any path I take leads to you, Red."
Oh, how he was right. Any direction we went did lead back to each other. There was nowhere else to go. I pulled him down for a brief kiss, relishing the way his lips lingered on mine for a minute, warm against the chilly December air.
"One more stop,"
Brandon said,
"and then we can go home."
Chapter 38. It ended up being a day for more than just one catharsis. Maybe it was because Christmas was just around the corner, or maybe it was because, as of the new year, Brandon would officially have nothing else to do but serve as a name partner at a firm at which he no longer had any clients. But the day of personal cleansing continued when he asked David to drop us in Cambridge instead of driving all the way into Brookline. "What are we doing?" I asked after David drove off, leaving Brandon to lead me to the nearest T station, the Red Line stop off Kendall Square. I had to smile a little. It was the same station where I'd insisted on going on our first real date, the one he said made him feel like he was himself again. This was also the first time in months we hadn't been accompanied by a bodyguard. Another weight lifted. Freedom. Brandon said nothing, just swiped his Charlie card, the one I knew he'd bought that very night, with a half smile, and waited patiently as I swiped mine. Then he took my hand and led me down into the depths of the station.
"I want to show you something," he said. "I want a fresh start with you. New house, new life. Dr. Jefferson says I never said goodbye to the old. Will you come with me?"
I didn't need to think twice. For once, the train was quick to arrive. It was a Friday evening, so we were quickly swallowed by students heading to parties at Northeastern and UMB, or commuters from the MIT campus on their way to the other side of the city. Brandon was quiet the entire ride, as we stood in the slowly dispersing crowd. He held the bar over the seats with one hand, the other wrapped firmly around my waist. protecting me with his big body. I didn't fight it or insist on conversation. The hum of the train, the clamor of the people. It was enough for now, while I knew he was still processing the visit with his father. Slowly, more and more people filtered off until all that was left were the stragglers, the construction workers, the waitresses, the people who were really the salt of Boston's earth. The train continued to rumble out of the underground tracks and on to later stops. UMass, Savin. When the conductor announced our arrival at Field's Corner, Brandon squeezed my hand, and I finally realized just what we were doing. This was his old neighborhood, the one he hadn't returned to in over 15 years. Why we were here, I had no idea, but I followed him off the train without a word. He led me onto the platform, pausing for a moment to look around. "Well, this is new," he murmured as he took in the gleaming new station with its steel beams and relatively clean floors. But it didn't take long for him to regain his bearings, particularly once we were outside. I had been close to Dorchester a few times before, mostly to visit friends who lived in the neighborhood or somewhere close, but they lived on the other side by the harbor, by UMB. I hadn't ever ventured this deeply into South Boston, the part that was still economically depressed and fairly rife with crime. Brandon kept me pinned to his side as he strode down Dorchester Avenue. It wasn't the stereotypical Irish working-class neighborhood you would see in Ben Affleck films. There were shades of that, but Field's Corner was actually incredibly diverse. I saw almost as many Vietnamese restaurants scattered around as Irish pubs. "Was it always like this?" I asked as I pointed out a faux restaurant that looked like it had been there a while. Somehow I couldn't really imagine John Sterling enjoying bowls of vermicelli. "What?" Brandon followed my finger. "Oh, you mean the Vietnamese places? It started when I was a kid. My dad didn't like them much when they were first popping up." He then turned down a residential street, and then another. I trotted beside him, taking in the neighborhood that bore a lot of signs of gentrification, but was still mostly comprised of dilapidated row houses, colonials, and walk-up apartment buildings with peeling paint and chain-link fences. The pastel colors of most of the buildings seemed to be a joke, tagged with graffiti or just peeling completely off. The street steadily became emptier and emptier, and I noticed more than once Brandon keeping his head low any time we passed others. Was he afraid of running into someone he knew? Was it because he thought they would recognize him? In his jeans and parka, Red Sox hat pulled low over his face, he looked exactly like most of the other people pacing through the streets. Then, at last, we stopped, so quickly that I walked straight into Brandon's shoulder. He cracked another half-smile as I rubbed my nose. "You could give a girl a little warning there, Sterling." "Sorry," he said guiltily. "We're here." It was a townhouse, probably about 4 or 5 stories high, although it had clearly been split into multiple apartments. There wasn't a surface on it without peeling paint, and at the edges of the plain, sturdy trim and gutters, I could see evidence of mold and moss growing. Dilapidated satellite dishes hung crookedly off several balconies. The chimney that ran up the left side of the building was crumbling, and the chain-linked fence out front was half smashed to the pavement in one spot. "Is this where—" Brandon nodded. "This is where I grew up, Red." We stared at the old place in silence. It was one thing to know that Brandon was born into abject poverty, that he had experienced extreme neglect and abuse at the hands of his parents. It was another to actually meet the man who had done the abusing and then see the place where it had happened. Fury started to mount inside me like lava in a volcano. Suddenly I was shaking and red, my hands clenching and unclenching at my sides. I knew no one related to Brandon lived in this building anymore. More likely it was full of hip college students looking to be adventurous on the cheap. But behind the crooked fence, I could see so clearly a beaten little boy. Behind those doors I could see the child who was locked in his room for hours, even days at a time, left to rock himself to sleep. It wasn't until Brandon wiped my tears off my cheeks that I even realized I was crying. I hurled my arms around his neck and he caught me easily, holding me flush against his body so that my feet dangled off the ground. "You're safe now," I murmured into his ear. I couldn't seem to hold him tight enough. "You're safe with me." He sighed, squeezed me just a little tighter, then slowly set me down. "I know, Red," he said with a small smile and eyes that shined, even as pain touched their edges. "I know I am." And when he looked at me, I realized he really spoke the truth. For the first time in months, maybe during the entire time I'd known him, Brandon finally felt safe in his life. My heart swelled. I couldn't have wanted anything more. Brandon pulled my palm up and kissed the top, then looked back at the house. Time to say goodbye, like Dr. Jefferson said. And so, we let the house's presence seep into both of us while a few people walked by, looking on curiously. The sounds of car horns and a rumbling train faded into the background. We stood while Brandon absorbed the place of his youth, a catalyst for so much pain and suffering, then and now. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and then he turned to me. Suddenly, I was embraced again, so tight I could hardly breathe. Brandon buried his nose in my hair and inhaled. "Ah, baby," he kept saying over and over again, his native Boston accent coming out maybe the thickest I'd ever heard it. "Skyla, baby, I love you, Red. I love you so fucking much. You beautiful, crazy, stubborn, incredible woman." It was only when his arms loosened slightly that I was able to look up and see the utter happiness emanating through his incredibly blue eyes. When Brandon was happy, he could outshine the sun. He pressed a kiss on my lips, then another, again and again, until I was laughing almost hysterically against the onslaught. "Ah!" I cried. "Wait! Stop!" "No," Brandon said in between another several rounds of kisses, landing them all over my face, my eyebrows, my cheeks, even my chin. Finally, he landed one more on my mouth, which turned into something slower and just a little bit wicked. "You," he said when he released me again. "Thank you." "For what?" "For everything." Brandon chewed on his lower lip, recalling some unseen memory. "You gave me a family again, Red," he said softly. "You, Bubby, Danny, Annabelle, Kristoff, Ray, Susan." He pulled my hands to his lips and kissed them, long but soft. "I'll never be able to repay you for it, Skylar, but I'll never stop trying." Then a few beats softer. "I sold my stake at the firm." For a second, I thought I was hearing things. I hadn't said a word to him about it, had been mentally preparing myself for years of battling Brandon's anxiety with a cadre of doctors, therapists, possibly even medication as he dove back into the high-stress life of a litigator. That had been his plan, to start working more at the family law clinic he funded through Harvard and take on more defense cases at the firm. I still wasn't sure it was what he wanted, but I was determined to support it, no matter what the cost. He had given me and my family everything. The least I could do was give him all of myself. But now, Brandon took both of my hands in his and swung them lightly between us. "It's killing me, Red. It's killing us." I gulped. "But the firm was your dream." Brandon shrugged and looked at the townhouse. "It was, maybe like everything else I've done, an opportunity. When you come from nothing, you're conditioned to think you can't turn down opportunities when they show up, because you think it'll never happen again." He looked back to me. "But I think I was looking for something, Red. Something I've been looking for my whole life and never had until I met you." He gave a shy smile. "I don't have to chase anymore, Skylar, because I have everything I'll ever need, because of you." He gave another adorable half-smile that brought out his dimples. My heart squeezed. "But you don't think... Brandon, you were made to lead. Anyone can see that." I protested. I had only just gotten my head wrapped around it. How could he let his entire life go so easily? He just shook his head good-naturedly. "I was made for one thing, Red," he said as he pulled me close. "To love you." He pressed a gentle kiss on the top of my head. "I signed the papers last night. The press release went out today. It's done." Then I realized something else. There had been no nightmares for the last week. None since we got back from New York, since he had told Corey where he could put it. No nightmares. It couldn't be a coincidence. But another thought occurred to me. "What will you do?" I wondered. You're like the Energizer Bunny with an enormous brain, Brandon. You're going to be bored to tears if you don't work. Brandon shrugged. I'll set up a new lab at the house. Who knows? Maybe I'll even take some classes again. But you want to know the truth? I'm kind of excited to take a break. Think about what I really want to do next. His blue eyes twinkled. I'm excited to see my wife soar instead. His words caused my skin to tingle all over. We stayed like that for what seemed like hours, wrapped up in each other's arms, nose to nose, blue eyes staring into green. Tears welled up in my eyes. I hadn't known just how badly I'd wanted him to say the words until I heard them come out of his mouth. Thank you, I whispered. Thank you so much. His lips touched mine softly at first, then a bit more insistently. For the first time, it didn't feel like we were chasing something away. It felt like we were uniting as one front in this crazy life. His tongue touched mine, and I opened willingly. If he wanted me, he could have all of me. Unfortunately, we were suddenly interrupted by the loud buzzing of Brandon's phone. Shouldn't that thing ring less if you're unemployed? I joked as Brandon pulled it out. He smirked but swiped right anyway. Sterling. Almost immediately after the person on the other end started talking, Brandon's smiling face dropped to a frown. What? He grabbed for my hand as he spoke, pulling me close so I could hear the conversation. Victor Msina. The clear voice of Matthew Zola rang through the tinny speakers. I'm so sorry. He was sentenced this morning. 30 years. But right now it doesn't matter. He's gone. I reared back in alarm, but Brandon gestured I should stay quiet while he spoke. How does something like that happen? He demanded. How does a convicted criminal break out of a prison transport? We're looking into it, was all Zola said. Most likely one of the guards was on the take, but he killed both of them before we could find out. Look, I don't know where you guys are. Dorchester, Brandon said, now looking around like he expected Msina to pop out of one of the trash cans. Is your security with you? My eyes widened, and Brandon gripped my shoulder, practically telegraphing with his touch that it was going to be okay. No, Brandon said, but they're on their way. Get to your house and stay there, Zola replied. I'll let you know when he's found. There's only so far you can go with a giant chain around your waist. Brandon hung up and immediately tucked me closer. He escaped? I stuttered, suddenly feeling as if my heart was going to pound out of my chest. It's going to be all right, Brandon said as he punched a message into his phone. Craig's on his way. We'll be home and they'll get this sorted out. I promise, Red. Well, ain't that touching? It might have been the scent of rotting garbage that only exists in the city in late summer, but I swear I could smell him before I saw his blubbery, greasy face. My entire body seized in fear, and in a split second, all of the warmth and love of the day was gone. I'd know that nasty voice anywhere. The voice of Victor Msina. Chapter 39. Skylar. Brandon barely breathed in a low voice. Get behind me, now. Instead, I turned around in his arms to face the owner of that voice. He was the man who still crept into my dreams from time to time, the man who had violated, in some way, nearly everyone who was important to me. Even though I knew he'd be standing there, my heart still lodged in my throat when I saw Victor Msina's rotund, sweaty shape leaning on the chain-link fence across the street. In the mid-December air, his nose was red, and his knuckles were chapped. He was alone and looked a little worse for wear in a pair of ill-fitting brown pants that had stains on the thighs and a t-shirt that was yellowed under the arms and too tight, stolen clothes for a man on the run. His wrists still bore the marks of handcuffs, and there were scrapes up and down his forearms. Zola had said he had escaped in transit. Had he actually thrown himself from a moving vehicle? It's too late, Victor, Brandon said as he pulled my frozen form roughly behind him and stared to back us down the sidewalk. I began to shake. They're going to find you. You know that. I don't know what you're doing here, but I can help. Get you a new lawyer. Get you out of the country if that's what you want. Msina scoffed, his doughy face practically turning itself inside out with the motion. What do you take me for? He asked. His voice was slurred like he'd been drinking.
Some kind of idiot? Think I'm gonna believe the same people who've been trying to lock me up are gonna get me off?"
He smirked down at the pavement, like he had a sidekick with whom he was sharing a private joke.
"You believe this guy?"
he asked the non-existent person. I gripped Brandon's shoulder and fumbled in my pocket for my phone. It was on silent, but I was able to call 911 and stick it back in.
"I was just in the neighborhood catching up with some old friends," Msina was saying. "You know. Some of them remember you, rich boy. They remember when you was one of them. But you ain't one no more, are ya?"
"I'm just like you, brother," Brandon started to say, pulling out his accent, which wasn't hard since he'd slipped into it pretty easily since we'd stepped off the train anyway.
"I ain't your brother,"
Msina shouted, suddenly whipping a gun from behind his back. Brandon and I both froze, his hand still holding me behind him by the waist.
"You think I don't see you back there, Red?"
Msina asked.
"Come on out, sweetheart. I don't mind shooting pretty boy here to get to you, dollface."
"Don't," Brandon hissed over his shoulder. His face was calm, but the fingers on my hip bones were gripping hard enough to bruise. There was no way I was going to stand behind Brandon while there was a gun pointed at us. At him. Forcefully, I pushed his hands off me and slipped around to face my accuser. "What do you want?" I asked, willing my voice not to shake. I failed miserably. Msina pointed the gun at me as he walked across the street and stood in the middle of the road.
"What do I want?" Msina repeated. "What do I want? Well, I'll tell you, Red. I want to go back to my own life. I want to go back to when I didn't have no cops sniffing around every little deal I made, thanks to you and your fucking family."
He turned his head and spat profusely.
"Danny ain't never been worth the trouble he is. I should have just finished him off like they did his dad."
The mention of my grandfather sent a cold shiver through my spine. His death had been ruled a suicide, but we had always known something had been off about it. His own gambling addiction and his involvement with the Msina crime family to pay his debts had been suspect.
"I was there, you know, when they did your grandpa," Msina said as he took another few steps closer. "Just a kid myself, but not so young I couldn't help out."
He smiled, a wicked, nasty leer as he looked through me towards some distant scene.
"He cried like a baby at the end, you know that?" He clicked his tongue and shook his head. "It's always the fingernails that do 'em. He held out like a man through all the punches, all the heavy blows, but once we started yanking out them fingernails, he was crying like a little girl."
Then Msina looked back at me.
"Wonder what kind of sound you'd make if I pulled out them pretty manicured nails, Red,"
he said with a nod at my hands. I clenched at the pockets of my coat, praying that the 911 operators were hearing all of this through the wool fabric. "I don't know," I said as I stepped to the side. "You almost had me at one point." In his daze, Msina rotated with me as he kept the barrel of the gun trained right on my face.
"So I did. So I did. In more ways than one, didn't I, Green Eyes?"
He took another step forward, and I had to steel myself not to move. A few steps away, Brandon's entire body tensed, poised for attack. I just needed to rotate Msina a little more. "Katie seemed to like you," I said, biting back the retorts lodged in my throat as I shuffled a few more inches to the right. I couldn't afford to enrage the man unless I wanted a bullet in my skull. Maybe I would have, too. Brandon looked like his head was about to burst off, but he still made no sound. Msina just cocked his head to the right, examining me with eyes that were thin slits.
"You're full of shit, Red,"
he finally pronounced. Damn me and my glass face. "I don't know." I tried again, shuffling further. "Haven't you ever heard of Stockholm Syndrome?" Msina laughed, a long, low creak that seemed to echo around the neighborhood. I glanced around. Were there seriously no people around who were hearing this?
"You got jokes," Msina pronounced with a slow nod. "You think you're funny?" Well, Raggedy Ann, let's see how funny you are when you're dead. First you, then him. Then I'll go after your precious grandma and your daddy. Then we'll see just how fucking funny you are."
At that, I heard the telltale click of the loading chamber echoing down the block. "No!" As if the gun set off the start of a race, Brandon sprang forward with a roar, tackling Msina to the ground and sending the weapon skidding across the pavement. "Brandon!" I yelped.
"What the fuck?"
Msina yowled as Brandon tried to wrestle him down to the ground. But despite the fact that Brandon had several inches and much more muscle on him, Msina was scrappy and desperate, a dangerous combination in this kind of fight. I watched in horror as they rolled across the pavement, a mass of elbows, knees, grunts, and punches. "Help!" I shouted, finally finding the presence of mind to pull out my phone and shout my location to the operator. "Hi? Hello? Oh, thank God you're there. We're in Fields Corner on..." I looked around frantically toward the street signs at the end of the block. "Leonard, off! Clayton! Hey!" My phone was knocked out of my hand when I was knocked over by the writhing mass of limbs. Both Msina and Brandon were going at each other with everything they had. My heart skipped a few beats as Brandon endured a nasty punch to his kidney, but he managed to roll Msina over with just enough time to land a right jab to his swollen neck. I scrambled around, looking for my phone, but in the distance, I could already hear sirens. That was the good thing about being in a shitty neighborhood. There were always cops nearby.
"Give it up, you piece of shit! It's over!"
Brandon shouted as he toppled over Msina one last time, only to be tripped once more.
"Fuck you!"
Msina heaved as he twisted over Brandon and threw his entire body around him. He was weak and tired, but desperation will make men strong.
"The gun, Skylar!"
Brandon shouted as he fought off Msina.
"Get the gun! Ah!"
I watched in horror as Msina rolled off a suddenly limp Brandon, his dank shirt dark with sweat and blood. And not his blood, I realized in horror, as I saw Brandon curled into the pavement, clutching his side. His coat lay open to reveal a bright red stain seeping into the white of his t-shirt. Brandon looked up, his bright blue eyes clouded with pain. His face looked gray. "Brandon!" I cried as I crouched down to him. "Oh, shit! Oh, my God!" The words came out like whimpers as I hovered over him. What do I do? What do I do? Pressure, right? We need to put pressure on the wound." I continued to babble while I tried to staunch the blood, but Brandon managed to shake his head, even as he pushed his own hands tightly over the bloody spot. "Knife," he managed to choke out. "Still has it." I twisted to where Msina lay on the ground, cradling his own arm, torqued in an unnatural position. I guessed it was dislocated, and his face bore the marks of the fight with a gash on his forehead and a nasty scrape across one cheek. But there was no blood pooling from his side. A knife was in his hand, the fresh blood on the silvery edge already darkening. A police siren sounded from a few blocks away, partially blocked by the din of the street just beyond us. "Skylar." Brandon breathed hoarsely as he struggled to retain consciousness. "Get the gun." Heaving a few feet away, Msina stilled at the words. Brandon gripped my hand. "Get it," he whispered, "before he does." The siren in the distance grew closer, over the cars that rushed down Dorchester Avenue. Msina's and my eyes locked on the gun only a few feet away, and all at once we were both lurching over the pavement. Msina was bigger, had the adrenaline of someone with the instincts to fight or flee at the same time, but I was smaller and faster. I wasn't hurt, and I needed to save the love of my life. I lunged over Brandon's fallen form and grabbed for the gun at the same time Msina tumbled over me.
"I don't think so, Red,"
he yelled as he pushed me over. "No!" I screamed, keeping a death grip on the weapon I quickly realized I didn't even know how to use. I hunched over it, curled up into the pavement, willing the police to get through the maze of streets to where we were. Msina clawed at my arms, twisting my body around. His hands were ruthless as he worked to pry the gun away from me, forcing me to open to him, as he leveraged his body weight over mine in a parody of the rape he'd tried to perpetrate the last time we had met. "Get off me!" I shrieked at the top of my lungs, causing Msina to grimace. "Help!"
"Fucking bitch!"
he screamed. He reached his fist back, and I knew without a doubt that against the concrete, he was aiming for death, not just a knockout. I twisted, he lunged, and somewhere in the fray, the gun went off. With a wheezing gulp of air, Msina collapsed on top of me, holding his stomach while blood almost immediately slithered out of his open mouth. The rest was a torrent of sound, touch, and smell. My vision blurred from tears, fear, rage, and everything else, so I could only hear the blaring sirens when the squad cars pulled up, the sharp slams of their doors, as the officers raced to the scene. I could only feel the sudden rush of fresh air over my body when Msina's body was lifted from on top of me, particularly over the wet spot left by his blood. I could only smell the starchy scent of the officer's uniform. It was only as I was led to a seat in the back of an open squad car that I could see one thing clearly: the sight of Brandon's immobilized body, strapped to a gurney, being lifted into the back of an ambulance. The doors shut behind him. I couldn't breathe. Chapter 40. Have you ever had that feeling of déjà vu? When you open your eyes and feel like you've been in the exact same situation before? Maybe even before that? At first, it was the smell that did it. The combination of ammonia, cheap ice cream, and sick people. Then it was the harsh fluorescent lighting, the dingy tiled floors, and the echoing beeps that filtered through the halls from room to room. The hushed tones of doctors as they spoke to patients and their families. It was the third time I had been to the hospital because of Victor Msina. 3 people he had put into the ICU. 3 people who had had their lives threatened because of him. First my father, then me, and now once again, I was the one in the bedside chair, slumped over the small twin mattress, dozing on the scratchy sheets that clothed the body of the person I loved more than anyone. Just a few months ago, Brandon had been the one forcing his body to sleep in these ridiculously uncomfortable chairs, who had waited to see if I would ever wake up, who had wrestled with the uncertainty, the fear, the guilt of the entire situation. And now this time I was the one waiting for him to come back to me. Blearily, I pushed myself up from the chair and ran a hand through my bedraggled hair. It was still dark outside, and the hospital wing was closed to visitors. I was only allowed in because of the ring on my finger, the one that now marked me as family, or at least, family-to-be. I wasn't allowed to make any decisions for him while he was unconscious. Ray and Susan had rushed to the hospital to do just that. The fact that I was left out of it all killed me. Red. The deep voice, slightly raspy but familiar and kind, pulled me the rest of the way out of my sleep. Relief flooded my whole being as the events of the night came back to me all over again. Victor Msina. Brandon being stabbed in the side. The scramble that ended with me shooting Msina through the chest. The arrival of cop cars. An ambulance. I had been held at the station for what had seemed like hours, released only when Kieran had stormed in and demanded that the cops either file charges or release me. As if I hadn't said that myself. As if I wasn't already a lawyer who was making the same damn arguments on my own behalf. Bubby, who had called Kieran, really had a big mouth, and thank God for it, since even if I did possess the knowledge to practice law on my own behalf, I did not have the presence of mind to do so. Around 1 a.m. I was released, once they'd finally taken my statement, and witnesses who had been watching from the windows around the neighborhood had come forward to give theirs. I couldn't help being a little angry at them. Where were they when Brandon was getting stabbed? But there would be no charges filed against me, they said. Msina was a dangerous, escaped convict. Self-defense. I couldn't have cared less. I just wanted to know Brandon was going to be okay. His normally ruddy skin was haggard and pale, and his voice croaked a little from having a tube shoved down it during the surgery. Pushpa had rushed into the waiting room upon my arrival to tell me that he'd needed 2 transfusions, but the procedure to repair his spleen had been relatively minor and had gone well. By some miracle, the knife had slipped through his ribs and missed his stomach completely. He was hurt and would be in some pain for a while, but would be just fine. In the early morning hours, with the winter moonlight still peeking through the window, I had never seen anyone so beautiful. His eyes were bright blue, even in the dim light, and his smile still lit up the room like the sun. Brandon was awake. He was okay. We were going to be fine. "Come here," he said. Wordlessly, I scooted my chair closer. "No," he said, shifting in the bed to make room for me, wincing slightly at the movement. "Come here." I stood up, but looked doubtfully at the narrow hospital bed, and then toward the nurse's station in the hall. "I don't know. I doubt they'd want me to—" "Skylar, I swear to God, if I don't hold you right now, I'm going to bust a damn stitch, so get your ass in the bed." I couldn't help but smile. If he was ordering me around, he was definitely feeling better. I slipped off my shoes and climbed carefully next to him, allowed him to pull me into his hospital gown-covered chest, cradling me in the nook of his good side. Brandon released a contented sigh, which I echoed. Then, the scent of him. That familiar mix of almonds and soap that couldn't quite be masked by the astringent hospital started to sink in. The events of the past 24 hours, hell, the past year, came rushing back, and my body couldn't take it anymore. First my toes, then my knees, then my legs, chest, shoulders, arms. Everything started to shake. "Skylar," Brandon murmured as his arms circled around me, holding me close. "Are you okay?" His kindness only made me start to shake that much harder. Tears began to well up as I buried my head further into his shoulder. "Skylar," Brandon asked again, this time with more concern. "Baby, please." "Mfamamu." A low chuckle vibrated under my ear, but I only cried harder. It was like a faucet had broken, and there was no way to stop the burst of water. "Babe," Brandon said gently, although with a lilt of humor. "I can't understand you when you talk like a mouse." Somehow, I managed to sit up and look at him. "I almost lost you," I managed to choke out in between sobs. With a half-smile that only made me cry harder, Brandon stroked my cheek, as if by some kind of magic. His warm touch calmed the sobs racking through my body as his fingers grazed my skin. "Shh," he crooned, although the smile didn't leave his lips. He was enjoying the fact that I cared so much, the bastard. "I'm here, Red. I'm going to be fine." He pulled me back into his chest and continued to stroke my hair until at last the shakes subsided, and we just lay together, calming in the sounds of each other's breaths. "I love you," I murmured into his chest. "So much. The thought of losing you. Brandon, I just couldn't bear it." The hand in my hair paused, and I felt the pressure of his kiss at the crown of my head. "Right back at you, Red," he said. "My world just doesn't work without you in it." After a few more beats of silence, a thought occurred to me, one that filled my chest and my body like a balloon. Everything about the idea felt right. Yes, I thought, now. I sat back up and faced Brandon, pushing my hair out of my face and wiping the tears from under my eyes. "I want to get married." He raised a brow and smiled. "Well, I thought that was the plan." I shook my head, causing my hair to fall back into my face. I spit it out of the way, which only made Brandon grin wider. Well, that was fine. I'd look like a hapless idiot any time if it meant making him smile like that. "No," I said as I blew another strand away. "I mean now. Tonight. Here." Brandon frowned with confusion. "In the hospital?" I nodded and sat up completely, suddenly consumed with the idea. "There's a chaplain and a chapel on the main floor. The chaplain could come up here. I know it. And we could ask one of the nurses to be a witness. We'd have to apply for a marriage license tomorrow in Atlantic City or someplace like that. But Brandon, I could take care of that and—" "Red," Brandon put in gently, turning me back to face him with a gentle finger on my chin. I stopped talking. "It's 2:30 in the morning, baby," he said with another small grin. "I don't think the chaplain is awake right now." My heart sank in my chest. Of course. How stupid of me. Obviously it wasn't what Brandon wanted anyway. He wanted his friends and family, a real ceremony where we would announce our love for each other. Now that the campaign was done with, we were free to have the wedding we had originally wanted at the Cape, the kind with flowers and planning and whatever else went into something like that. He didn't want something quick, something the papers would cry about as a bad choice too fast. I should have known. But Red, I looked back up at him, all the negative thoughts still swirling around my head. My right hand automatically started toying with my ring. "Let's wake him up," Brandon said with eyes so wide. I thought I might fall into them. "Really?" I whispered, clutching my fingers together. Brandon pulled both of my hands to his mouth and kissed my knuckles, one after another. "There's nothing else I'd rather do today than become your husband, Skylar. Will you marry me in the morning, Red?" I gazed at him, locked in his wide blue stare. My ring sparkled in a stream of moonlight seeping through the blinds. This man was my everything. I had been his from the first moment I'd seen him, bound to him for always. And by some miracle, he was mine, too. I hated that it took me so long to accept it, as he seemed to have done from the beginning. But now we were here. I could see our life together unfolding before us, and I wanted nothing more than to start it right away. "Yes," I whispered back fiercely. 1,000, 1,000,000 times, yes. Brandon pulled me close for a firm kiss, but it quickly turned into something much more involved. Despite the fact that we had to be careful not to disturb his incisions, we stayed like that for what seemed like hours, licking, nibbling, savoring each other's lips and tongues. For once I wasn't thinking of anything that was or anything that might be. I was only thinking of us in this moment. I wanted nothing more than this. "In the morning," he kept saying in between kisses. "In the morning, you'll be mine." With every kiss, I tried to tell him the words that came from my heart, not my head. He didn't need to make me his. I already was. In the end, it was more like what we'd planned originally than I thought it would be, only without the backdrop of the cape. My dad put on his best black pants, white buttoned shirt, and the one tie he owned to walk me down the aisle of the little chapel in the bottom of the hospital. Bubby brought flowers and blints. Jane, who had flown in as soon as she had heard of the shooting, had picked up an early version of my wedding dress, which luckily didn't need much more than a few pins to hem the skirt. It was the only part of the previously planned extravaganza that had felt like mine. In the midst of the bombast, the flowers, the band, the massive church venue, and the press coverage, my dress was only for me. Simple, cream-colored satin that hung from my shoulders with delicate straps, draped almost casually over my breasts and down my hips in a bias cut that recalled the classic style of the 30s. The dress allowed me to move freely. A light matching shawl provided the modesty required by a church wedding, but without the pretense of a cathedral, I could keep my shoulders bare. After Kieran had pushed me out of Brandon's room so one of the nurses could help Brandon into a suit, the hospital staff let me use an empty hospital room to get ready. Jane pulled my bright red hair back into a simple chignon at the base of my neck and had done my makeup lightly, letting my freckles shine through with just a bit of mascara and a pop of lip gloss. "He doesn't want anything fancy," she murmured to herself, almost admiringly as she worked. "The most beautiful thing in the world to that man is you." Our small circle of people, the handful of friends and family we considered ours, all stood tall, a few even wiping tears away while I walked slowly up the aisle of the tiny chapel. But I couldn't see them. I could only see Brandon, smiling that massive smile I didn't think I'd ever see shine brighter. "You look beautiful," he whispered, as I came to stand next to him in front of the chaplain. I shrugged, but I couldn't shutter my own goofy smile. "It's not fitted properly yet. She thought she had until spring, you know." "Quit it," he said, although his mouth quirked up. "You stopped me in my tracks the first time we met. You could do it with your face painted green." He'd given me variations of the compliment several times before, but it never failed to make me glow. "Likewise, Mr. Sterling." Brandon's grin practically split his face in half, and I thought he was going to break tradition and kiss me before the ceremony. Then the chaplain cleared her throat. I looked at Brandon. "Are you sure you're okay to stand for this long so soon after surgery?" Brandon just rolled his eyes. "Red, I'm going to stand at my own wedding. You just worry about saying your vows." Are we ready?" the chaplain asked with a kind smile at both of us. I stuck my tongue out at Brandon. We would start bickering at our own wedding. Brandon raised a blonde brow. I've been ready for this my whole life. So on we went. No muss, no fuss. In its own way, it was perfect. No frills, just us, the people we cared about, and only our love to fill the small space. We spoke the traditional vows, one after another, echoing the chaplain's words even as we watched the love shining through each other's faces. "Do you have rings?" asked the chaplain, causing me to look at Brandon with panic. "Oh no," I squeaked. "I forgot rings." "Don't worry, Red. I got it." Brandon accepted 2 velvet boxes from Margie, who then darted back to her seat. "How did you—" I started as Brandon handed me one holding a simple men's platinum ring. "We literally decided to do this 5 hours ago. What jewelry shop is open at 3 a.m.? "Hey," Brandon said with a shrug and a bashful expression that basically wrung out my heart. "If my money can't open Cartier early for my girl, what's it really good for?" "All right," said the chaplain. "Repeat after me." So we did. I slid the ring over Brandon's finger, enjoying the shivers that traveled down my spine as I intoned, "With this ring, I thee wed." Brandon's smile was so wide, I thought it might cause a power outage, and I gasped when he took out my ring, a white filigree band that was simple, yet intricate all at once. "With this ring," he said in a voice that quavered, "I thee wed." He slid the ring onto my finger, a snug fit next to the eternity band turned engagement ring. Even when making his proposal, he had always meant forever. It had been forever with him from the start. "I now pronounce you man and wife," said the chaplain. "You may kiss—" She didn't get to finish before Brandon lifted me off the floor into a kiss that caused everyone in the room to whoop loud enough to reach the rafters. "Do you love me yet, Red?" he whispered against my lips. I pressed my forehead to his and closed my eyes. Always.
Epilogue. I scratch at the equation on my desk, but something's just not right. Is it the function continuity conditions? Or is it the basic physical model invalid? I really can't fucking tell. I sigh and pick my cell phone up to dial the one person I know who could help me. Shit, he's going to love this. He'll take it as another excuse to badger me into going back to school. I'm not going to lie, I've thought about it. But I'm still enjoying my life at home too much to take on something like that. "What is it, Bran? I'm a little busy right now preparing for class." "You are not," I retort. "It's 4:30 in the afternoon. You're busy sneaking a can of PBR before you go home to Mom." Ray, who I've only just started getting used to calling Dad, is silent, but I can hear the telltale sip of beer. "Fine," he says. "What is it?" "Can you open the shared drive?" I ask as I snap a picture of the problem I've been working on. Quickly, I upload it to a cloud folder. "Something's up with the new formula. I need your help." He's as gruff as ever, but I take it with a grain of salt. Ray was never one to show emotion, but as I've gotten to know him better over the last 5 years, I've learned to understand just how he thinks and loves with his head, not his heart. It's times like these that have done it. No matter where he is or what he's doing, he'll drop just about anything to help with my projects. Skylar's right, as she is way too much of the time, that cocky little minx. She always said that Ray would like my crazy inventions, the ones I finally took out again after we moved fully into the Brookline house. I remodeled the entire attic as my lab, and after I showed Ray some of my ideas, he started helping me with the math side of things. Enough that we were able to get a few prototypes built a few years back. Since then, Sterling Peterson Lab was born. 10 years ago, I wouldn't have wanted to go into business with Ray to save my life. But things are different now. Now, we're really family. "Is this for the ultrasound mapping or the baby monitor?" I can hear him twisting in his chair and clicking through windows in his office, and soon we're off, launching into a discussion of math that would send most people to their graves with boredom, but which Ray and I both love. This is the one language we both speak. It's the one thing that makes me his son more than anything else. I just wish I hadn't fought it as long as I did. Before I know it, it's almost 5 o'clock. My equation is fixed, and I've got at least 5 more ideas sketched out on a piece of paper. I could start on a 6th, but I hear the rumble of a car pulling into the driveway. I glance out the window, and I can see bright hair the color of the autumn leaves in the orchard, shining through the window of the Prius. She insists on driving herself every day to work. Ridiculous woman. We still have David on staff, but the poor guy spends more of his time carting me and Jenny around in an SUV than driving the Mercedes, which Skylar insists makes her look like a stuffy rich lady, which is about the time when I point out the fact that she fulfills 2 out of 3 parts of that description. But only because pissing her off usually means tackling each other in the pantry or somewhere we can snag a moment of privacy in our busy house. I glance at my watch, the new Garmin Skylar bought me last year for my birthday. It's nowhere as nice as my Rolex, but she teased that I get addicted to watching my heart rate and steps throughout the day. I'll be damned if the woman wasn't right. Time's up. I interrupt Ray while he's going on about a spectral domain solution, which seems to be applicable, but right now means absolutely nothing to me anymore. Wife's home. Let's pick this up tomorrow. It's 5 o'clock on the nose, and I'm half jogging down the stairs when I hear the front door open. Skylar's home between 4 and 5 most days, since she's finally learned to get up to exercise with me in the mornings, and goes to work early in order to be home to see me and Jenny. She still grumbles for a solid hour, but she's not complaining about the way I usually wake her up. And I don't mind the griping, but watching her run around the reservoir in skin-tight leggings makes it worth it. Normally, we're not in such a hurry to see each other. She'll find me in the living room reading to Jenny, or sitting at the counter while Anna starts dinner. But this is different. This is Friday night, our night. Fridays are when Sarah and Danny take Jenny for dinner and a sleepover, the night before Christoph and Annabelle arrive for the weekend, and our spare time is suddenly swallowed up by Little League games and swim meets. It's the one night of the week when the house belongs only to Red and me, and we can do whatever we want, wherever we want. Don't get me wrong, I love my daughter. I love her so much, I decided to work from home instead of building a new office for the lab. She's got red hair and a sharp mouth, just like her mom. If Skylar's my sun, then Jenny's my moon, and my entire world revolves around these 2 women. So, yeah, I'm crazy head over heels for my daughter. But I need her mom. I can hear her heels on the wood floors, clipping toward me at a furious pace. I vaguely remember her slipping on the red ones this morning, the ones I tried to give her once before, but which she only accepted after we were engaged. The damn things still drive me crazy. Still remind me of when I wanted her so badly, I was ready to throw out my reputation, her reputation, put my entire company at risk, just to kiss her in the middle of my office. Actually, I think with a smirk, not much has changed. Luckily, she's since let me do that, and much more, several times over in hers. Now that she's the boss, she's less worried about what people think. Although, I did notice that when she chose offices for the firm, she made sure that hers had absolutely no windows her colleagues could see into. She tackles me right when I hit the bottom of the stairs, and my arms wrap around my wife like I haven't seen her in weeks, not hours. She's just as starving as I am. In a second, I have her up against the wall, causing 2 of the family portraits in the hall to fall sideways. I hike her tight skirt over her hips, and affix my mouth to hers while she tears at my shirt. "Oh," she growls as her hands make contact with my skin. It's the same sound she makes every time she touches my abs. I may be over the hill at 43, but I'm making damn sure I don't look it. That's right, baby, I think with a smirk. You love it. Then her tongue does that thing where it twists around mine like she wants to eat me whole, and I can't think at all. All I can do is unbutton my jeans, let out the goddamn pipe she causes down there, and shove it in with everything I've got. "Fuck!" she cries out, loud enough to echo through the entire house. Her hands tear at my hair. It's that slight line between pleasure and pain that gets me every time and only makes me harder. Jesus, Red. I can barely breathe, I want her so bad, even though I'm already balls deep inside her. 2 palms of the sweetest, ripest ass a man could ever want. A strawberry-shaped mouth that's currently sucking on my lips like a Jolly Rancher. That leaves... I look down. "Take off your shirt," I say in a voice that's more of a growl than a request. Somehow, I lift her up, urge her legs around my waist, and get us over to the countertop in the kitchen, which was magically built at exactly the right height. I pull out, much to her disapproval, but keep myself right at a juncture, teasing but not entering. Red smirks. She loves it when I order her around this way. Toy with her body and her mind. I can't get away with it any other time, but when it comes to sex, we both know who's the boss. I look at her shirt, which is untucked but not unbuttoned. Now. With a sly smile that makes me throb against her, she lets go of my hair and slowly unbuttons her blouse, one agonizing button at a time. She loves to play with me, and even though it's fucking torture, I love it too. Like a man in a trance, I'm spellbound while she undoes the last button and pulls the black silk away. And shit. I have to close my mouth so I don't drool. She's wearing that black thing I like. No, love. The one that's see-through, so that I can see the way her perfect nipples pop out like damn berries when she's all turned on. She doesn't know it. If I said something, she'd get self-conscious about it. But Red's nipples are her tell. The second she's turned on, it's like the room temperature just dropped by 20 degrees. When she was pregnant, forget about it. I feel dirty just remembering the thoughts I had about my pregnant wife, even though she was sick the entire 9 months. Does that make me a pervert? Maybe. I don't really care. I lean in slowly and nip one breast through the lace. She arches into my touch and hisses. I said, off. I order as my teeth latch to the other side. That meant everything. This time, she's happy to obey. Red has even less patience than I have, especially by the time Friday rolls around. It's not that we can't have sex when our daughter is in the house. Fuck no, we'd go crazy. But by this time, it's been 6 full days of sneaking into the closet or the shower to mask the noises neither of us can keep tamped down. 6 days of praying I'll have the presence of mind to kiss her when she comes. Because my girl is fucking hopeless at staying quiet when I make her lose her mind. Unfortunately, it's one of my favorite things to do. The bra thing, I don't know what it's called, just that I like it, falls to the floor, and now I'm the one who's speechless. Struck again by the beauty of this woman. My woman. Her breasts are a little fuller now, her hips a little wider after having a kid. She's even got a few tiny creases at the edges of those beautiful green eyes. And when I want to piss her off, I point out the few threads of gray she's gotten since Jenny was born. But none of that matters. Every time I see her, all I can think is that I'm the luckiest son of a bitch alive. The smartest, wittiest, kindest, most beautiful woman in the world is in front of me, and she's all mine. Brandon, she whispers, bringing my eyes back up to meet those endless emerald beauties. I swear to God, the woman sees right through me. I can't help it. I kiss her again, suck on her lips, first the top, then the bottom. Finally, I murmur, it's been too long since this morning. I'm having a hard time breathing. That's the effect she has on me. We've been married for 5 years, and I still have no idea what it is. Jasmine? Tea? Something sweet and totally hers. Whatever it is, it's like crack to my dick. Luckily, I seem to have the same effect on her. Off, she mutters, yanking hard enough at my shirt that I think a button or two pops off. I can't tell you how many times I have to send my shirts back to my tailor to replace buttons. Now, she demands when I don't move fast enough. I have to stifle a chuckle. She's usually such a damn chatterbox, but when she's turned on, Red can only speak in one-word sentences. It's how I know she's really ready to go. Is this what you want, baby? I ask in that low voice I know really gets her going. She says I growl like a lion. I don't know. I can't really control it. These things come naturally around her. I pull off my shirt, letting her see the body I know she loves. It's just a body to me. Big, annoying, with a few more aches and pains these days. But I do my damnedest to keep it up. If only to see that look on her face when she touches it in the flesh. She brushes her fingers across my abdomen, scraping slightly with her nails. Her fingers pause over the scar on my left side, the one left by the knife that came way too close to ending things. I shudder. She knows exactly how to get me going, too. I slip a hand into her hair, the red hair she cut off a year after Jenny was born, when she finally had the balls to start her own firm with Kieran, Eric, and a few other people we poached from what used to be Sterling Grove. It's going well now, but it meant some seriously long hours in the beginning. In a way, it was good timing. I got to stay at home with my daughter and let someone else bring home the bacon, while I figured out what I wanted to do with the $3 billion and change I walked away with after breaking apart my old life. I need a haircut, Red mumbles as I tug on the ends. It's growing out again, just past her shoulders. Looks good to me, I say back as I dip down to suck at that spot on her neck that drives her crazy. I'm not going to lie. I miss it long, mostly because I like grabbing it in situations like these. But I'm telling the truth when I say she'd stop traffic in a garbage bag. Why does she think I still keep a driver around? I can't be trusted around heavy machinery when I see her in a skirt. She's lost in a trance, her hands exploring me as she pushes my pants down with her feet. I kick them off with the rest of our clothes. She can't speak when she's like this, but her eyes glow. I love her glass face. I love that I can see every damn thing she thinks on it, especially when she's worshipping me. Not bad for an orphan kid from Dorchester who never knew love. Red shows me with every single look. Finally, she can't take the waiting anymore, and neither can I. She's been working long days getting the new firm set up, and the last 2 times we tried to do this, Jenny walked into our room looking for a stuffed narwhal. That's right, my kid doesn't have a teddy bear or a stuffed dog. No, I had to go all over half the eastern seaboard looking for a stuffed fucking narwhal because my daughter just had to have her own water unicorn after reading a book about them at school. Do you even know what a narwhal is? Do you know how hard it is to find a stuffed version of a weird-looking whale with a giant spear coming out of its nose? But the look on her face, she's too much like her mother. That's what she is. Everything shows, and when she's happy, she lights up the goddamn room. So, a narwhal it is. Hey. Skylar's hand on my chin yanks me out of my trance. It's too easy to get lost thinking about my kid. But the second I hear that voice, that throaty, low voice that filters through my dreams day and night, all I can think about is her. And then her lips are back on mine, that heart-shaped mouth that gets her into trouble, and I can't think at all. My hands move on autopilot. It's crazy. After all this time, 5 years together, and every part of me still knows instinctively how to please her. She's always been a book I can read this way, before we even spoke. They say that time dulls the senses, but for us, it's only gotten better. I know how to push her. I know how to make her feel better than she ever has, every single time. With Skylar, it just comes naturally. Please, she breathes, hot and heavy against my lips. Fuck, I love it when she begs. What do you want, baby? I whisper into her ear as I press just a little bit into her. I've already given her a taste, and now she wants it. Bad. I nip the upper edge of her earlobe. She shudders, her thighs clenching around me. I almost come right there. Fuck, I need to be inside her again. You, she says, barely able to get this single word out. Just you. In me. Now. She doesn't have to ask me twice. I start to move slowly, but my girl is impatient tonight, jerking her hips against me, seeking a pace I'm not quite ready to give. Mostly because I won't last long enough for her to come with me. She leans back on the counter, and fuck me. It's like she's serving up her body on a fucking platter for me. I reach down and brush her clit softly with my thumb, exactly the way she likes. Her body jumps in response, and eventually, she starts to hum in time with my hips, thrusting back against me to take me as deep as she can. Like I said, sexiest fucking thing on the planet. Come on, baby. I growl as I wrap an arm around her waist to leverage myself deeper. I want the neighbors to hear you tonight. I keep the insistent pressure going with my thumb while I pick up the pace with my hips. She moans and bites my shoulder as she collapses forward, all hot breaths and goosebumps. That breathy sound just about undoes me, and before long, she's shaking in my arms herself. Oh, God! She cries as her body starts to tense up. Her fingernails dig into my back, and I feel her contract around my dick. I could lose it right now, but she's not quite there yet, and I want us to come together. Just a little bit more. Brandon! She shouts as her body explodes around me. And thank fucking God, because I can't hold it back any longer either. I shatter completely, cry her name as I empty myself into her. The woman makes me feel like I don't exist anymore, like there's no more Brandon, just this nameless core inside me whose only purpose is to give itself to her. I belong to her. I always did, even before I met her. Slowly, gradually, we return to reality. The kitchen reconstructs itself around us. The familiar white marble, the atrium furniture, the wood floors, that should probably be refinished sometime soon. But it's all a little blurry when I'm with her. I pick my shirt off the ground and help her wrap it around her shoulders with a smirk before I locate my boxes. When I stand back up, Red is watching me with a queer look on her face. She's looking at the scar on my side, the one from the knife wound I took almost 5 years ago now, while the rest of her face is still relaxed in a post-orgasmic daze. Her eyes are slightly watered over. I know that look. It's the look that says, I better get over there right fucking now. Hey, I say as I pull her into me. I'm good. You're good. I'm here. As much therapy as I've been in over the past few years to dig through my issues, Red is still dealing with her own traumas. The deeply ingrained trust issues that come from her mom and dad's neglect of her over the years. She doesn't like to hear it, but Danny was neglectful too. You can't have addiction nearly ruin your life and not fuck up your kid at least some. But it wasn't until after Jenny was born that the panic attack started. Paranoia plus postpartum blues is not a pretty thing, my friends, let me tell you. It didn't matter that Msina was dead and his organization had fallen apart without him. She was terrified his friends would come after us again, that someone would take Jenny the way they'd taken her. Lucas and Craig have been permanent fixtures in our family since the night Msina died. It took her a while to come to terms with the fact that she was suffering from PTSD of her own. Not as blatant and horrific as mine, but there nonetheless. Now that she knows it, the attacks, just like my nightmares, have become less and less frequent. And if I'm around, I can usually head them off using the same tools she uses with me. Simple touch. I don't sing, though. Both she and my daughter have made it very clear that I have absolutely no musical talents. After a moment, Red sits up and dabs at her eyes. I'm good, she says. I'm good now. I brush away the loose hair at her forehead and then kiss her. Okay. Then I step back, since Red usually wants a bit of space after these kinds of moments. I ramble around the kitchen, getting her a glass of wine, me a beer. She watches me from her perch on the counter, oblivious to the fact that even in my now buttonless shirt, her hair a slightly tangled mess from my hands. She's still the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. When I turn back, she's grinning at me, like she sees something funny. What? I ask as I come back around and hand her the wine. She takes a sip and then combs back my hair with her fingers. You need a haircut too. I close my eyes and lean my face into her hand, enjoying the way it feels. I thought you liked it long. I do, but this is getting a little nuts. You're starting to look like a hippie. My eyes pop open, and I give her a fake glare that makes her giggle before I turn on the accent I know she secretly loves. Let's shave it off, then. I'm from Dorchester, honey. We don't do no hippie shit. She laughs, then tips her head up for another kiss. This time, I take a little more, tasting her wine-soaked mouth fully. Damn, and I'm ready to go all over again. But I step back, much to her obvious disappointment. I want to savor the night, not charge through it like a racehorse. How was the day? Did you find a new office space yet? That's really all it takes to distract her. Red really can't ignore her question. She starts talking about the day spent with realtors, which clearly drove her crazy since she'd rather be seeing clients. But the firm is growing. They took on 5 new associates this year and just landed a huge client, alongside Sterling Peterson Labs. One that's big enough to allow them to dedicate a full 30% of their time to pro bono cases. It's a lot of work, but I can tell she loves it. Red struggled for so long to figure out what she wanted to do with her career. But in the end, it became clear. She just wanted to be her own boss, the space to soar on her own terms. Also, I said as I reach around her to the stack of mail on the counter, this came today. The kids both got in the billings. At that, Skylar's face lights up. It's been rough with her siblings over the last 5 years. They settled into Andover pretty quickly, but it's always been clear that they needed a better home than a boarding school. We take them on the weekends and over their vacations, when Jeanette will visit us at the Cape during the summer, but it's not enough. Those kids need a family. They always have. When Maurice was put on the equivalent of house arrest for the French version of the Bernie Madoff scandal, we thought we saw an end. Jeanette had promised Skylar and me guardianship rights in exchange for paying their way for school. But Jeanette's just as wily as her husband, maybe more. She figured out that the kids were a way into Skylar's life, and that we weren't going to abandon them no matter what. So guardianship went out the window, and we just didn't have the bandwidth to fight it during the years after Jenny was born. Until this year, when we finally took it to court, and won. Skylar takes the letter from me and scans over the acceptance. She looks up with a grin that makes her freckles scrunch over her nose. It's so wicked cute, I can't handle it.
So it's settled? She asks. They're coming here to live with us?
I grin back. Christoph still hasn't totally lost his French accent, and even at 11, he still hangs on every word I say. Annabelle isn't so attached. At 13, she's starting to want to do her own thing more and more. I know it will be a big change for them, going from essentially being on their own most of their life to living in a house with structure. But they both adore their little niece, and they never seem to want to go back to school when they visit.
Oh, God,
Skylar says with a sudden hand at her chest.
I just realized something. We're going to have a teenage girl in our house. And she's cute.
She looks up at me with wide, mischievous eyes.
It's going to be good practice for when Jenny starts bringing home boys.
At that thought, the smile drops from my face, and I feel like my hands just lost their feeling. Red immediately starts laughing.
Oh, God,
she crows as she bends over on the counter.
Your face! Oh, shit, poor Jenny.
You mean poor Jenny's boyfriends, I say as I push a hand through my hair. Christ, I do not want to think about that right now. Skylar just keeps laughing even harder after I shoot her a dirty look. She takes another sip of her wine.
Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. I got a call today from Maria Fraser.
At that, I perk up. Maria is the social worker we've been working with. At first, I was pretty reticent about working with the state again, not after the experiences I had as a kid. But Maria has single-handedly won me over to the hard work that so many of them do. The woman is a saint. What did she say? Red grins and puts her hand on my chest, right over my heart.
It's official, babe. We're going to meet him next Wednesday.
We thought about having another kid. Jenny was a surprise, one that came along in spite of the IUD. A good one that we were both over the moon about, but a surprise nonetheless, who came almost a year to the day that we were married at the hospital. But when we talked about another, Skylar was always more hesitant. I don't blame her. You would be too if you spent 9 whole months tossing up every meal you had. But we didn't want Jenny to be an only child, so the conversation always came back to another idea: adoption. There were so many kids out there, kids like me, Kids who didn't have loving families, or who came from one so fucked up they couldn't get what they needed from their parents. And when we both talked about it, the idea of giving at least one of those kids a real home started to sound better and better. A place where they could get that thing Skylar and I had both always wanted. Real, unconditional love. "Grab my purse," she says, gesturing toward the hall where she dropped her bag. I smirk at her. I know her game. She just wants to stare at my ass when I walk away. When I return, she quickly opens her email. 9 o'clock Monday morning, she said. "We'll have another interview, and if that goes well, we'll meet him then." She swipes again and looks up at me, green eyes glittering. "Here he is." In the email, there's a picture of a little boy who's maybe 2. He's got dark hair and dark eyes, a round face that should be rounder, which makes me wonder if he's had enough to eat. His hair is cut awkwardly, like it was done too fast with a pair of kitchen scissors. But I can tell he's smart. There's a brightness in his eyes that makes it clear he's the kind of kid who notices things all the time. "What's his name?" I whisper as I brush a thumb lightly over the picture. I'm almost afraid it might disappear. Skylar kisses my shoulder and leans her head on my shoulder. "Louis. His mother was a single mom, Venezuelan refugee. I guess she got wrapped up into drugs when she got here. She overdosed a few weeks ago. He's..." She drifts off, and I know she's thinking of my mother, of the way she abandoned me in the same way, over and over again. But it doesn't bother me to think about right now. All I can see is Louis. And in that moment, I only feel one thing. There's that swelling in my chest, the same one I had the second I saw Skylar sitting in my windowsill. The moment I watched my baby girl come into the world. For all this kid is a stranger, I know he's my son. And no matter what he's been through, what he needs to live a healthy life, how hard that might be for him to accept, I'll always be there for him. I'll always love him. Because that's what fathers do. "He's perfect," I whisper. "He is," Skylar agrees as she looks down at him with me. "There will be some things to sign, and we'll need to appear in court, but soon he'll be really and truly, legally ours." "Ours," I repeat, and my voice is full of awe and wonder. How could he be anything else? This concludes Legally Ours by Nicole French. Narrated by Aaron Shedlock and C.J. Bloom. Copyright 2017 by Raglan Press. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole French, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.